What if Harry Potter was reincarnated as Light Yagami and filled a death note with Voldemort's inner circle? A Savage Harry channel story. Welcome to Savage Harry. Today's adventure. What if Harry Potter was reincarnated as Light Yagami and filled a death note with Voldemort's inner circle? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. Two souls in a cupboard. The night the world cracked open was the same night a small cottage in Godric's Hollow burned with green fire, and a baby refused to die. Most of what followed has been told. The Hooded Man. The mother who threw herself in front of the cradle and was struck down for it. The killing curse, leaving the wand of Lord Voldemort with its peculiar emerald light like the underside of a leaf seen through a microscope and crossing the small distance to the baby's forehead. There is no honest way to describe what happens to a soul when a properly cast Avada Kedavra meets it. There is no metaphor that respects the thing. There is only the fact: souls are not built for that velocity. What every history of that night has missed is that two souls, not one, arrived in Harry Potter's body when the curse rebounded. The first arrival has been catalogued. A scrap of Lord Voldemort, torn from him by the impossible recoil, lodged itself in the lightning-shaped wound that opened across the infant's forehead and became, for the next decade and a half, the unwanted lodger that wizarding scholars would eventually name the Scar Horcrux. That much is established record, even if no one in 1981 knew the word for it. The second arrival had no precedent in any history book ever written, magical or muggle. Somewhere across a fold of reality that does not appear on any map, in a corrugated warehouse painted with the meaningless color yellow, a young man with a beautiful face had just finished dying on a flight of metal stairs. His name had been Light Yagami. He had also been called by half a planet by the name Kira, which is the way the Japanese ear hears the English word killer when it lands. He had spent 6 years writing names into a black notebook and watching the named persons die of cardiac arrest 40 seconds later, and he had believed with the unhurried sincerity of a Catholic saint or a working theoretical physicist that he was justice. He had killed something north of 100,000 people. He had been wrong about exactly two things and right about everything else, and the wrong things had been enough. When his heart stopped on those stairs, he expected oblivion. He had been told as much, that the wielders of the Death Note went to neither paradise nor punishment but to nothing. He had even allowed himself a final small smile at the symmetry of it because a god of justice ought to disappear as cleanly as he had arrived. He did not disappear cleanly. He fell instead, through a corridor the human mind is not equipped to perceive, between dimensions that ought to have been sealed against trespass. His soul tumbled like a leaf in a stairwell. The fall was very long and also took no time at all. He did not feel pain. He did not feel anything in the body sense because there was no body. What he felt was the slow detachment of personhood from event, the way that a swimmer who has been underwater too long stops being a swimmer and becomes a thing the water does whatever it likes with. And then, with the abruptness of a magnet pulling iron filings out of darkness, his soul was caught. Something tore him out of the corridor between worlds and slammed him into a small, warm, screaming wet thing that he understood, after a long moment of mute astonishment, to be a body. An infant body. An infant body with green eyes already opening, with a wound on its forehead still smoking like a freshly extinguished match. An infant body that had been emptied just enough by a curse it should not have survived to make room. The Voldemort fragment snug in the scar did not notice him arrive. The fragment was busy being newly born and was, in any case, not very intelligent on its own. It had been carved off in panic, not in ritual. Light noticed everything. The first sensation he was able to identify after the universe stopped being a tunnel and started being a room was the smell of his own mother's blood. He did not know it was his mother's blood. He knew only that there was a woman lying very still nearby and that the woman smelled like a person who had just been killed, and a part of him, somewhere deep beneath the still-forming neural matter of an infant's brain, recognized that smell the way one recognizes one's own handwriting. He had put hundreds of thousands of people into that exact condition. The second sensation he was able to identify was confusion, real confusion, of a kind Light Yagami had not personally experienced in years. He had never been a baby before. He had been a baby once, of course, in his previous life, but he had not been Light yet at the time, and the experience had left no usable notes. He cried. The crying was involuntary, the body did it. And then, because the brain he was attached to was too small to hold him at full strength, Light Yagami went to sleep at the bottom of the infant's mind and did not surface again for almost 4 years. When he did surface, it was at number 4, Privet Drive. He surfaced in fragments first. A precocious recognition at 14 months that his aunt was speaking a language and that he ought to learn it, he started forming words 2 weeks later, and Petunia Dursley, who suspected him of every imaginable freakishness, told her husband that the boy was showing off. A flash at 2 years old of intense annoyance when Dudley took a toy from his hands, annoyance not at the loss of the toy but at the inefficiency of crying about it, when crying would not return the toy and would only invite attention. He stopped crying that day. He filed Dudley away as a variable to be solved for, not an injury to be felt. By 3 he could read. He did not show anyone he could read. He had no specific plan for hiding it, only the general intuition which would have struck any adult who paid attention as deeply strange in a toddler. That competence was something to be banked rather than spent. By 4 the fragments had become a presence. He sat in the corner of the Dursleys' lounge while Vernon shouted about the petrol prices and watched the man with an attention Vernon would have been afraid of if he had understood what attention is. Light, in the body of a 4-year-old who was small even for 4, observed his uncle the way a chess player observes a board where his queen is hostage. He noted that Vernon was loud when he was insecure and quiet when he was lying. He noted that Petunia was the more dangerous of the two because Petunia genuinely hated him and Vernon merely resented him, and hate is a much steadier fuel than resentment. He noted that Dudley was simply a future Vernon, which made Dudley a problem with a known solution. He did not yet remember being Light. He had only the strategies of Light smuggled into the architecture of a small, frightened, very intelligent child. He used them on the small things. He learned to be invisible when invisibility was useful and pitiable when pity could be extracted. He learned that the safest place in the house was the cupboard under the stairs because the cupboard had a door and the door had a latch, and once the latch was thrown there was a small, predictable space inside which Vernon could not reach. He learned to ask for the cupboard. He learned to weep with calibrated convincingness when Petunia tried to move him to Dudley's second bedroom for a Christmas photograph. He preferred the cupboard. The cupboard was his. What he did not learn in those first 4 years was that he had ever been anything other than a small, unhappy boy named Harry Potter. The dam broke on his 6th birthday. It was a hot July afternoon. The Dursleys were holding Dudley's birthday party, a real birthday party with crepe paper streamers and a clown who appeared to despise children, and Harry had been locked in the cupboard for the duration with strict instructions to be silent. He had been silent. He was good at being silent. He sat on the thin mattress with his knees against his chest and listened to a stranger's laughter through the wall and to Vernon's much louder laughter through the floor, and he watched a single dust mote move slowly across a bar of light from the gap above the door. The dust mote was perfectly ordinary. It was while watching the dust mote that he remembered, in the manner of a man remembering where he has left his keys, that he had once written down the name of a 13-year-old girl who had stabbed her foster father with a kitchen knife, and that she had died at 4:17 p.m. on a Tuesday in Yokohama of a heart attack, and that the heart attack had occurred because he had wished it to. He did not move. The cupboard did not move. The dust mote did not move. The party noise above his head did not move. Time perhaps moved, but it moved very politely, the way a butler moves around an important guest. He sat very still and watched the dust mote and let the memory come. It came slowly at first, the way a bath fills, and then all at once. He remembered an apartment in Tokyo with a desk by a window. He remembered a father who was a police chief and a sister who used to call him Oni-chan. He remembered a girlfriend with long hair and a habit of looking sideways at him whenever he made a joke. He remembered the moment he picked up a notebook from a Tokyo high school courtyard when he had been 17 and bored and brilliant, and the small black book had said in English on the cover, Death Note. He remembered Ryuk. He remembered the cackle. He remembered apples. He remembered a man in a white shirt who sat with his knees drawn up like a frog and chewed the rim of a teacup and called him Light Kun in a voice that contained both affection and a guillotine. He remembered that he had outlived that man. He remembered, with the particular bitterness of a chess player who has fallen for a fork, that he had thought outliving that man was the end of the game. He remembered the warehouse. He remembered the stairs. He remembered the moment on the cold metal when his heart had refused his orders for the first time in his life. He remembered the small surprise of it, the pure pedagogical neatness of the universe finally saying, number. He remembered dying. He sat in the cupboard under the stairs at number 4 Privet Drive, a 6-year-old boy in his cousin's outgrown trousers, and he stared at the dust mote and he understood with an absolute and silent clarity that he was Light Yagami, that he was also Harry Potter, that these were the same fact, that he had been put inside the skin of a child who, on the night of October 31st in this small island nation that was not Japan, had been struck by something a great deal like a death note. That something or someone had spared him oblivion and given him a second draft. He did not weep, he did not panic. He did not do any of the things a 6-year-old would have done, because he was no longer in any meaningful sense a 6-year-old. He sat very still for about 2 minutes by his own count. Then he smiled for the first time in this life, a small and entirely private smile. He stretched out one bony arm and held it up to the bar of light from the door and turned the wrist this way and that and watched the dust drift around the small pale fingers. "Hello, Harry," he said quietly in English with the careful diction of a former honor student who had once studied the language for university entrance examinations. The Voldemort fragment, asleep in the scar, did not stir. The fragment was a parasite, it had no microphone. Light considered it even then the way a man considers a tapeworm, not without curiosity but without panic. He could feel it faintly the way one can feel an eyelash on the cheek. A small, dim, malicious presence riding in the back of his head. It was not him, it would never be him. He filed it away. He had more pressing matters to file. He had, for instance, no idea where he was. He could deduce a country from the accents. England, surely. The consonants too clipped to be American and the vowels too round to be Australian. He could deduce his rough age from the size of his own hands. He could deduce his family situation from the fact that he was locked in a cupboard during his cousin's party. He could deduce that something had survived of him beyond death and that something had brought him here and that the something had a sense of humor. He could not, however, yet deduce why. That would take research. He folded his small hands carefully in his lap. He breathed through his nose in the deliberate rhythm he had taught himself in his previous life, for use during examinations and police interviews. He let the inventory of his situation settle into the categories he had used for years. Asset 1, a working brain. Adult by any reasonable measure of education and training, lodged inside a child's neural hardware, he would have to be careful about overstressing it. Children's brains burned hot. Asset 2, a body, small, malnourished by all appearances but young, plastic, repairable. The body was the cheapest of his assets and also the one with the longest amortization curve. He would invest in it. Asset 3, presumed magic. He had only the faintest, most fragmentary impressions of what had happened on Halloween 1981. He did not yet have access to the wizard concepts under those names, but he knew, without needing to confirm it, that something abnormal had occurred. The scar on his forehead was not the scar of a car accident. He could feel its abnormality with the precision of a man who had once handled an inarguably supernatural object. The body he was in had been touched by something the rest of the species did not have. He set the question aside as one to be researched. Liability 1, the Dursleys, a father who would gladly beat him if provoked, a mother who would gladly starve him if undetected, a cousin who would gladly bait him if entertaining. None of them were threats in the strategic sense, they were weather, he would dress for the weather. Liability 2, ignorance. He did not know his own surname's significance. He did not know whether anyone outside this house was looking for him. He did not know who had killed his birth parents. He had assumed for some reason that someone had, and he did not know whether the killing was finished. Liability 3, the parasite in his scar, small, quiet, patient. He would have to be patient back. Goal 1, information. He would have to learn everything that this body's first owners had known and a great deal that they had not. Goal 2, justice. He had not abandoned that office. The world was always going to require justice. The only interesting question was whether he would be promoted to it again. He had every confidence that he would. He sat in the cupboard a long while. At last he uncurled his legs and reached up to touch the door latch very gently. It was bolted from the outside. He let his hand fall. Well then, he murmured in the precise, courteous English he would for the rest of this life deploy as both armor and weapon. Let us see what we have to work with. Above him, somewhere, a clown was making balloon animals while children screamed appreciatively. Light Yagami, in the body of Harry James Potter, listened to the screaming and did not feel anything at all. He began school at 5 and learned very quickly to underperform within a controlled range. The trick was the percentile. If he scored at the top of the class, Vernon would find out and beat him for showing up Dudley. If he scored at the bottom of the class, Petunia would assume he was wasting their charity and starve him for a day or two as a corrective. The optimum was a steady, dull 84th percentile, high enough that no one called the school authorities, low enough that no one took an interest. He maintained the 84th percentile with the small, bored pleasure of an Olympic shooter who has been forced to lose at darts. He never missed a target on purpose without enjoying the perversity of the miss. He read constantly when no one was watching. He read whatever he could acquire. The school had a small library. He made friends with the librarian, a fragile widow named Mrs. Figg, not the Mrs. Figg of his street, but a different one, gentler, more obliging, and she let him borrow titles 2 and 3 at a time. He read encyclopedias in the order they came on the shelf. He read a popular history of British government because it explained which adults could be made to do things by which other adults. He read the abridged law for laymen, because the police chief's son in his previous life had taught himself adult law at 8, and he was not going to fall behind his own first draft. He read with quiet satisfaction the rules of chess because chess was a useful metaphor and also because he liked it. He read, when he could find them, books on what the British called the occult. There were not many in a primary school library. He found 3, a popular paperback on famous psychics, a children's book on Halloween customs, and a slim second-hand volume titled British Folklore, Witches, Hags, and Hedgewives, which appeared to have been mis-shelved. He read the 3rd book with the particular attention of a man auditing a competitor's annual report. He learned that there were stories in England, going back to the time of the Roman occupation, of communities of people who claimed to use spells. He learned that these stories had survived the Reformation. He learned that there were, throughout English history, recurring phrases attached to these communities, old ones, cunning folk, the veiled, and that no historian had taken any of it very seriously since perhaps 1750. He read these chapters with the small smile that, in his previous life, his colleagues had learned to recognize as the smile of a hypothesis under construction. Magic, he concluded provisionally, was real. He had several pieces of evidence. The first was the scar. He could feel something through it sometimes. A low itch when angry adults were nearby, like a tuning fork held against a wineglass. The second was the small phenomena that occurred around him when he forgot to suppress them. A hairbrush moving an inch toward his hand when Petunia had hidden it, a teacher's wig leaping off her head during a maths lesson, the time age 7 when he had been chased into a schoolyard and had found himself with no recollection of climbing, sitting on the roof of the cafeteria. He had observed each of these incidents the way a scientist observes a peer-reviewed paper, with respect and skepticism in proportion. They were real. They were a function of something. He did not yet have a model. The third piece of evidence was the dreams. He did not remember most of his dreams. But once or twice a year since the cupboard memory, he dreamed of his birth mother. He did not know it was his birth mother. He knew only that there was a red-haired woman kneeling in a room with a destroyed crib and that she was shouting at him to take the boy and run, number not him. The shouting was directed at her own back behind her. The shouting had been directed on the night of October 31st, 1981 at her husband. The husband had not made it down the stairs. The dream always ended in the same green flash and the same small, soft thump of a body falling to the carpet. He treated the dreams as data. He recorded them in his head in the manner of a coroner. He attempted to reconstruct from them the layout of the room, and after several months of intermittent dreaming, he had a rough floor plan of a cottage he had never seen. He did not weep at the dreams. He had wept very rarely in his first life, and he was not going to start now. He filed his mother under mother, KILLED, avenge when possible, and his father under father, KILLED, avenge when possible, and he closed the file and turned to other work. The other work was the work of a sleeper agent in the Dursley household. He did the chores. He did them well because well-done chores attracted less correction than badly done ones. He cooked after age 7 because cooking was a skill and skills were assets. He gardened because gardening got him out of the house and into the small enclosed kingdom of the back garden where Vernon could not easily see him and where he could speak to himself in the language of his first life and not be overheard. He carried Dudley's books home from school because carrying Dudley's books home from school caused Dudley to stop hitting him by Thursday of the 3rd week of term, a return on investment of approximately 4 blows avoided per book carried. He was, in the language of the case files he had once read in his father's study, a model dependent. He never gave anyone a reason. He gave them instead a series of small productive opacities, and in the cupboard at night he made his plans. His first major project was the map. He had no real map of the world he was in. He had the rough shape of England from school and the rough shape of his street from delivery routes and the rough shape of the wizarding world from the folklore book, but he had no way to connect them. He needed contacts. He needed a window into the magical community, however small, and he had identified with the patient triangulation of a former intelligence officer that the old Mrs. Figg on Wisteria Walk was almost certainly his window. He had observed Mrs. Figg for 2 years. He had catalogued her cats. He had noticed that her cats were not, on closer inspection, ordinary cats. The patterns of their movements were too coordinated, too goal-directed, and one of them, the half-breed Kneasel she called Mr. Tibbles, had once in his presence given Vernon the exact patient look of a junior officer making a verbal report. He had observed Mrs. Figg's correspondence, which arrived by owl when she thought no one was watching. He had observed, at one point, a wand-shaped lump in her handbag when she had carried him home from a doctor's appointment. Mrs. Figg was a watcher. The watcher had been planted by someone. Someone then knew where he was. He did not know who and he did not know why, but he had a vector now which was much better than nothing. He did not approach Mrs. Figg. He had decided after considerable thought that approaching Mrs. Figg directly was a bad investment. She would not give him answers, she would report him. He needed her to remain a placid sentinel who saw what she expected to see, which was a quiet, somewhat odd boy who liked her cats. So he became, in her presence, that boy. He accepted her stale biscuits with thanks. He looked at the photo albums of her cats and asked polite questions. He memorized every wizard name she let slip and every reference to anything called the ministry, which she made twice in the year he was 8. He filed those names in the small private mental ledger he had begun to keep, the ledger which, in his first life, had been the indispensable companion of his work and which he had now reconstituted from memory and habit. The ledger had 3 columns: allies empty, assets empty mostly, filling, targets empty. He intended, by the time he was 12, to have all 3 columns full. The death note came to him in the cupboard, the autumn he turned 9, on a wet Tuesday after Vernon had hit him for breaking a glass. He had not broken the glass. Dudley had broken the glass. Vernon had not believed him because Vernon never believed him, and he had taken the blow and gone to the cupboard and shut the door and sat in the dark, and he had felt for the first time in a very long time something close to anger. He had not allowed himself anger before. Anger was inefficient. Anger was the opposite of plan. But on that Tuesday in October, with the inside of his cheek still bleeding from a backhand and the smell of the lounge still on his hair where Vernon had grabbed him, he allowed himself a small precise dose of anger, the way a doctor would allow himself a small precise dose of a controlled substance, and he sat in the cupboard and he thought very deliberately, I would like a notebook. He thought it like a prayer. He had not prayed in his first life, and he did not now think of it as praying, he thought of it as ordering. He had a body that did inexplicable things when emotional. He was emotional. He was going to direct that bodily capacity at a specific object. He was going to do it correctly the first time because the second time would be questioned. He thought, I would like the notebook I once owned, I would like its rules, I would like every property it had then, I would like it bound for the world I am in now, capable of names in this world, I would like it sized to fit my hand, I would like it inconspicuous, I would like it ready. Something in the air of the cupboard changed. It was not a flash, it was not a noise. It was, instead, the particular quiet of a room that had just exhaled. He felt against his left thigh where his hand had been resting palm down on the mattress, the soft sudden pressure of an object that had not been there a half-second earlier. He did not move for a long moment. He counted to 30, then he closed his hand around the object and brought it slowly into his lap. It was a notebook, black leatherette, slightly battered at the corners as if it had spent some years in a coat pocket, about the size of a thin novel. The cover was unornamented except for 2 English words embossed in a font he remembered very precisely, Death Note. He let out one slow, long breath. He opened the book. The inside cover was blank. He turned the page. The inside of the first leaf bore in small, neat printing the rules he remembered in English instead of the Japanese they had been written in his first life. They had been transposed, translated. The notebook had read him. The human whose name is written in this notebook shall die. This notebook will not take effect unless the writer has the subject's face in mind when writing his/her name. Persons sharing the same name will not be affected. If the cause of death is written within 40 seconds of writing the person's name, it will happen. If the cause of death is not specified, the person will simply die of a heart attack. After writing the cause of death, details of the death should be written in the next 6 minutes and 40 seconds. He read each rule. He read them slowly. He read them, in fact, more slowly than he needed to because the slowness was a form of greeting. He had not seen these words in this exact order in something like a decade subjective, and he had not expected with anything like certainty to ever see them again. He turned to the next page, then the next. Each was blank, ruled lightly in a pale gray that would not show up under casual inspection. He fanned through the entire notebook. There were 120 pages. At 3 names per line, 20 lines per page, he had used these exact dimensions before in a notebook that no longer existed in this universe. He had something on the order of 7,000 names available to him before the book was full. 7,000, more than enough. He closed the notebook and held it in both hands and sat very still for a long minute. Then he laughed. It was a small, dry laugh, scarcely louder than a cough, the laugh of a man who has discovered, against all reasonable expectation, that the universe has decided to apologize for the bad joke it played on him last time. He laughed once and then he stopped because laughter was inefficient, and he set the notebook flat on the mattress and contemplated it. Somewhere inside the body he was wearing, the Voldemort fragment in his scar stirred uneasily as though aware of the proximity of something it did not understand. Light noted the stirring. He had been wondering whether the fragment would notice. He had his answer. The fragment was sensitive to the kind of magic the Death Note carried. He would keep the notebook out of the cupboard, then during periods when the fragment was active, he had begun to be able to feel the rhythms of its half-life, the way one feels the breathing of a cat asleep on one's leg, and he would write in it when the fragment was at its quietest. He had to think about storage. The cupboard, by virtue of being shared with the rest of the house, was insecure. The Dursleys did not generally search his belongings. They did not consider his belongings to be belongings. But Petunia rummaged for laundry once a week, and Vernon kicked at the door if he was drunk, and either could discover a notebook on the mattress if it lay there. He needed it hidden and reachable. He looked up. The cupboard had a tiny shelf above the door set into the slope of the stairs, deep enough to hold perhaps 4 slim books and high enough that even Vernon would have had to fetch a stool. Vernon never came into the cupboard. Petunia barely came into the cupboard. He had piled a few school books on that shelf for 2 years now, and no one had ever touched them. He had to stand all the way up on tiptoe and slid the death note onto the shelf, behind the school books, with the spine facing the wall so that even a brief inspection would show only black leatherette indistinguishable from the back of an old dictionary. He stood there a moment longer in the dark with one hand braced against the wall. "Hello," he murmured to it, "I missed you." He climbed back down, he sat on the mattress, he let himself for a careful, measured 15 seconds smile. Then he resumed planning. He would not write a name yet, he had no name worth writing. He had decided, somewhere between the Encyclopedia of British Government and the folklore book and the third dream of his mother, that his first major target in this life would be the man who had killed his parents. He did not yet know that man's name. He had in fact only the vaguest sketch of him. Tall, hooded, possessor of a voice his mother had called by something that began with a V, possessor of a wand that fired green light. Possessor of an organization of which Mrs. Fig, his neighbor, was apparently a part but on the opposing side, since the red-headed mother in his dreams had not been hiding from Mrs. Fig. He had to find the green light man. He had to find the green light man's full and legal name. He had to find, also, the names of any persons the green light man considered indispensable, because killing a man without killing his lieutenants was a beginner's mistake, and he had not been a beginner since 2003. He had to find faces to pair with the names, because the death note required faces. He had to find a way to obtain wizarding books, because the British curriculum did not carry biographical entries on dark wizards. He had 2 years before the magical world, by his calculation, would have to take official notice of him. The folklore book had referred, in one passing line, to a school somewhere in Scotland that took children of the magical persuasion at the age of 11. He would be 11 in July of his 11th year by Dursley reckoning. He had until then. 2 years was, he reflected with quiet satisfaction, more than enough. He had once outmaneuvered the world's greatest detective in less time than that, with fewer tools and no notebook to begin with. He lay back on the mattress and folded his hands across his chest and closed his eyes. The dust mote somewhere above him had finally settled, the cupboard was quiet, the fragment in his scar was quiet, the notebook on the shelf was, for the first time in his memory, quiet. In the dark, very softly, he spoke aloud the small sentence with which he had ended every day of his first life, all according to plan. Then light Yagami, in the body of a 9-year-old British boy named Harry Potter, went asleep with the slow, even breathing of a man who has, against every reasonable expectation of the universe, been issued a second draft. Above him, in the warm small house at number 4 Privet Drive, Vernon Dursley snored and dreamed of the small, ordinary domestic happiness he believed he was entitled to. He had, by Light's revised calendar, 16 months left to live. He did not write a name in the notebook for 9 days. The discipline of waiting was not in his nature. Exactly, Light Yagami had always been a man of moves. And moves required boards, and boards required pieces, and pieces required, at the absolute minimum, a willingness to touch them. But the discipline of waiting before a great move had been in his nature since the moment he had decided at 17 that a god could not afford to be careless. He treated the 9-day pause as a sort of Sabbath. He would let the notebook lie on the shelf above the door, unopened and unused, and he would observe what it cost him to leave it lying there. It cost him, he was unsurprised to find, very little. The discipline of waiting had also been one of the lessons he had taken away from his first death. He spent the 9 days noticing things instead. He noticed, for instance, that the second time he opened the notebook on Wednesday in the cupboard, by the light of a torch he had borrowed without permission from Vernon's tool drawer, there was no second consciousness on the other end of the book. No god of death sat in the corner with his knees against his chin and his yellow eyes wide and uninterested. The notebook had come without a Ryuk. Whether that was an oversight by the universe or a deliberate gift, he could not tell, and he did not waste time deciding. The absence of Ryuk was, on net, an asset. Ryuk had always been a security risk. Ryuk had laughed too loudly in rooms where laughter would have been heard. Ryuk also had liked apples in a way Light had occasionally suspected of being a form of leverage. He was glad to be free of apples. He noticed on the 3rd day that the notebook had no obvious effect on the parasite in his scar so long as he kept it physically separated from his head by more than a foot. The scar fragment registered the notebook only as a low, distant unease, like a man dimly aware in his sleep that there is an unfamiliar dog in the next room. He could live with that. He would simply never read the notebook while pressed to a pillow. He noticed on the 5th day, while shelling peas for Sunday lunch, that he was beginning to feel something he had not allowed himself to feel since the warehouse stairs. It was hope. He examined it the way a coroner examines a tooth. He turned it over, he weighed it. He set it down and looked at it from 3 angles. It was unmistakable. He had not been hopeful since 2010 subjective. He had been determined and he had been satisfied, and once or twice in the last weeks of his first life he had been afraid, but hope had been a luxury he had abandoned somewhere around the second time he had outsmarted the Japanese task force, when he had realized that all the boards he was likely to play on had been put in front of him and that none of them were going to surprise him anymore. This board was going to surprise him. He allowed himself to enjoy that fact briefly, and then he put hope back where he had found it, in the pea pod beside the colander, and finished shelling. On the 8th day he tested the notebook. He did not test it on a person. He had not yet recovered the precise threshold of the rules in this new world, whether Muggle names worked, whether his handwriting needed to match the world's standard alphabet, whether the 40-second window was identical to the one he remembered, and he was not going to waste a clean death on an experiment. He tested it instead on a fly. He selected on Saturday afternoon a single blue bottle that had been buzzing irritably against the kitchen window for 2 days. He observed the fly. He memorized the precise pattern of veined wing and the slight asymmetry of the left foreleg. He retreated to the cupboard. He opened the notebook on the mattress and selected a clean page near the back of the book. He did not want test material near the front, which he was saving for proper work, and he wrote in pencil in the smallest careful hand he could manage, the blue bottle now on the kitchen window above the sink at number 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging. He hesitated. The Death Note rules required a name. A blue bottle did not have a name in the human sense. He thought about that for several seconds and then added, beneath the descriptor, the word fly in capitals, which was both the species and the name he had assigned the creature for the purposes of the test. He waited. 40 seconds passed. When he returned to the kitchen slowly with the casual scuff of a boy who had no interest in being interesting, the blue bottle was no longer buzzing. It was on the linoleum beneath the window, on its back, with its small black legs tucked precisely as a fly's legs tuck themselves in death. He bent down, he looked at it. He looked at it for a long time. He felt distantly the small pure pleasure of a hypothesis confirmed by experiment. He had not yet tested whether the notebook would kill humans in this world of this body's handwriting. He suspected it would. He would not need many more confirmations. He swept the fly into a dustpan by way of completing the experiment with appropriate cleanup and tipped it into the bin under the sink. That evening he sat in the cupboard with the notebook on his knees and wrote on the very first page in pencil in his neatest hand, VRNONDURSLEY. He did not specify a cause. He did not specify a time. He did not even in the end complete the entry. He paused with the pencil's tip on the V, on the cusp of finishing the second word, and considered. He had 3 reasons to kill Vernon Dursley. Reason 1 was that he disliked Vernon Dursley, and disliking a person was, in his old framework, a poor reason for killing them but also not a disqualifying one. Reason 2 was that Vernon Dursley had hit him, recently, hard enough to draw blood, and as a matter of long-standing personal policy, persons who drew his blood did not live to do it twice. Reason 3, and the only reason that would have moved him in his first life, was that Vernon Dursley was likely to interfere with his eventual plans by, for example, refusing him the Hogwarts letter when it arrived, or by attempting to physically prevent him from leaving the house with his school trunk in the summer. The first 2 reasons did not justify the operational expense. They were, in his current framework, ego. He could afford a small amount of ego at his age, but he preferred to spend it on chess rather than on murder. The third reason was real but not yet ripe. The Hogwarts letter was, by his estimate, 16 months away. Vernon would not refuse it for another 16 months. There was no point in killing Vernon today, and then living with the consequences of an unsolved cardiac event in his own household for a year and a half, with Petunia's grief and Petunia's questions, and Petunia's possible inquiries to the police. Far better to wait until the operation served 2 purposes at once. The optimal date for Vernon's death was the day the Hogwarts letter arrived in the post, and Vernon attempted to interfere with it. He erased VERNONDURSLEY very carefully with a small pink eraser borrowed from the school library. The pencil marks came away cleanly. The page was, when he was done, almost indistinguishable from a fresh sheet. There was perhaps the faintest indentation in the paper where his pencil had pressed, but the indentation would not survive the next page laid on top of it. He had been right to use pencil. He made a note to find better implements, a fountain pen perhaps with archival ink for permanent entries. He closed the notebook and returned it to the shelf. He sat in the cupboard a long while in the dark. Then he allowed himself, in a small voice almost inaudible even to himself, to say the second thing he had said many thousands of times in his first life, the sentence that had more than any single other line of dialogue been the private liturgy of his work, I am justice. The cupboard did not answer. The fragment in his scar, dim and uncomprehending, did not answer. The death note on the shelf did not answer. He had not expected an answer. The point of a liturgy was not to be answered. The point of a liturgy was to be said. He lay down, he closed his eyes. He began in the soft, careful dark of the cupboard under the stairs to compose a research plan. The plan had 3 phases. Phase 1, identify the hooded man, his organization, his lieutenants, his sympathizers. Phase 2, collect names and faces. Phase 3, write. He estimated the total duration of the plan at 3 to 7 years, depending on whether the wizarding school in Scotland gave him reasonable access to a library. He would, he decided, allow himself up to year 5 of attendance to complete it. If he was forced to extend into year 6, he would consider himself to have underperformed. He intended very much not to underperform. Outside on Privet Drive, a fine autumn rain had begun to fall. It struck the small frosted window over Petunia's sink and the dustpan now empty of Blue Bottle and the bonnet of Vernon's car. It struck the slate roof of number 4 with the small, even patter that has been, in England, the background music of every patient act since the Romans first came ashore. Inside the cupboard under the stairs, the boy who was 2 boys at once, the parasite in his forehead asleep, the notebook on its shelf, the plan blooming behind his eyes, listened to the rain. He had not been Light Yagami for very many years. He had not been Harry Potter for very many years either. In neither identity, in neither life, had he ever been more dangerous than he was on the night his second draft began to write itself. Chapter 2, The Research Years. The first wizarding book entered number 4, Privet Drive, on the evening of November 17th, in the year Harry Potter would have turned 9, had Harry Potter ever truly been only 9. It came in by a small brown owl that had visibly never been to that street before, and that, by the way it landed on the back garden fence and looked around, did not entirely approve of suburbia. Light, who had been on his knees in the vegetable bed pulling up the last of the autumn leeks for Petunia, observed the owl from beneath the brim of Dudley's outgrown cap and did not move. He had been waiting for an owl for some weeks. It was statistically inevitable. He had reasoned that a child in the Mrs. Fig watch zone would, at some point, intersect with magical postal traffic intended for some other Fig-adjacent target. Tonight's owl was not for him, it was for Mrs. Fig, 2 houses over, and it was holding a brown paper-wrapped parcel of approximately book size. He noted the parcel. He noted the route the owl took when it lifted off over the privet hedge between the number 6 chimneys, into Mrs. Fig's open window on the 2nd floor, and he committed to memory the small black wax seal that he had glimpsed on the parcel's upper corner, an emblem like a flying horse. That night after the Dursleys had gone to bed, he crept to the kitchen window and looked at Mrs. Fig's lights. They were still on. He could see her moving about her downstairs room with the brown paper parcel half unwrapped on the table, and through the open curtain he could see the book she had drawn out of it, dark green cover, gold lettering, no jacket. He had only a moment to look. He spent the moment well. He identified 2 characters of the title, a capital H and a doubled lowercase r, 4 characters from the right edge, and he filed them. The next afternoon he engineered, by means of a deliberate skin knee on Mrs. Fig's front path, an invitation into her sitting room for ointment and a digestive biscuit. The book was on the side table. He observed it without appearing to observe it. Greenish leather binding, gold tooling. Title across the spine in raised letters, A History of Magic. Author, Bathilda Bagshot. He spelled it back to himself silently 3 times to lock the orthography in. He smiled when Mrs. Fig pressed the biscuit on him, and he asked, with the rounded, innocent stupidity of a normal, lonely child, whether her cats had ever had kittens. When he went home, he had everything he needed. He had a name and an author. He had a sample of the binding and the style. He had a vector, owls, postal, and a source. Somewhere there was a publisher in this country that printed wizarding books. Somewhere there was a shop or several shops that sold them. Somewhere there was a man or woman who handled the orders. He had no money. He had no way to walk into such a shop without a sponsor. He had, however, a death note which was not directly useful for this kind of acquisition, but which had a way of clearing tactical space when used judiciously. He sat in the cupboard that night and considered the problem as a series of moves. Move 1, he needed access to the wizarding postal system. The simplest access was through someone who already had it. Mrs. Fig had it. He would not approach Mrs. Fig directly, but he might quietly intercept her post. Move 2, he needed reading material targeted to the question. A History of Magic was a beginning. He would also need books on contemporary wizarding politics, on the recently concluded war, on the man with the green wand. He suspected such books existed. Every society that had a war eventually produced its books on the war. Move 3, he needed cover. If books began appearing in the cupboard, eventually Petunia would find one. He needed Petunia preoccupied. He needed in due course to remove Petunia from the equation altogether, but only after his own departure to the wizarding school, because Petunia dead before that point would mean social services and a new uncontrolled environment. He noted with mild interest that the planning for his second life was beginning to feel like the planning for his first life had felt at 16, when he had first decided to use the notebook on a single mid-level Yakuza boss and watch the chain of consequences for 2 weeks before continuing. The rhythms were the same. The pleasure was the same. He had not realized he had missed it until he felt it return. He went asleep with the small, satisfied smile he had worn in the photograph in his bedroom in Tokyo on the night he had finally caught L's interrogators in a single contradiction. He stole his first book from Mrs. Fig's front porch a week before Christmas. It was a small theft. She had left a stack of 3 small books wrapped in twine on the porch table, apparently for the postman to collect, since wizards sometimes used Muggle post for sending things to Muggle-adjacent friends, and Mrs. Fig had several of those. He took the bottom book of the stack, which had no spine writing visible, and replaced it with a copy of an identical thickness Dursley telephone directory that he had wrapped in identical twine. The substitution would survive a casual glance and probably a postman's lift. It would be discovered only when the original recipient unwrapped the parcel, by which time Mrs. Fig would assume she had misplaced the third book, and there were enough perfectly possible loss vectors. A Kneazle had knocked it off the table, she had carried it inside without noticing, she had given it absent-mindedly to a friend that no investigation would converge on a 9-year-old boy across the road. He took the book home in his school satchel under his maths textbook. He waited until 2 in the morning. He opened it under the cupboard torch. It was titled Modern Wizarding Britain, A Citizen's Guide, 1981 edition. It was, to his frank delight, exactly the brief he had imagined existed. He read it in 3 nights. He learned, that first night, the name of the war that had just ended in the wizarding country he lived in. He learned the name of the dark wizard who had led one side and who had vanished mysteriously on Halloween in October 1981 after attempting to kill an infant. The name of the dark wizard was, in the book's prose, Lord Voldemort. He read the name. He read it again. He turned the next page. He learned that the infant survived. He learned that the infant's parents had not. He learned that the infant was named Harry Potter and that he had been deposited with relatives in Surrey, and that the wizarding country he lived in had taken to referring to him in the pages of the popular press as the boy who lived. He paused. He set the book down on the mattress. He closed his eyes for 15 seconds. Then he opened his eyes and picked the book up and resumed reading. He had not, he would acknowledge later, been entirely prepared for the moment. He had known he had survived a curse. He had known there was a hooded man. He had not known that he was the subject of 2 countries' worth of myths. He had not known that he had a market value. He had not known that the entire question of his unguarded survival under the Dursley roof was unguarded only because someone, the book did not say who, had specifically arranged that everyone in the wizarding world know that he was alive, while no one in the wizarding world knew where. That last piece interested him very much. It implied protection at the cost of opacity, which was the trade-off of a careful adult mind, not the trade-off of pure neglect. There was then an adult somewhere in the wizarding country who was operating his case with strategy. He did not yet know that adult's name. He noted in his mental ledger a new line, guardian adjacent, unknown, powerful. Priority to identify. He learned that second night the structure of the wizarding government, the Ministry of Magic, the Wisengamot, the Auror Department within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the Department of Mysteries. He read the chapter on the war twice. He learned the term Death Eater. He learned that during the war there had been an organization called the Order of the Phoenix that had opposed the Death Eaters, and that Mrs. Fig, almost certainly, was either a member of or peripheral to that organization. He learned that Lord Voldemort had been the leader of the Death Eaters, that he had recruited from the older pureblood families, that his stated objective had been the subjugation or extermination of Muggle-borns, that he had vanished on the night of the infant's survival and was presumed dead. The book was cautious on the question of whether he was actually dead. The author, one Asphodel Wright, used the word vanished twice in 3 paragraphs and never the word deceased. Asphodel Wright had been correct to be cautious. Light in the cupboard was already certain that Lord Voldemort was not dead. The parasite in his scar was the proof. He had known, almost since the day of the cupboard memory, that there was a fragment of something else in his forehead, and the moment the book named Lord Voldemort he had felt the fragment stir, faintly, the way a small dog whose name has been called from another room will lift its head. He learned that third night the names of the most notorious Death Eaters who had been captured at the end of the war. The book listed 12. He copied each name in pencil onto the inside back cover of his school maths textbook, where he could review it without ever opening the wizarding book in front of the Dursleys. Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, Rabiston Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, Augustus Rookwood, Lucius Malfoy, Walden Macnair, Crabassar, Goylasar, Avery, Yaxley, Mulciber, 12 names. some imprisoned in a place called Azkaban, others walking free under the legal cover of the imperious curse defense. They had argued with varying degrees of credibility that they had been bewitched into service. The book treated this defense with a marked editorial dryness. Light treated it with no editorial dryness whatsoever. He understood, from his first life, what wealthy men did when they were caught, and he had no interest in distinguishing the imprisoned from the unimprisoned. He would set them all to the same fate in due course. He returned the stolen book to a different location on Mrs. Fig's front porch 9 days later, slid under the empty milk bottles in a position from which she might plausibly have dropped it and forgotten. He never confirmed whether she recovered it. He had what he needed. By February, he had stolen 2 more books. The second was a slimmer volume titled Who's Who in the Dark Arts, 1979, a year out of date but extremely useful, which gave him, for the first time, photographs. Wizarding photographs moved, which was a peculiar nuisance for a man trying to memorize a face for use with a death note, but he learned to memorize the resting expression, the moment of greatest stillness in the loop. The Lestranges in their photograph were 3 siblings, 2 brothers and the sister-in-law who had married into the family, and Bellatrix was already in 1979 the most alarming person in the photograph, with eyes that the camera had captured in mid-laugh and a smile that suggested she had just told a joke about a body. He memorized her face with particular care. The third was a much-thumbed copy of the Daily Prophet's anniversary issue, 10 years after You Know Who, which he stole, with some technical effort, from a kindly Muggle-born wizard who had moved onto Wisteria Walk the previous autumn and whose subscription Mrs. Fig had been forwarding. The anniversary issue had been published in October of the prior year and contained, for Light's research purposes, the single richest concentration of source material he had yet found. A centerfold map of major Death Eater sightings during the war, an interview with Madame Amelia Bones of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement about the post-war prosecutions, a brief biographical sketch of every named convict still in Azkaban, and most prized of all, a paragraph at the back of the issue, in a column of corrections and curiosities, noting that one Tom Marvolo riddle. A former Slytherin head boy from 1944 who had vanished from the historical record sometime in the 1950s, had been suspected by one fringe historian of having been the man who later styled himself Lord Voldemort. He read that paragraph, he read it 3 times. He sat for several minutes with the paper across his knees in the cupboard. Tom Marvolo riddle, he memorized the spelling. He turned the name over in his head. He wrote it in pencil on the cupboard wall in the smallest hand he could manage, and then he erased it with the eraser. He wrote it again, this time on a small square of paper, and burned the square of paper with the cupboard torch over a tin lid. He did this for purely psychological reasons. He had wanted to see the name burn. He had wanted to see whether the name burned ordinarily or whether it resisted burning in some way that suggested supernatural protection. The name burned ordinarily. The paper ash settled on the tin lid. He breathed out. He did not yet write Tom Marvolo riddle in the death note. He could not yet. He had no face for the name. The anniversary issue had no photograph of the schoolboy riddle, and the older hooded man he had glimpsed in his dreams was not, by any reasonable evidentiary standard, identifiable as the boy from the 1944 yearbook. He needed a face. He needed also to understand how the fragment in his scar related to the wizard from whom the fragment had presumably come. He had a theory. He wanted confirmation. His theory was that Voldemort had survived October 31, 1981 in some form, and that the survival had been achieved through some sort of soul anchoring that wizards had a word for and that he did not yet know. The fragment in his scar was an exhibit. He had not yet seen any reference to such soul anchoring in the books he had read. He would need a much better library than Privet Drive could supply. He would need Hogwarts. He set the anniversary issue aside and added to his ledger target list: Tom Marvolo riddle, identity Lord Voldemort, status not deceased, face unknown, cause TBD, primary 1 Bellatrix Lestrange, status Azkaban, face confirmed, cause TBD 2 Rodolphus Lestrange, status Azkaban, face confirmed, cause TBD 3 Rabaston Lestrange, status Azkaban, face confirmed, cause TBD 4 Antonin Dolohov, status Azkaban, face confirmed 5 Augustus Rookwood, status Azkaban, face confirmed 6 Lucius Malfoy, status free Imperious Defense, face confirmed 7 Walden McNair, status free, face photograph in Prophet 1979 8 Krabasar, status free, face photograph in Prophet 1979 9 Goylasar, status free, face photograph in Prophet 1979 10 Avery, status free, face confirmed 11 Yaxley, status free, face confirmed 12 Mulciber, status free, face confirmed 13 entries. He had not yet decided whether to include the Lestrange's jailers or members of the Wisengamot whom he might in due course identify as sympathetic to Voldemort or various lesser sympathizers. He would refine the list. He would also, somewhere in the next 2 years, need to acquire faces for the Lestranges. The photograph he had was of 3 young adults, and they had aged a decade in Azkaban, but he had read in one of the books that Azkaban photographs were taken regularly for ministry records and that those records were occasionally reproduced in the press. He closed his ledger. He locked it back into his memory. He extinguished the torch. Spring brought the Hogwarts letter 5 months earlier than he had estimated, in the form of a curiosity. There was no letter for him. There was, however, a letter by Owl for one of the other primary school children on Privet Drive, a delicate sandy-haired boy named Reginald Pritchett who lived 3 houses down and whose mother was a Muggle-born witch. Light learned of the letter by the simple expedient of watching Reginald Pritchett's house for 2 hours one Saturday afternoon, having developed in the early months of the year the conviction that other magical children would be living quietly in the surrounding suburbs. He was correct. He saw the owl. He saw Reginald Pritchett's mother run out to take the letter in plain view of the street with the careless joy of a woman who had been waiting for a particular envelope for 10 years. He noted the timing. March. Reginald was 12, evidently a late bloomer placed in a special pre-Hogwarts year or possibly a transfer, and he filed the information. The information was vital. Letters came by owl. Letters came to the front door, not to the chimney. Letters were addressed by hand, sometimes in green ink. He caught the color from a distance, and they were sealed with wax. He would, by extrapolation, receive such a letter in the summer of his 11th year, addressed to the cupboard under the stairs by the same postal system. He would receive it whether Vernon Dursley wished it or not. He would also, by extrapolation, receive it whether he himself wished it or not. The wizarding world had identified its missing prince and had decided in advance that the prince would attend its school. He would attend its school. He would attend its school happily. He intended to make extremely good use of its library. He went home and wrote, in the margin of his cupboard schedule, a single date, July 31st of the year after next. He drew a small box around the date. He resumed his planning. Autumn of his 10th year brought him the face of Lord Voldemort. It came via a book he had not stolen but bought. With the small sum he had saved over 6 months from coins Dudley dropped in the lounge sofa cushions and that Light salvaged before Petunia did her weekly cleaning, he had accumulated by autumn £3.43. He had spent the better part of 2 weeks engineering a school trip excursion that took him near a tobacconist in Little Winging that he had identified, by the trickle of owl traffic in and out of its delivery alley at dusk, as a wizard-adjacent business with a secret stockroom for the magical community. He had been right. The tobacconist had in his front window 2 stacks of paperback books labeled in small handwritten card for the discerning customer. The discerning customers in question were evidently magical. Light, on a school trip and momentarily separated from the group, had bought the cheapest of the books, a thin paperback titled The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts by one Harriet Brithwood for £3.20. He took the change. He hid the book in his shirt. That night he read it. It was a sensationalist popular history of the rise of Voldemort, written in the style of a thriller and aimed at adolescent readers. It was, accordingly, exactly what he needed. It opened with a 4-page color photograph spread of Voldemort at various ages. Riddle as an orphan, Riddle as the Slytherin head boy of 1944, Riddle in his 30s under an alias as an antiques dealer in Knockturn Alley, and finally Voldemort proper as glimpsed by witnesses during the war years in his snake-faced final form. Light memorized the snake-faced final form first, because it was the most likely face he would need. He memorized the schoolboy face second, because Tom Marvolo Riddle was the legal name, and the schoolboy face was the face most likely to be linked to the name by the metaphysics of the Death Note. He memorized the in-between faces third, in case any of them was the form Voldemort had elected to wear at the moment of writing. He sat in the cupboard with the book open across his knees and committed the 4 faces to memory the way a portrait painter commits a face: angle of cheekbone, distance between pupils, set of mouth, line of nose. He committed Tom Marvolo Riddle the schoolboy with particular care. The schoolboy had been beautiful in the cold way that certain Asian boys had been beautiful in Light's first life: pale, fine-featured, dark-haired, gray-eyed. The schoolboy had the look of a boy who knew, even at 17, that he had won. Light, on the schoolboy's behalf, understood. He had worn that look at 17 too. He turned the page. He read the chapter on Voldemort's known associates. The list overlapped with his ledger. He added 2 names, one Thorfinn Roll and one Travers, for whom the book provided photographs. He added a 3rd name, listed in a footnote as a suspected Death Eater but never formally identified at trial. 1 Peter Pettigrew, a Gryffindor graduate friend of 1 James Potter who had been killed during the war along with a dozen muggles in an explosion attributed to 1 Sirius Black. The book offered the official account, Pettigrew dead, Black imprisoned, Potter's dead. Light read the official account 3 times. The official account smelled wrong. He had read enough criminal history paperbacks in his first life to recognize the rhythm of an official account that the population had agreed to believe in order to avoid having to look at it again. The Black case had that rhythm. He noted Sirius Black, wizarding criminal, possibly framed, investigate. He noted beneath it Peter Pettigrew, possibly alive, possibly the actual Death Eater, investigate. He did not yet add either to the kill list. He needed evidence. He had time. He set the book aside and sat in the cupboard a long while, watching the small light from the torch on the wall. He had by his own count 15 names confirmed for the kill list and 4 more under investigation. He had Voldemort's face. He had Voldemort's legal name. He had the structural map of the wizarding country. He had not yet had a chance to write any name in the death note. He could afford the patience. The whole point of the patience was that it was paying very rich dividends. He extinguished the torch. He lay back. He had by his revised calendar 8 months until the Hogwarts letter. Vernon Dursley had, by his revised calendar, 8 months until his cardiac event. It was, all things considered, a satisfying autumn. The Hogwarts letter arrived on the morning of July 24th of his 11th year. It came by owl, as expected. It came addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey, which was the address Light had been predicting for 2 years and which still gave him a small private pleasure to see in green ink on cream parchment. It came at 7:14 a.m. while Vernon was on his second piece of toast. Vernon opened the letter. Vernon read the letter. Vernon turned the precise dark plum of a man whose blood pressure had decided to declare itself. Vernon tore the letter in half. Vernon threw the letter in the bin. Vernon, for good measure, put a coffee mug on top of the bin lid, as if the letter might attempt to crawl out by itself. Light, who had eaten his porridge in the small, respectful silence he reserved for such moments, observed Vernon's performance from beneath his lashes and made his final calculations. He had been planning the day for 6 months. He had decided 3 weeks earlier that he would write Vernon's name in the death note in the morning, while Vernon was alive to receive the consequences, but he would specify the time of death for the small hours of the following morning, so that Vernon would die not in a fit at the breakfast table, which would generate a hospital admission, an autopsy, an inquest, but in his sleep on his back in his own bedroom. From a perfectly ordinary heart attack of the kind that took men of Vernon's profile every day, he had selected the cause of death from a careful reading of a Reader's Digest article on cardiac risk. He had selected the time of death, 2:47 a.m. For its statistical inconspicuousness, the dead of the night when paramedics arrived too late and pathologists shrug. He had also decided that Vernon would die only after attempting, the previous evening, to physically prevent him from leaving the house with the Hogwarts letter. He needed Vernon's interference on the public record. He needed Petunia to have witnessed her husband's red-faced refusal. He needed the wizarding world, when it eventually came to collect him, to find a household where the patriarch had been actively hostile to the boy's departure right up until the moment death intervened. He needed, in short, a perfectly natural sequence of events. A refused letter, an enraged uncle, a sudden tragic medical episode, a widow grateful in her grief to have the strange nephew taken off her hands. He executed the sequence over the following 31 hours with the workmanlike calm of a man laying tile. He let Vernon refuse that morning. He let Vernon nail boards over the letterbox by lunchtime when the second owl came. He let Vernon shout at the third owl in the afternoons. He let Vernon drag the family in the car to a cheap seaside hotel for the night, ostensibly to escape further letters, in fact to satisfy what Light had recognized as Vernon's deep and very muggle conviction that location-changing solved problems. He let Vernon in the rented hotel room, lock him in the bathroom with a single thin towel and tell him through the door that he was going to grow up to be nothing. He waited until the family slept. He removed the death note from the inside lining of his school satchel. He had taken the precaution weeks earlier of unstitching the lining and sewing a small flat compartment into it. The notebook fit perfectly, and he set it on his knees on the bath mat. He uncapped the fountain pen he had finally acquired 3 months earlier by a small bit of careful retail theft from a stationer's in Surbiton. He wrote in the small, neat hand he had practiced for months, Vernon Albert Dursley. He paused. He had the middle name. He had the man's face, 3-dimensional in his memory, far more complete than any photograph. He had everything he needed. He drew a small line beneath the name and wrote in the same hand on the line beneath, cause myocardial infarction during sleep, time 2:47 a.m. on the morning of July 25th. Details, dies peacefully on his back in the family hotel room of acute heart failure consistent with his medical history and weight. No prior symptoms, no final words, no alarm raised before 6 a.m. He closed the notebook. He returned the notebook to the satchel. He returned the satchel to the floor. He sat very still in the bath with the towel around his shoulders and watched the second hand on his wristwatch, the cheap plastic one Dudley had thrown at his head some years earlier, make a single complete revolution. The 40 seconds passed. The notebook had accepted the entry. He went asleep on the bath mat. He slept well. He had been preparing to do this for 2 years, and the act itself had taken 9 seconds. At 2:47 a.m. on the morning of July 25th, in a roadside hotel room 3/4 of a mile from the channel, Vernon Albert Dursley's heart performed a single quiet inversion of its normal rhythm and stopped. He had been dreaming of nothing in particular. His face in the dream had been almost gentle. He did not wake, he did not move. There was the small, soft creak of the bed springs as the muscle tone in his lower legs relaxed, and the small, soft sigh of escaping air as the last breath went out, and then there was no sound from him at all. Petunia, beside him, slept on for another 3 hours. She woke at 6. She rolled over to nudge him for the morning tea he made when they were on holiday, and her hand met the wrong temperature. She said his name twice. The third time her voice scraped, the fourth time she screamed. By 6:30, the hotel manager had called an ambulance. By 7, the paramedics had confirmed what Petunia already knew. By 8, a doctor had pronounced the cause death by natural cardiac arrest, consistent with the patient's profile. There would be no autopsy, the doctor said, unless the family wished one, and the family, meaning Petunia holding the small hand of a sobbing Dudley, did not wish one. The doctor was kind. The paramedics were kind. The hotel manager produced a pot of tea. Light Yagami, in the body of a small bereaved nephew, sat on the edge of the second bed in the hotel room and held a glass of water for his aunt with both hands. He did not cry. No one expected him to cry. He had not, after all, been close to his uncle. He observed Petunia. She wept in the particular racked way of a woman who had not been expecting the loss for at least 20 more years, and he allowed himself the small intellectual pleasure of noticing that her grief had a quality he had not anticipated. She had loved Vernon. She had loved him stupidly in the casual, unargued way one loves a couch one has had for 30 years, and she was now sitting in a hotel room with no couch. He felt a flicker of something he chose not to examine. He had not killed Vernon Dursley out of personal animus. Exactly, he had killed him out of operational necessity. The fact that Petunia was, as a side effect, ruined for the foreseeable future was simply the cost. He had calculated the cost. He had decided the cost was acceptable. He did not revisit decisions. He carried the water glass. He sat on the bed. He let his aunt grip his shoulder when she needed to, even though she had never gripped his shoulder for any other reason in his 11 years of acquaintance. He waited. By noon they were home. By 2 the funeral arrangements had begun. By the following day, Petunia had received an envelope of condolences from the parish church and a casserole from the woman next door who had never previously spoken to her. By the day after that, the second Hogwarts letter arrived, addressed properly this time to the spare room rather than the cupboard, having evidently been updated by some bureaucratic correction, and Petunia did not throw it in the bin. She picked it up off the hall floor and stared at it for a long minute, and then she handed it to Light without speaking. He opened it, he read it, he looked up. "I think I would like to go," he said quietly. Petunia did not nod, she did not shake her head. She closed her eyes. She said in a voice that did not quite work properly, "You are like her, you always have been. I never wanted to see her in you. Go." He thanked her with the politeness of a child who had been taught manners by some other family entirely, and he went upstairs to begin packing. Behind him, in the kitchen of number 4 Privet Drive, Petunia Evans Dursley sat down at the table and pressed the heels of both palms into her eyes and discovered, for the first time in her adult life, that she did not know what she was going to do. Light did not look back. He had already, by his revised calendar, moved on. A man came to collect him on the morning of July 31st. He was very large and very bearded, and his name was Rubeus Hagrid, and he announced himself by knocking down the hotel door. They had moved into a hotel for the funeral week because Petunia could not yet bear the bedroom with a fist the size of a small ham. Light watched the door fall. He watched Hagrid stoop to enter. He watched Hagrid produce, from one of the pockets of an enormous moleskin coat, a small cake in a slightly squashed box and present it to him as a birthday cake, 11 candles included. He looked at the cake. He looked at Hagrid. He looked at Petunia, who was standing in her dressing gown in the hallway with the small, petrified expression of a woman watching her own past walk through her door. He calculated very rapidly the appropriate emotional response. Surprise, gratitude, faint shyness, no excess. He produced the response. "Thank you," he said. Are you a friend of my parents?" Hagrid's eyes filled on cue. "I knew him," Hagrid said in a deep choked rumble. "I knew him both, and your ma was a lovely woman, and your dad. My uncle died last week," Light interrupted, with the gentle factual delicacy of a child who had not yet learned to ration the news. I think we are all a little tired. Will you sit down? Hagrid sat down. Hagrid drank tea, of which Petunia produced a pot with shaking hands. Hagrid, in the next hour, explained to Light a great many things. Some Light already knew, some he did not. He listened to all of them with the open, slightly awestruck expression of an 11-year-old discovering that the world contained more than it had previously announced. He learned from Hagrid that he was a wizard. He had known, he had pretended not to. He produced the appropriate widening of the eyes. He learned that he had a vault at a bank. He had not known in detail, he had assumed. He produced a small, startled smile. He learned that he had been famous all his life for surviving something. He had known, he had pretended not to. He produced a small, dismayed flush. He learned that he was expected at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in September. He had known, he had been planning around it for 2 years. He produced an obliging nod. He learned that the dark wizard who had killed his parents had been called Lord Voldemort. He had known, he had pretended not to. He produced, on Hagrid's instruction, a small flinch at the spoken name, the way a child obediently flinches when an adult assures him that a name is frightening. He learned, almost as an aside, that the dark wizard was widely believed to have died on the night of October 31st, 1981. He did not at this point react. He held very still. He looked at Hagrid with the face of a polite 11-year-old child receiving a piece of information of moderate interest. Most folk think he's dead anyway, Hagrid said into the silence that Light had carefully extended. A few reckon he might still be out there, biding his time like. "Yeah, shouldn't worry about it, Harry. You're safe at Hogwarts." "Of course," said Light. "Thank you, Mr. Hagrid." "Just Hagrid, lad." "Thank you, Hagrid," he smiled. It was a small, careful 11-year-old smile. It contained on the inside a calculation that had just resolved a long-standing variable. Hagrid believed Voldemort might still exist, which meant some non-trivial part of the wizarding adult community believed it, which meant the protection apparatus around Light himself was not built on the assumption of permanent safety. There were sentinels. They were watching. They would, accordingly, see what he wanted them to see and miss what he wanted them to miss. This was acceptable. Hagrid took him to Diagon Alley that afternoon. Petunia did not come. Petunia, when Hagrid offered, put her hand to her mouth and shook her head and went back into the bedroom and closed the door, and Light let her go. She was no longer relevant. She had become a non-participating asset. She would feed and house him during summers until he was of age, and she would not interfere, and that was enough. He had spent the right amount of magic on her. In Diagon Alley, he met Gringotts and discovered the size of his vault, which was both larger than he had expected and smaller than he would eventually need. He met Madame Malkin and acquired robes. He met Ollivander and acquired a wand of holly and phoenix feather 11 inches, which the wand maker with a small unmistakable shiver informed him was the brother of the wand that had given him his scar. Light made the appropriate expression of solemn surprise. He did not at that moment perform any of the dozen tactical recalibrations the information actually required. He filed them. He would think about Brother Wands in the cupboard at Hogwarts, where he had time and silence to think. He acquired his books. He acquired his cauldron and scales and quills. He acquired, over Hagrid's mild protest, an owl from the menagerie, a snowy female he named Hedwig because the name struck him on first hearing, as one a child would choose and therefore as one calculated to reinforce the impression of his ordinariness. On the train back to Surrey that evening, he sat across from Hagrid with the cage on his lap and the owl asleep inside it and the wand in its long, thin box on the seat beside him. He looked out the window. England moved past, low and green and unremarkable. He thought of the names already in his ledger. He thought of the face he had at last attached to the most important name. He thought of Petunia in her bedroom and Vernon in the morgue and Dudley, somewhere, eating ice cream because his mother had not yet recovered the capacity to say number. He thought of Hogwarts. He had, by his revised calendar, 6 weeks until he could walk into the school library and begin to look up the word HORCRUX. He had, by his original ledger, 16 confirmed names on the kill list, 4 under investigation, and 1, the primary, the founding name, the one that had brought him here, fully identified and awaiting only opportunity. He had, by any reasonable metric of progress against plan, exceeded his goals for the year. He allowed himself briefly, looking out the train window at the small lit cottages of southern England, the satisfaction of a man who had begun a new game well and who knew already, with the quiet certainty of long experience, that he was going to win it. Vernon Dursley's funeral was on Saturday. Light Yagami's school year began on the 1st of September. He intended to be ready. Chapter 3, the Hogwarts sorting and Year 1 cover. He had given some thought to the question of what kind of person he would appear to be on the Hogwarts Express. He had at length concluded that the optimum was open warmth combined with a discreet but visible deference to authority and a faintly nostalgic affection for the parents he had never known. The combination would slot him neatly into the niche the wizarding press had already prepared for him: the orphan prince, the unspoiled heir, the country's collective sentimental investment. He had no intention of straining the niche by introducing any unscripted complexity. Complexity could come later, in private rooms with private witnesses. He boarded the Scarlet train at King's Cross with the assistance of a friendly red-haired muggle-confused matron who introduced herself, while shepherding her own brood as Mrs. Weasley, and he took, when prompted by her youngest red-haired son, the seat beside that son in a near-empty compartment. The son was named Ron. The son had a smudge of dirt on his nose. The son was, on first inspection, almost catastrophically transparent. Every emotion crossed his face like cloud shadow crossing a hill. Light recognized instantly the value of Ron Weasley. Ron Weasley was, by his entire neural architecture, incapable of being a spy. Ron Weasley was therefore, by definition, the perfect first friend. A boy seen consistently in the company of Ron Weasley was a boy whom no one would ever suspect of harboring deeper games. Ron Weasley was, in fact, exactly the kind of public co-protagonist Light would have engineered for himself if he had had to engineer one from scratch. He had not had to engineer one. The wizarding world had, with characteristic kindness, delivered Ron Weasley to the same compartment as a complimentary gift. Light accepted the gift with both hands and a small, grateful smile. He let Ron explain the chocolate frog cards. He let Ron explain the Quidditch leagues. He let Ron explain, at considerable length, his own family, 6 older brothers, a younger sister, parents employed at the Ministry of Magic in middle bureaucratic capacities. No obvious connection to the Death Eater faction, no obvious connection to any faction at all beyond the loose progressive consensus of the Order of the Phoenix to which Ron's parents had evidently been peripheral. Light filed each piece of information. The Weasleys were, in his ledger, useful, politically clean, gossipy, sentimental, accessible, and by their poverty eternally grateful for any kindness extended in their direction. They would form the spine of his public persona's social life. He let Ron see the lightning scar. He produced the appropriate small embarrassed laugh. He let Ron stare. He let Ron say that Ron's brothers said it was supposed to be the place whose curse had struck. He let Ron, after a respectful silence, ask whether Harry remembered any of it. He produced a polite shake of the head. "I was very small," he said. He gave Ron a wry small smile, the smile of a boy who had decided early that there were worse things in life than scars. Ron was deeply impressed. Ron was also deeply relieved. Ron had, Light noted, been afraid that the boy who lived would turn out to be insufferable. Ron, on the strength of a single train hour with a quiet, polite boy who had laughed at his joke about Scabbers the rat, had decided that the boy who lived was acceptable. Ron would, by tomorrow, be telling his brothers that Harry Potter was a really good bloke. Light filed the rat for later inspection. The rat was missing a toe. He had read in the popular history that Peter Pettigrew, after his alleged murder by Sirius Black, had been identified by a single finger. He had read in the same history that wizard Animagi could maintain animal forms for very long periods. He looked at Scabbers. Scabbers looked back at him with the small, wet attention of a rat who had nothing to fear from an 11-year-old. Light looked away. He did not show what he had calculated. He had reached the rat's identity with 60% confidence before the compartment door slid open a third time and another child appeared. The third child was a girl with bushy brown hair and a great deal more in her head than she had yet learned to filter. She introduced herself as Hermione Granger, Muggle-born, recently informed, intensely prepared. She asked, almost in lieu of greeting, whether either of them had seen a toad belonging to a boy named Neville. They had not. She informed them that she had, on the train, already read all of her assigned textbooks, and that she had practiced the simple charms in the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. She demonstrated on Ron's broken glasses they were not broken. She had assumed they were broken. She had reached for a problem to solve because she had been given competence and not yet a place for the competence to land, a small repair charm, and corrected the glasses Ron was not wearing. Light, who had been observing her with the steady evaluating attention of a man interviewing a candidate for a sensitive post, made his second major social decision of the day in the second minute of his acquaintance with Hermione Granger. Hermione Granger was, on initial inspection, far more dangerous than Ron Weasley. She was intelligent, she was attentive, she was curious, and she had been admitted to a world she had not been born to, which meant she had every incentive to overperform in order to prove she belonged. Such people in Light's experience became either extraordinary allies or extraordinary problems, and the choice of which was usually made by the first authority figure who befriended them. He resolved on the spot to befriend her. He resolved to befriend her thoroughly. He would, in their first conversation, give her exactly one offhand compliment about her diction, which she would store and revisit for years. He would, in the second conversation, ask her opinion on a homework question to which he already knew the answer. He would, by the end of the first month, have established himself as the only person in her year who treated her brain as ordinarily useful rather than oppressively show-offy. He would, by the end of the first year, have her loyalty. He had, in his first life, gathered followers on slimmer foundations. He provided the compliment in the third minute. He chose her diction. He said with a small grave smile that her pronunciation of Wingardium Leviosa was the clearest he had heard, and that he had only that morning been wondering whether the I in Wingardium was long or short. Her face did briefly exactly what he had predicted it would do. She told him it was short. She told him so with the small flush of a person who had not previously been thanked for being prepared. He thanked her. He turned with the same small grave smile back to Ron. The conversation resumed. Hermione Granger, by the time they reached Hogwarts, had decided that Harry Potter was different from how she had imagined him from her books. He was much politer, he was much quieter, he listened. She would, by mid-October, be willing to die for him. She would, by mid-November, have given him her parents' address. Light did not think of these things in those terms. He thought of them in the terms in which they actually moved. An opening gambit, a developing middle game, a position with growing tempo. The boats across the lake were a piece of theater Light enjoyed without reservation. The castle rose when the curve of the shore broke open against a sky still bruised with the last light of the August sun, and the boat slid across the black water as if drawn on invisible cables, and the assembled first-years gasped and pointed and murmured. Light gasped on cue. He pointed on cue. He murmured something appropriate to Ron about the towers. He kept his hand near the gunwale and his eyes on the buttresses and his attention almost entirely on the small private joy of recognition. He had been right to come. There were in this castle libraries. There were in this castle sympathies and rivalries he could lever for years. There was in this castle almost certainly the answer to the question of why a fragment of Lord Voldemort had survived in his forehead for a decade. He stepped off the boat onto the wet stone of the boathouse landing and brushed water from his robes, and followed the older woman who had identified herself as Professor McGonagall up the steps and into the entrance hall and into the small, terrified, jostling antechamber where the first years would wait for the sorting. He stood near the back of the group with Ron on one side and Hermione on the other, and the wand in his sleeve and the death note flat against his ribs beneath his shirt. He waited. He had thought on the train about what he wanted from the sorting. The honest answer, the answer he had to admit to himself before he could plan around it, was Slytherin. He wanted Slytherin. He wanted Slytherin because the children of his confirmed targets, the Malfoys, the Crabs, the Goyles, the Knotts, were almost certainly being sorted into Slytherin. And access to those children's family correspondence was access to the precise dinner party invitation lists he needed to confirm faces. He wanted Slytherin because the house had the deepest cultural memory of the recent war, on the wrong side, and a quiet boy who befriended Slytherins gently could learn, by Christmas, more about the residual Death Eater network than the entire post-war Ministry investigation had managed in a decade. He wanted Slytherin because the house was where he, by both training and disposition, belonged. He had also thought about whether wanting Slytherin was wise. It was not. Gryffindor was the safer choice. Gryffindor was where the boy who lived was expected. Gryffindor would put him beside Ron, who had been bred in Gryffindor expectation and would feel obscurely betrayed if Light went elsewhere. Gryffindor would reassure the wizarding press and the school staff and whatever invisible adult was running his case from off-screen. Almost certainly the headmaster, one Albus Dumbledore, whose name Light had encountered in 3 of his stolen books, and whose hand he saw now in the 7-year run-up of his unsupervised survival at the Dursleys. Gryffindor would buy him, at the cost of marginally inferior access to Slytherin gossip, an additional layer of social camouflage. He had decided between the train and the boats to ask the hat for Gryffindor. He had decided that he would offer his head to the hat as a place of careful first impressions, and that he would tilt the hat by simple repetition of preference toward the house that suited his cover. He had not thought, when making this plan, about what the sorting hat actually was. He learned in the moment he was called forward and seated on the stool and the hat lowered onto his head, that the sorting hat was a small, ancient, intensely intelligent, and extremely well-trained piece of magical engineering, possessed of legilimency on a scale that made any pretense at preference on his part instantly and totally moot. The hat fell across his eyes. The hat said in a voice that arrived inside his skull with the soft, inviolable politeness of a butler announcing a guest. Oh. Light heard the syllable as if he had spoken it himself in his own internal voice in Japanese. He held very still. He kept holding very still as the hat looked at him. He had not expected to be looked at. He had expected to be sniffed at. He had expected to be flipped through with the small, wet snap of someone shuffling a deck of cards. He had not expected to be looked at in the way that he had once looked at a Yakuza informant across an interrogation table with the slow, complete, professional patience of a thing that had all night. The hat looked at him for 10 seconds. The hat said, after the 10 seconds had passed, also internally, With what Light recognized as the precise courtesy of an institution accustomed to handling things it did not wish to handle. I have not sorted a soul like yours since the founders. Light, who had not breathed in those 10 seconds, breathed once carefully through his nose. He did not move. He did not, in the part of his mind he could trust the hat to read, panic. He had been read in his first life by a man who had a 1 in 3 chance of catching him on any given afternoon. He had survived that man for 7 years. He could survive a hat. He thought into the inside of his own head with the small, respectful seriousness one used for officers of one's own service. Then sort me accordingly. The hat seemed internally to laugh or perhaps to sigh. The two emotions arrived at the same time and were the same shape. There is a passenger in your skull, the hat said. He is small and he is asleep. He is not you. He is a wound that thinks it is a person. I will not bother him. There are also behind your eyes decades of memory I am not at liberty to discuss. I will not bother those either. I will sort the boy your body grew into, which is what I am required by my office to do. Are you ready? I am. I see 2 suitable houses. The boy is bold enough for the red one. The boy is, the hat paused, in the precise way of a connoisseur selecting the right word, entirely suitable for the green one. You may have already concluded, said Light, since you are a fairer judge of me than I am, which house is the better place to put me. I have, the green one, of course. May I ask why of course? Because the hat said in a tone in which Light heard distantly the same private satisfaction he had once heard in Elle's voice when Elle had set a particularly elegant trap. The founders made Slytherin for boys who already know at 11 what they intend to do with the rest of their lives. They are usually wrong about it. You are not. Light internally smiled. He let the smile reach the corners of his actual mouth very faintly where it would be invisible under the hat. He thought with the small, clean courtesy of a man being seated at the chair he had asked for, then say it aloud. The hat said it aloud. Slytherin. The hall did not gasp. The hall held still. The hall held still for the long second it took Professor McGonagall, who was standing behind him with her hand still half raised from setting the hat on his head, to remember how to breathe. The hall held still for the second it took the assembled student body to register that the boy who lived had been sorted to the house of the man who had killed his parents. The hall held still for the third second it took the Slytherin table to remember that they had been handed, free of charge, the most valuable piece of social capital in the wizarding world. Then the Slytherin table erupted. They cheered. They cheered with the relieved, ravenous, almost incredulous gratitude of a faction that had spent 10 years on the wrong side of public sentiment and had just been handed by a hat a piece of public sentiment they could not have bought. The Gryffindor table did not cheer. The Gryffindor table, the Ravenclaw table, and the Hufflepuff table in roughly equal measure made the small, low collective hiss of 3,000 polite people deciding, simultaneously and silently, to not yet say what they were thinking. Light calmly took the hat off his head. He handed it to Professor McGonagall with both hands, the way one would hand a delicate artifact to a curator. He met her eyes. He produced on his face an expression he had spent the train ride rehearsing for exactly this contingency. A small, polite, slightly rueful smile, the smile of a boy who knows he has surprised the room and who is sorry for the inconvenience but who is not, on balance, going to apologize for what he is. Professor McGonagall did not return the smile. Her mouth had become a very thin straight line. Her nostrils had gone almost white. She nodded fractionally. She gestured with the parchment scroll she had been holding toward the Slytherin table. He walked with the deliberately unhurried pace of a boy who had no intention of becoming a spectacle. He sat. The fifth-year prefect beside him, a sharp-eyed girl named Gemma Farley, looked at him the way one looks at a winning lottery ticket, and then after a beat, more like the way one looks at an exceptionally well-laid bomb. He did not speak. He picked up the wineglass of pumpkin juice that someone, a younger student, dazzled, had pushed toward him. He took a small swallow. He set it down. At the head table in the central tall chair, a very old man with a very long silver beard had not moved his hands from where he had laid them on the tablecloth at the moment the hat shouted Slytherin. He was watching Light with eyes the color of very tired summer rain. He was not smiling. Light met the old man's eyes. He held them for one careful second. He let his own eyes go in that second, blank, the blankness of an 11-year-old boy who has noticed an old man across a hall but does not yet know who the old man is. He looked down at his plate. He had, in the privacy of his own ribcage, just won the only chess move he had absolutely needed to win that evening. Slytherin, of course. He allowed himself internally the small satisfaction of agreement with the hat. He had been entirely suitable. The feast began. The first week was a piece of stagecraft. He performed, for the Slytherins, the role of an unspoiled inheritor who was prepared to learn from his new house with appropriate humility. He performed, for the Gryffindors, the role of a regretful exile who had been rooted to the wrong house by an unjust hat, and who would have been one of them ideally if only the hat had listened to his heart. He performed for Hermione Granger, who had been sorted into Gryffindor and who was, for the first 3 days, openly heartbroken on his behalf. The role of a boy who took disappointment quietly, who studied for the love of the work, and who valued her friendship across house lines. He performed for Ron Weasley, also Gryffindor, also openly heartbroken, considerably less complicated about it. The role of a friend who would still play chess with him by the fire on Tuesday evenings whether they wore green or red. He performed for Albus Dumbledore, the role of a thoughtful 11-year-old who occasionally looked up at the head table during meals with an expression of mild wonder, as if astonished by the giant existence of the castle. He performed for Severus Snape, head of Slytherin, professor of potions, the one adult in the building whom Light had identified within 48 hours as a probable former Death Eater operating under some sort of post-war amnesty, the role of an attentive student whose work was always punctual, whose handwriting was always neat, whose questions were always intelligent without being precocious, and whose father had evidently bullied his potions professor 20 years earlier in ways the professor had not forgotten. He took, in the first potions class, the precise dose of Snape's spite he had calculated would be necessary to satisfy Snape's grudge without injuring his marks. He made an error he could afford to make. He apologized with the small flush of a boy who had been working hard. He produced by the 3rd week a brewed cure for boils sufficiently competent to force Snape against his obvious will to award him a grudging 6 out of 10. He filed Snape under watch, probable former Death Eater, working for Dumbledore now, useful for intelligence on his source network, do not kill yet. He performed for the rest of his house, the role of a polite roommate who never claimed precedence on the basis of his fame and who never refused a request for help with homework and who, when challenged early in week 1 by a pale-haired boy named Draco Malfoy to confirm whether a Potter could really be a real Slytherin, replied with a small grave look that he hoped, in time, the house would judge him by his works rather than his name. Draco Malfoy, who had been expecting hauteur, was disarmed. Draco Malfoy decided, over the course of week 2, that Harry Potter was an unusual person but possibly a useful one. Draco Malfoy was the only son of Lucius Malfoy, who was item 6 on Light's kill list. Light befriended Draco gently, without pressing, without flattery, with the patient indifference of a boy who had nothing to prove. By the end of week 3, Draco had invited Harry to spend an evening in the Slytherin common room with his small circle. Theodore Knott, whose father was item 17 of Light's expanded kill list, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, whose fathers were items 8 and 9, Blaise Zabini, whose family Light had not yet pinned down but whose mother, by reputation, had outlived 4 husbands under interesting circumstances and was therefore worth observing. Light accepted the invitation. He sat in a leather chair by the green fire. He listened to the conversation. He learned over the course of 3 hours the precise current home addresses of Lucius Malfoy and of Theodore Knott Sr. He learned the season-by-season social schedule of the Crabs. He learned, almost as an aside, that Bellatrix Lestrange, the most famous prisoner of Azkaban, was the sister of Draco's mother and that the Malfoys were, in a quiet way, working on her case. He filed everything. He went back to the dormitory. He lay in his bed. He counted the names in his head. By the end of October, he had identified Quirrell. It had not been hard. The man wore a turban that emitted, to Light's perception, the same quiet wrong odor that the fragment in his scar emitted on bad mornings. The man stuttered with the stutter of a person who had not previously stuttered and was performing the stutter for cover. The man avoided eye contact with Light in a manner that suggested specifically that the man's body was being inhabited at least part-time by a presence that knew what Light was on a level the daytime Quirrell could not have explained. Light tested the hypothesis on the 2nd Tuesday of October. He passed Quirrell in the corridor on the way to lunch and let his scar deliberately brush, for a fraction of a second, against the cold draft that always seemed to hang around the man. The fragment in his scar flared. The pain was brief and astonishingly precise, the pain of 2 pieces of the same broken plate being held briefly against each other and recognizing themselves. He had his confirmation. Lord Voldemort, in some attenuated form, was riding around Hogwarts inside the back of Quirinus Quirrell's skull. He sat on the matter for 2 days, then he made his decision. He would not write Voldemort's name yet. The reasons were several and they were each on their own sufficient. Reason 1, he did not have the complete list of Voldemort's anchors. He had begun to suspect, from a passing reference in one of the Slytherin common room conversations to stories about the Dark Lord's preparations against death, that Voldemort had divided his soul into more than one container. The fragment in his scar might be one of several. If he killed the host body Quirrell now, he might cause the soul to flee to another anchor and reset. He needed to know the count of anchors before he wrote a name. Reason 2, the timing was wrong. A spectacular death of a Hogwarts professor in October would summon attention from the ministry, from the press, and from whatever cabinet of investigators Madame Bones kept in reserve. He preferred to do his mass writing in conditions of established camouflage, not in the third week of his first year. Reason 3. He did not yet have a complete face for Tom Marvolo Riddle in his current form. The Voldemort behind Quirrell's turban was, from what little he had been able to glimpse, a shrunken, bone-pale, partial thing, not the snake-faced final form of the popular history, not the schoolboy of the yearbook. If he wrote the legal name and visualized the wrong face, the Death Note might either fail to act or worse, act on some entirely unrelated Tom Marvolo Riddle elsewhere in the country. He could not afford to be wrong. Reason 4, which was the smallest and which he acknowledged with the small private candor of a god of justice talking to himself in the privacy of his own skull, he wished to enjoy this. He had spent 2 years in a cupboard preparing for it. He intended to take his time. He set Voldemort aside, he continued the work. He continued, through Halloween, which the school commemorated in the kindest possible way by not commemorating it, simply serving an enormous feast and decorating the hall with carved pumpkins, allowing the boy who lived to mark the anniversary of his parents' murder in whatever private way he chose through the November Quidditch season into the gray rains of December. He played Quidditch. He had not intended to. He had been observed in the second week of school catching a remembrall during a flying lesson and had been recruited to the Slytherin team as seeker by their captain, a thin, pale prefect named Flint who clearly considered the recruitment of Harry Potter to Slytherin Quidditch as both a strategic coup and a divine gift. Light, who had calculated that refusal would cost him more in social capital than acceptance would cost in time, accepted. He flew well. He flew, in fact, very well. He had Light's reflexes adapted to a child's body with a wizard's coordination, and once he had recalibrated for the broom's mass and the wind, he found that he was, by some margin, the best seeker in the school. He won his first match against Hufflepuff in 9 minutes, caught the snitch with a clean shallow dive, was lifted by his teammates, and looked appropriately abashed at the photographer from the school paper. He maintained, throughout Quidditch season, the careful 84th percentile of his other classes. He scored higher in potions than the previous Slytherin best of his year. He scored at the top of his class, predictably, in defense against the dark arts, partly out of the desire to give Quirrell a small social reason to keep him close. A teacher's pet is a target of permanent low-grade attention but no high-grade suspicion, and partly out of the desire, candid even in his own head, to confirm at close range that the thing inside Quirrell did not yet know what he was. It did not. He continued to score top in defense. He continued to be patted absently on the shoulder, in occasional corridor encounters, by a thinly stuttering professor whose hand on contact made his scar itch. He maintained his friendship with Hermione, who took it in stride that he was a Slytherin and who treated him in their twice-weekly library study sessions with the careful, prickly diligence of a girl determined to prove that her friend was not a stereotype. He maintained his friendship with Ron, who had needed 3 weeks to fully forgive him and who had been won back by the simple expedient of Light losing to him at chess once a week with calibrated convincingness. He maintained, with a small additional investment, his cordial acquaintance with Neville Longbottom, whose grandmother was, Light had confirmed in the library, one of the most politically connected witches in post-war Britain and whose parents had been tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange. He had not at first intended to spend time with Neville. He revised the intention after their third encounter, when he observed in Neville the particular quiet patience of a child who had survived loss without becoming defined by it. Neville was politically valuable. Neville was, also, the first person Light had ever met whom he was tempted to like. He set the temptation aside for examination at a later date. He read in the library every book he could find on soul magic. He found very few. The Hogwarts library's open stacks contained almost nothing on the topic. The school had long ago decided, with the institutional caution of an organization that did not want 11-year-olds experimenting on each other's souls, to confine the relevant texts to the restricted section. Light, who was 11, did not have permission to enter the restricted section. Light, who was Light, obtained permission to enter the restricted section by the simple expedient of forging Professor Snape's signature on a note requesting access for advanced potions research, and presenting the note to Madame Pince during a busy lunch hour when she was distracted by a 5th year's overdue fine. He spent 4 evenings in the restricted section before December. He found in those 4 evenings exactly one usable reference. It was in a battered volume titled Magic Most Evil by an anonymous 15th century author. The reference was a single paragraph in the chapter on the soul, and the paragraph used the word horcrux. A horcrux, the paragraph informed him, was an object in which a wizard had placed a piece of his own soul as a hedge against death. To create a horcrux required the murder of another human being and a ritual the author declined to describe. A horcrux could not be destroyed by ordinary means. Certain potions, certain magical creatures' venoms, and certain artifacts of legendary status would suffice. A wizard with a Horcrux could not in any meaningful sense die until and unless his Horcrux was destroyed. The chapter mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that some historical practitioners had been rumored to have made more than one. The author considered the practice unstable. Light copied the paragraph onto the inside of his cloak with a quick quotes quill borrowed without permission from another student's desk. He returned the book to the shelf. He left the restricted section. He went to his bed in the Slytherin dungeon. He lay in the dark in his four-poster with the curtains drawn, and he thought for several hours. He concluded by a little after midnight that his initial hypothesis had been correct in its broad outline and incorrect in its specifics. Voldemort had made Horcruxes. Voldemort had likely made several. The fragment in his own forehead was one of them, though it had likely been made unintentionally. Since none of his reading suggested that a Horcrux could be made by accident, he would have to revise his model further in due course to account for the anomaly. There would be others, hidden across the wizarding world in objects of probable sentimental significance to Voldemort. He would have to identify and either destroy or otherwise neutralize each of them, individually, before he wrote Tom Marvolo Riddle's name in the death note. If he wrote the name with any anchor still surviving, the death would be metaphysically refused or completed only on the body of the current host, with the soul fleeing to the next available container. He had to find them all. He had to destroy them all. Only then could he write. He had, by his revised calendar, until the end of his 6th year, by which point he calculated that Voldemort would have regenerated himself sufficiently to make a public move and force a confrontation. That was 5 years. He could find 5 Horcruxes in 5 years. He had once located 47 Yakuza informants in 3 months while simultaneously sitting his university entrance examinations and dating a woman he did not love. He could find 5 Horcruxes in 5 years. He could, in fact, almost certainly find them in 3. He set the timeline. He went to sleep. There remained the question of the troll on Halloween. There was, as it turned out, a troll. A mountain troll, 11 feet tall, smelling like a slaughterhouse in summer, somehow admitted to the dungeons during the Halloween feast by an unknown party whom Light suspected, on the available evidence, to have been Quirrell, and via Quirrell the back of Quirrell occupant, for purposes still to be determined. He suspected further that the troll was intended as a diversion for some other action elsewhere in the castle, almost certainly an attempt by the occupant to reach an object of value being kept on the 3rd-floor corridor that Dumbledore had warned the school about in the welcoming feast. He suspected finally that the object on the 3rd floor was relevant, possibly an artifact of soul restoration utility, possibly even an artifact related to Horcruxes, though he had no direct evidence of that. He did not investigate that night. He had Hermione Granger to save. He had not intended to save Hermione Granger. He had not anticipated that she would be in the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor weeping over an unkindness Ron had said earlier in the day. And he had not anticipated that the troll would wander past that bathroom in the course of its rampage. And he had not anticipated that he would be obliged to drop everything he had been doing in the corridor outside and step into the bathroom alongside Ron, who had also, to his credit, recognized the danger, and engage an 11-foot mountain troll in close-quarters magical combat using a wand he had owned for less than 3 months and spells he had been practicing for less than half that. He engaged. He won. He won by levitating the troll's own club into the air and bringing it down on the troll's own head with a precision he was somewhat proud of, and he produced, for the assembled professors who burst into the bathroom 30 seconds later, the slightly winded, slightly disheveled exhalation of a boy who had improvised under pressure. Hermione, on cue, took the blame. She told McGonagall she had been hunting the troll herself, having read too much about them in books and overestimated her capacities, and that Ron and Harry had come to her rescue. The lie was a beautiful one. It was not, of course, Hermione's lie. It was Light's lie, fed to her with a small flicker of the eyes as the professors arrived, and she had recognized the flicker and taken the cue with the speed of a girl who had decided in the moment of being saved that she would belong to whatever this was. The girl who had been merely his classmate before October had become, in the bathroom, his accomplice. He noted the upgrade. He smiled at her very briefly on the way back to the Great Hall. He noted that the upgrade had been free. He could not have engineered Hermione into a co-conspirator any better if he had spent 6 months on it. The troll had done his work for him. He continued, in the days that followed, to perform the role of polite, quiet Slytherin boy who lived. And he continued to play chess by the fire with Ron Weasley. And he continued to do potions homework with Hermione Granger in the library. And he continued to make small, careful inventory of every member of the older Slytherin houses whose parents were on his list. By the time the December snows came down and the Slytherin common room glittered with the green Yule garlands the prefects had transfigured along the ceiling, Light Yagami had been Harry Potter for one term. He had identified the Horcrux problem. He had identified the location of the wandering Voldemort. He had compiled in his head a roster of approximately 22 persons of interest. He had become a popular and successful first year. He had played, in his estimation, the opening of his game flawlessly. He had, on the chess set in front of him by the fire, just delivered Ron's queen, a position from which Light intended, in 2 more moves, to graciously and apologetically lose. Ron, opposite him, was rubbing his hands together in slow private glee at what he believed to be an opening Harry had not seen. "Your move," said Light. Ron moved. Light smiled faintly and let the trap close around his own king. The fire crackled. Outside the leaded glass, the snow fell on the lake. He had, by his revised calendar, 4.5 years until the endgame. He felt no particular hurry. Chapter 4, the Inner Circle roster compiled. Year 2 began with a flying car. Light had not anticipated the flying car. He had anticipated, on the basis of his summer correspondence with Ron, that the Weasleys would be friendly with him over the holidays, would invite him for a visit, would offer to help him through the difficulties of the platform crossing should those difficulties arise. He had anticipated that Ron's older brothers Fred and George would, at some point, do something unwise. He had not anticipated that they would all do something unwise simultaneously in a vehicle with him in the passenger seat. He survived the flying car. He survived the Whomping Willow. He survived with somewhat greater difficulty the long, supremely awkward dinner at the Burrow that followed the recovery of the car, during which Mrs. Weasley, who had loved Light in the abstract for a year, loved him distinctly less now that her sons had implicated him in a felony. He apologized, with the small, grave correctness he had begun to think of as his signature move, and he ate 3 helpings of Mrs. Weasley's shepherd's pie, and by morning he had been quietly forgiven. He returned to Hogwarts on the train as planned. He resumed his role. He noted on the 3rd evening of term that there was a new dynamic in the school he had not yet integrated into his model. There were whispers in the corridors. There was a rust-red stain on a wall outside an abandoned girls' bathroom. There was, by the 3rd week of September, a petrified cat hanging from a torch bracket and a chilling Latin sentence scrawled above it about the Chamber of Secrets being open. He read the sentence. He read it again. He filed it. He went to the library that night and found, after a brief search, the relevant section in Hogwarts, a history. He had been reading the book in stretches since November of his first year. He was familiar with most of its anecdotes. He turned now to the chapter on the founders and on the legend of the chamber. He read about Salazar Slytherin's quarrel with the other founders. He read about the rumored monster. He read about the 4 documented chamber openings since 1450, the last of which had occurred in 1943 and had been blamed on a half-giant named Hagrid, the very Hagrid who had brought him his Hogwarts letter and his birthday cake, and had been concluded by a 6th-year Slytherin prefect named Tom Marvolo Riddle. He read the name. He read it 3 times. He sat in the library with the book open across his knees and watched the candle on Madame Pince's desk gutter and recover, gutter and recover. Tom Marvolo Riddle had been awarded a Special Services Award for closing the chamber in 1943. The plaque was, the book stated as an offhand piece of trivia, still on display in the trophy room. He went that night after curfew to the trophy room. The plaque was, as advertised, on display in a glass case with the legend Special Services to the School, T.M. Riddle, 1943. He stood for a long, quiet moment in front of the plaque with his hands clasped behind his back, in the precise pose of a curator inspecting his own collection. Tom Marvolo Riddle had not closed the chamber in 1943. Tom Marvolo Riddle had opened it. Tom Marvolo Riddle had blamed Hagrid in order to terminate the official investigation and resume his preferred uses of the school's older secrets. The current opening, 50 years later, was either Riddle himself, under some new arrangement, or an agent of Riddle's, deploying knowledge Riddle had left somewhere on the premises before his departure. He had a working hypothesis by the time he returned to the dormitory. He refined it over the next month. His hypothesis was that Tom Marvolo Riddle in 1943 had not merely opened the chamber and used the basilisk inside it to kill a Muggle-born student. He had also almost certainly created his first Horcrux from that killing, the murder of the unfortunate girl in the abandoned bathroom, the soul fragment placed into an object accessible from within the chamber itself, perhaps even into a piece of basilisk hide or a fang or a personal relic Riddle had carried at the time. The current opening was being effected through that anchor. Someone, student or staff, was in possession of the anchoring object and was being slowly puppeted by it. He did not yet know who. He compiled in the first 6 weeks of term a list of candidates whose behavior had changed in a manner consistent with possession. He observed the list. The list narrowed. By Halloween, when the second attack occurred and Justin Finch Fletchley was found petrified beside nearly headless Nick, Light had reduced his list to 2. A small first-year Gryffindor named Ginny Weasley, whose eyes had taken on over the autumn the small unfocused glaze he recognized from his observation of Quirrell the previous year, and an older Hufflepuff named Ernie Macmillan whose behavioral signature had merely become more sycophantic toward Draco and whom Light could not in honesty distinguish from a normal social climber. He concluded the host was Ginny Weasley by mid-November. He had several reasons. The most important was that Ginny had spent the previous summer at her family's home, that her brother Ron had described to him over chess one evening that there had been a strange, unaccounted incident in the Burrows pantry, where an old enchanted diary had been pulled out of a stack of second-hand schoolbooks Mrs. Weasley had bought at a charity shop in Diagon Alley, that the diary had appeared blank, and that Ginny had asked with unusual intensity to keep it. The second was that Ginny was, in this autumn, both 11 and adoring. She had grown up on stories of Harry Potter and had been, on her first meeting with him at the Burrow before term, almost too overcome to speak, and any predator scanning the population of Hogwarts for the most accessible vector would have chosen Ginny without hesitation. The third was that the writing on the corridor wall, by what Light had managed to glimpse of it before it was scrubbed, had a particular schoolboy precision that he had seen, in another life, in his own handwriting when he had been 17 and had not yet learned to vary his style. Tom Marvolo Riddle, age 16, was writing his messages with Ginny Weasley's hand. Light did not immediately intervene. He let the situation develop. He had, by his calculations, two competing operational interests. The first was the preservation of life. 3 petrifications had occurred but no deaths, which suggested the riddle fragment in the diary was still building its strength and had not yet achieved the necessary control of Ginny to commit a clean kill. The second was the destruction of 1 Horcrux. The diary, if his analysis was correct, was a soul anchor. If he could destroy it, he could reduce the Voldemort anchor count by 1 without ever having to expend a single page of his death note. Destruction of Horcruxes, he had concluded over the summer, was an operational complement to writing names. The names killed the host body and any active soul. The Horcrux destructions killed the redundancies. He needed both. He chose, therefore, to allow the diary to play itself out with one constraint: he would not permit a death. He observed Ginny Weasley. He observed her with the patient attention of a man who had once observed a single Yakuza Munnaman for 3 weeks straight without ever being seen by the Munnaman. He observed her energy levels, her appetite, her color, her sleep. He observed the days on which she was distinctly herself and the days on which the diary had her. He observed with quiet satisfaction that he could now predict by mid-morning whether the heir of Slytherin would be active that night. He continued his work. He continued his work in particular on his roster. Year 2 was the year the roster became truly comprehensive. He had, by the end of year 1, identified 17 names. He had begun year 2 with a holiday week at the Weasley home and one cautious afternoon trip to Diagon Alley with the Malfoys, Lucius and Draco, Narcissa indisposed, during which Lucius had inquired, with the elaborate courtesy of a man who was probing a possible new asset, whether Harry had given thought to the careers a boy in his position might pursue after Hogwarts. Light had given Lucius the small, polite, slightly bashful answer of a boy who had not yet thought that far ahead. Lucius, in his turn, had pressed a card into Light's palm with his home flu address and the words, "If you should ever wish to discuss." Light had, after returning to Privet Drive, sat in his room with the card in front of him and committed it to memory and burned it. Lucius Malfoy was now confirmed in face at very close range. Lucius Malfoy was now confirmed in residence. Lucius Malfoy was no longer a question, he was a date on a calendar. He pursued the same pattern through autumn term. He befriended, in the slow, patient manner he had perfected the previous year, Theodore Knott, whose father he was now able to identify in face by Knott's careful description of his father's silver-headed cane and crooked left-mouth smile. Theodore had been, by the second week of October, the kind of acquaintance who would invite Harry to read in his father's library over the Christmas holidays. Light had declined the invitation with regret. He had other plans for Christmas, the precise nature of which the reader will shortly understand, but he had accepted in early November the offer of one of the Knott's library books on his shelf. The book was Lineages of the Sacred 28, a volume he had been waiting 2 years to consult, and he read it in the Slytherin common room over 3 nights and returned it to Theodore with the small grateful note of a boy who had been moved by a piece of family history. The book gave him, by direct genealogy, the spouses, siblings, and adult children of every name on his list. It expanded his roster from 17 to 23. It also gave him faces for the Lestranges as they had appeared in their 20s at a Sacred 28 ball in 1972. He committed the photographs to memory the way he had committed Voldemort's photographs the year before, with a portraitist's deliberate, slow inventory. He acquired in the same month, by a very small piece of social manipulation requiring the cooperation of one of Snape's least scrupulous NEWT students, a copy of the 1981 Daily Prophet-bound annual, The Year of the War's End, which the school library did not carry in its open stacks. He read every named perpetrator article. He identified 4 additional minor Death Eaters whose names had been printed at the back of an article about Auror casualties: Selwyn, Jugson, Gibbon, and 1 Caradoc Pyrites who had vanished and never been recovered. He added the first 3 to his list. He left Caradoc in the unconfirmed column for further work. By the end of November, his roster stood at 26. By the end of January, it would stand at 18. After he had culled it for operational priorities and excluded 6 minor figures who would, by his calculation, not affect the outcome of his eventual move against Voldemort, 1 Death Eater, Mulciber, who he had reason to believe had died of natural causes the previous summer in St. Mungo's, and 1 figure, Severus Snape, whose retention as a useful intelligence asset outweighed, narrowly, the cost of letting him live. The 18 he retained were Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, Rabiston Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, Augustus Rookwood, Lucius Malfoy, Walden Macnair, Theodore Notissar, Crabbe Goyle Essar, Avery, Yaxley, Selwyn, Jugson, Gibbon, Thorfinn, Roll, Travers, Peter Pettigrew. 18 he reflected the precise number that in numerology certain Chinese traditions associated with the act of completing a great work. He was not superstitious. He was, however, willing to permit himself the small private pleasure of a number that had a shape. Pettigrew had taken some additional work. He had confirmed Pettigrew's identity, as he had half expected to, as Scabbers, the rat that lived in Ron Weasley's pocket. He had confirmed it by a sequence of small observations spread across the autumn. He had observed that Scabbers, on the rare occasions when he was in the same room as a clear photograph of Sirius Black, became distinctly skittish. He had observed that Scabbers, when handled, displayed a small healed mark on his right paw where the missing toe had once been. He had observed in October that Scabbers' fur was beginning to thin and patch in a manner inconsistent with a normal rat's 12-year lifespan, and exactly consistent with the slow physical decay an animagus would experience after 30 years in the wrong form. He had observed that Scabbers, on the one occasion that Hermione's cat Crookshanks, purchased over the summer, had attempted to ambush him, had escaped with a speed and a strategic cunning that no garden rat should possess. By mid-November, he was certain. Peter Pettigrew was a passenger in the Weasley household and had been for over a decade. He considered briefly whether to expose Pettigrew publicly. The exposure would clear Sirius Black, who, according to the popular history, had been imprisoned for the murder Pettigrew had actually faked, and Sirius Black was, Light had confirmed in the same sacred 28-volume, Light's own legally designated godfather. A free godfather was an asset. A grateful free godfather was an even better asset. He calculated the trade-offs. He decided by the second week of December that public exposure of Pettigrew would attract the kind of public horror investigation he did not want anywhere near his second-year corridor schedule. He could exfiltrate Pettigrew quietly into the Death Note at the appropriate time. He could clear Sirius Black later through a third party and a piece of evidence he would arrange to surface posthumously. Pettigrew was already counted on his list. Pettigrew would die when the rest of the list died. He let Scabbers live. He even, on one Tuesday evening in the Gryffindor common room, to which Hermione had snuck him under the cover of a polite study session, held Scabbers in his cupped hands for 30 seconds and looked into the rat's small wet black eyes and smiled at him, with the small private smile he had once used on a Yakuza informant who did not know yet that the informant had been read. Scabbers urinated with considerable force into Light's left palm. Light handed Scabbers back to Ron, with his face still composed in the smile, and accepted Hermione's tea towel for cleanup with grave politeness. He went back to the Slytherin dungeon that night and washed his hands twice. He found when he was done that he was looking forward to writing the name Peter Pettigrew with a small additional pleasure he had not anticipated. He filed the pleasure under petty, indulge later, unimportant. The diary problem resolved itself in the way Light had been gambling it would in late spring. Ginny Weasley vanished into the Chamber of Secrets on a Tuesday afternoon in May. The school went into uproar. Dumbledore was summoned out of the school by an emergency board of governors meeting that Light suspected, on circumstantial evidence, of having been engineered by Lucius Malfoy. The professors began searching the castle. Ron Weasley collared Light in the corridor outside the Great Hall and informed him, with the white-faced openness of a brother whose family was in shreds, that his sister was gone and that he was going down into the chamber to find her with or without permission. Lockhart had been deputized to lead the search. Lockhart was useless. Light, Ron believed, would be useful. Light agreed. He went with Ron. He went with Lockhart. He went as a matter of operational decency. With Hermione, who had been petrified earlier in the year, Light had been quietly relieved when she had been only petrified, since he would, by his own admission, have had to reconsider a great deal had she been killed, and who had on his last visit to the hospital wing pressed a torn page of library research into his hand. The page had been from a copy of an old book on magical creatures. The page had been about basilisks. He had not previously known the monster in the chamber was a basilisk. He had suspected something serpentine on the basis of Riddle's known Slytherin heritage, and the Parseltongue ability Light had carefully not revealed that he himself, by the parasite in his scar, possessed. The page confirmed it. He went into the chamber. Ron was predictably blocked by Lockhart's misfired memory charm on the wrong side of a rockfall. Light went on alone. He was unsurprised. He had operated alone all his life in both lives, and the corridor sloping down to the inner chamber was, by his standards, an unremarkably narrow corridor. He found in the inner chamber Ginny Weasley lying motionless beside a black-haired, beautiful 16-year-old boy whom Light recognized instantly from the photographs in Harriet Brithwood's paperback as Tom Marvolo Riddle. Riddle was, as a manifestation of his teenage soul fragment from the diary, semi-corporeal, translucent at the edges, fully solid at the center, an early prototype of the body Voldemort would one day rebuild from greater materials. Riddle was holding Light's mother's son's wand. Riddle smiled at Light when Light entered. It was the same smile from the schoolboy photograph. Light internally returned it. He did not return it externally. He produced on the outside the small, wide-eyed expression of a 12-year-old who had not yet understood that the boy in front of him was the original of the man who had killed his parents. Riddle explained. Riddle was vain. Riddle was, in the same way Light himself was vain in the form of monologue. He could not resist explaining to anyone whose admiration was potentially worth winning his own cleverness. He explained that he was Voldemort's young self, anchored in the diary. He explained that Ginny had poured her soul into the pages, and that he had poured himself out of them, into her, into the corridor. He explained that he had been the one writing on the walls. He explained that he intended in the next hour to complete the draining of Ginny and emerge fully into the world as a 16-year-old who could begin again. Light, who had been ostensibly listening, was in fact composing a kill order in his head. He could not write Riddle's name in the death note. The death note required a face and a name. He had the face. He had the name. He did not, however, yet have the full inventory of Horcruxes. The diary in front of him was 1, the scar fragment in his forehead was 2, and the existence of a 16-year-old version of Voldemort moving around independent of the snake-faced final form implied at least one more anchor in some other location holding the present-day adult consciousness in reserve. If he wrote the name now, the current Riddle instance might die without the parent consciousness suffering more than a passing dim awareness. He would lose his Death Note page for a partial kill. Unacceptable. He had, however, the basilisk to deal with. Riddle summoned it conversationally mid-monologue. The basilisk emerged from the great stone face of Salazar Slytherin at the chamber's end and uncoiled into the room. Light heard it before he saw it in the slow scrape of scales against ancient stone, and he closed his eyes preemptively to avoid the killing gaze. Fawkes arrived in the next instant. The Phoenix, sent Light deduced by Dumbledore through some channel Light did not yet fully understand, dropped the sorting hat at Light's feet and, almost without pausing, struck the basilisk's eyes. The basilisk thrashed. Riddle mid-monologue lost the smile. Light, with his eyes still closed, reached into the sorting hat and drew out the sword that the hat, as he had read in Hogwarts, a history, and was unsurprised to find true, produced for true heirs of Gryffindor in moments of need. The hat had presumably been instructed by Dumbledore that the boy in the chamber qualified as such. Light privately disagreed. The hat had, at his sorting, identified him as something the hat had not seen since the Founders, and he suspected that what the hat was responding to now was less Gryffindor's spirit and more the simple narrative requirement of the moment. He did not care. The sword was the sword. He opened his eyes carefully when the basilisk turned away, and he drove the sword with the small workmanlike precision of a butcher through the upper jaw of the basilisk and into its brain. The basilisk died. He had in his entire life killed exactly 2 things in personal combat: a fly with a notebook in a kitchen and a 60-foot snake with a sword in a chamber under a Scottish castle. He noted the disparity. He had not previously realized he was capable of either. He sat down hard on the stone with the dying basilisk thrashing its tail against the far wall. He had been bitten. The fang had penetrated his forearm. He had perhaps a minute of useful consciousness left. He used the minute. He stood up. He crossed to where the diary lay on the floor. Riddle had dropped it when the Phoenix struck, and he picked it up and he took from the basilisk's mouth one of the great fangs that had snapped off in the death thrash. He took the fang in his right hand. He took the diary in his left. He raised the fang. He brought it down through the diary, through the inked pages, through the leather binding, through the floor. Black ink boiled out of the diary like a wound under pressure. Riddle, Tom Marvolo Riddle, 16, semi-corporeal, vain, howled. He had not expected the boy to know. He had not expected the boy to act with such cold neatness. He collapsed inward. He went out with the diary in a single arc of darkening light like a candle snuffed under a glass. The chamber was, after a long moment, quiet. Light, standing over the dying diary with the basilisk fang still in his hand, allowed himself the small smile that no one in his second life had yet seen on his face. He allowed it for a second and a half. Then he composed his features into the white-faced, exhausted expression of a 12-year-old who had nearly been killed, and he turned toward where Ginny Weasley was beginning on the floor to stir. Fawkes alighted on his forearm. The phoenix wept conveniently into the wound. The basilisk venom, and this was a piece of luck Light had not earned but accepted gratefully, withdrew under the phoenix tears, and the wound closed, and he was once again merely tired, no longer dying. He helped Ginny up. He retrieved his wand from where Riddle had dropped it. He led her out of the chamber, through the corridor, past the rockfall where Ron and Lockhart's stunned form were waiting, and back to the surface. He delivered Ginny to McGonagall. He explained, with the modest brevity of a Slytherin boy who had not particularly wanted credit, what had happened. He gave the diary to Dumbledore, who had returned from the cancelled board meeting in time to be present at the explanation. He watched Dumbledore look at the diary. With the small, instantaneous flicker of recognition of a man who had seen the type of object before. Dumbledore knew then what the diary was. Dumbledore had known for some time what Voldemort had done. Dumbledore had not in 12 years shared this knowledge with the boy who lived. Dumbledore was running his own operation. Light filed the observation. He went with the headmaster's commendation in his pocket and Ginny's grateful tears still drying on his collar back to his dormitory in the Slytherin dungeon. He climbed into bed. He drew the curtains. In the dark on his side with his hands folded together under his cheek, he reviewed the ledger one more time. 18 names, all confirmed, all faces in his memory, all locations approximately known. Voldemort's primary Horcrux count, at least 3 before tonight, now at least 2. Voldemort himself, still riding around inside Quirrell, presumably, or having graduated to another host over the summer, in either case, still alive, still unfinished. Dumbledore, aware opaque must be observed but not yet acted upon. He had by his revised calendar 3.5 years until the endgame. He had by Christmas of his next year the operational window to do something he had been planning for almost 3 years. He smiled in the dark very faintly and went asleep. In the bedclothes beside him on the small bedside table he had warded with the simplest concealment charm in his repertoire, the Death Note lay closed, waiting. By the end of the next term, 18 new names would be written in it. A brief accounting of the previous summer is in order, because year 1 had ended with a small operation that deserves recording in the ledger. Quirrell had died at the close of year 1, in the way Light had estimated he would. He had died on the 3rd-floor corridor that Dumbledore had warned the school about, in the small underground chamber where the Philosopher's Stone had been protected by a sequence of obstacles set by the senior faculty for evident reasons of theatrical pedagogy. Light had not been present at the death. He had read about it the following morning in the school paper. He had, however, contributed to the death indirectly, through a small act of misdirection he had carried out on the Wednesday afternoon prior. He had encountered Quirrell on the 2nd-floor staircase in the unobserved few seconds between class periods, and he had said in a voice the professor had been startled to discover his small star pupil possessed, "Sir, I think one of the obstacles uses mirrors. I heard one of the prefects say so." He had said it with the small, confiding helpfulness of a Slytherin first year wishing to assist his favorite professor. Quirrell had paled. The thing behind the turban, Light suspected, had registered the comment with the precise interest that a snake would register a small bird flying past its mouth. Light had walked on. The conversation had taken 9 seconds. He had had at the time no specific knowledge of the obstacles. He had heard, in fact, almost nothing from the prefects. He had reasoned from a single overhead conversation between McGonagall and Flitwick in the 3rd week of April that Dumbledore would be using the Mirror of Erised in the final chamber of the obstacle course. Dumbledore had a documented fondness for the mirror, and that the mirror's selection criterion was the desire of the gazer to find the stone without using it. The thing behind Quirrell, hearing the word mirrors, would assemble the rest of the inference at speed and would arrive at the conclusion that the boy in front of it was either to be killed for what he might know or to be deployed for what he might prove. The deployment scenario was the more useful to Voldemort, who had no body of his own to put in front of the mirror and who would need a clean-souled child as a viewing instrument. Light had accordingly made himself bait. He had been correct in his prediction. Quirrell had abducted him on the night of the last Quidditch match. They had descended the obstacle course together. Light had stood in front of the mirror and had visualized what the mirror had been built to demand, a person wanting only to find the stone without using it. He had wanted in that moment only to find the stone in order to immediately destroy it, because the stone was an immortality-conferring object and immortality-conferring objects had a way of disturbing the operational landscape his Death Note required. The mirror had returned the stone into his pocket. He had handed Quirrell the stone. He had handed it over precisely because the Voldemort fragment behind Quirrell's turban would, on contact with the stone, attempt to consume the stone, and the moment of that attempt would be the moment Quirrell's body would experience the full burden of two competing magical contaminations. He had calculated the body would not survive the burden. He had been correct. Quirrell had screamed and burned, and his skin had gone to ash beneath his clothes, and the fragment had fled, leaving Light alone in a chamber with the stone in his hand and a small pile of pale gray ash on the flagstones. Dumbledore had arrived 19 seconds later. Light had produced on cue the small dazed confusion of a boy who had just been through something terrifying. He had relinquished the stone with relief. He had spent 3 days in the hospital wing being fussed over. He had, in the privacy of his own head, recorded his first kill in the second life, not by death note but by leverage, the way a chess player wins by forcing his opponent to capture his own bishop. Quirrell had not, properly speaking, been on his list. Quirrell had been collateral, in the precise way collateral was sometimes acceptable in his old framework, where the death of the host body served to extract a confirmed location from a soul fragment. He had not enjoyed the death, he had observed it. The summer that followed had been unremarkable. He had returned to Privet Drive. He had found Petunia much diminished by her year as a widow but functional, and he had judged that her diminution served his purposes. A less observant Petunia was less likely to interfere with anything, and he had spent the months in the garden and in his bedroom with his Hogwarts books, refining his roster. He had written nothing in the notebook. He had not, by his timetable, been ready. The summer following year 2 had likewise been quiet in its way. Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban in late July. The escape had made the Muggle papers. Light had read about it on a bench outside the corner shop with the cold satisfaction of a man whose model had just predicted, by one move, the universe had made. He had inferred, on the basis of a paragraph in modern wizarding Britain, Black had been imprisoned without trial, Black had been a known associate of the Potters, Black had been a known animagus, a fact the Auror office had failed to publicize. That Black's continued imprisonment depended on a piece of fiction it was inevitable Black would, sooner or later, find a way to interrupt. Black had found his way. He had seen, presumably, a photograph of the Weasley family and the Prophet during their Egypt holiday in June. He had recognized Scabbers lurking on Ron's shoulder. He had escaped to hunt Pettigrew. Light had been pleased. A hunted Pettigrew in the wild would be considerably easier to write into the Death Note than a Pettigrew under continuous Weasley pocket cover. Black, by hunting Pettigrew, was performing operational work on Light's behalf without knowing it. Light considered briefly whether to send Black a quiet message clarifying the situation and decided against. Black was untested, possibly mentally damaged by 12 years in proximity to Dementors and prone to public theatrics. A loose cannon was best left to fire in the right general direction without further instruction. He had also received, in late August, a letter from Mrs. Weasley containing the news that Sirius Black was a notorious mass murderer and that Light should under no circumstances be alone in any corridor where Black might find him. Mrs. Weasley meant well. Light wrote her a thank-you note with the small, grave correctness she had come to expect. He filed the warning. He understood that the wizarding world had now elected Sirius Black, in the absence of Voldemort, as its temporary villain of public attention. This too served his purposes. He had returned to Hogwarts on the train on the 1st of September of year 3 with his roster of 18 names and faces fully committed to memory, with the Death Note in the false bottom of the school trunk, with a clear understanding of the political weather and with a working timetable for the operation he had spent 2 years planning. The operation would take place at Christmas. The reasons were operational and personal in roughly equal measure. Operationally, the Christmas holiday was the optimum window. Hogwarts emptied at Christmas, perhaps a sixth of the student body remained, and of the staff perhaps half a dozen. The castle, with no classes and minimal monitoring, was the closest thing in his entire calendar to an unobserved private office. He could spend an entire morning in his dormitory, with the curtains drawn, writing names, and no roommate would be present to notice. Operationally also, the synchronized deaths he was planning would be most explicable if they occurred simultaneously across the country at a single time. A single mass cardiac event during the small hours of a Christmas week night would have the small mercy of being statistically improbable enough to require an investigation, but ambiguous enough to delay that investigation by several days. He would have, by his estimate, 4 to 7 days of operational quiet before the first investigator drew the correct correlation. Personally, and he conceded this in the small candor of his own head, he had wished for almost 3 years to perform a great writing again, and he had not been willing to admit how much he had wished it until he had been within 4 months of doing it. The act of writing in the notebook, the act of bringing the ink down on the page with the slow precision he had learned in 2003 subjective, had been the central act of his first life, and he had not done it on a serious scale since the morning he had ended a Tokyo prosecutor whose investigation had begun to inconvenience him. He missed it. He wished to do it again. He intended on this occasion to do it with the maturity of a man who had once burned out by haste and who was determined not to repeat the mistake. He had begun, by the second week of September of year 3, to lay the small administrative groundwork for staying at Hogwarts over Christmas. He had told Hermione in the library with the small rueful look of a boy who had been disappointed that his aunt had written to inform him that the family would be spending Christmas with her sister in Yorkshire and that with Sirius Black at large it would be safer if Harry remained at the school. Hermione had accepted the lie with the warm distress he had calculated she would. She had asked, with a small concerned tilt of her head, whether he would be all right alone. He had assured her with the small grave courage he had calculated he should that he would. He had told Ron the same thing. Ron had been more straightforwardly horrified. Ron had assumed Harry would be coming to the Burrow, and Light had had to spend an additional 10 minutes assuring Ron that there would be other holidays. He had not enjoyed lying to Ron. He had paid in the private accounting of his own conscience the small cost of doing so. Ron was a friend in the narrow technical sense that friends were people one preferred not to deceive, and Light was a man for whom narrow technical senses were the only senses that mattered. He had told Professor McGonagall, with the more formal phrasing of a student officially submitting his name to the holiday list, that his guardian had asked him to remain at the school because of safety concerns related to the escaped prisoner. McGonagall had accepted the request with the small efficient nod of a deputy headmistress who had a great many forms to process and no time for additional inquiry. He had told Snape nothing. Snape, as head of his house, would receive a copy of the holiday list and would presumably notice his name on it. Snape's opinion of Light had stabilized, by the second month of year 3, into a guarded, almost grudging professional respect. A Potter who was a competent potion brewer and who was a competent Slytherin and who showed no sign of his father's particular cruelties had been a category Snape had not previously been required to consider. And Snape's response to the category was a careful neutral observation rather than the active dislike of year 1. Light, who had calculated this transition almost to the week, did not press. He nodded when Snape passed in corridors. He volunteered in class only what the lesson required. He waited. By the first week of December, the operation was ready in every respect except its execution. He had compiled on a small folded sheet of paper inside the lining of his school robe the 18 names in their final order of writing. He had committed each face to memory at a level of fidelity sufficient to satisfy the Death Note's metaphysical requirements. He had selected after some thought the precise time of death, 3 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, on the morning of December 27th, the second night after Christmas, when public attention would be at its most diffuse and when most adult witches and wizards would have spent the previous evening either at a family dinner or at one of the various Death Eater adjacent or Death Eater tolerant social gatherings that the older pureblood families still held during the holidays. He had selected, after some additional thought, the precise cause of death, cardiac arrest in sleep, identical for each, the simplicity of the cause being the operational point. He wanted the deaths to read in a wizarding newspaper as a single unmistakable signature. He had decided finally on one additional flourish. For each of the 18 names, he would specify in the death note that at the moment of cardiac arrest, the deceased should have on his or her bedside table or on the nightstand or by the pillow a small slip of parchment on which would be written the single Latin word iusditia. He did not know how the notebook would arrange this. He did not need to know. The notebook would, as it had done for him many thousands of times in his first life, arrange a death's logistical preconditions to be consistent with the cause of death, and if the preconditions required a parchment slip to be present, a parchment slip would be present. The slip would not be writing into the public record. Investigators would, by the second day, recognize the signature, and would, by the third day, become the wizarding world's introduction to a new operator in their political landscape. He had, after some additional internal debate, decided against signing the slips with his old chosen name. Kira was a Japanese phonetic and would draw, in a wizarding investigation, an almost immediate connection between the killer and any wizard of recent Japanese origin. There were, by his estimate, fewer than 70 such persons resident in Britain. The investigators would close on the 70 and either find an innocent scapegoat or proceed to a wider search. Either outcome would shorten his operational window. He preferred the Latin. The Latin was institutional, anonymous, deniable. The Latin would imply, to the wizarding investigative mind, an old wizarding tradition not yet identified, which would expand the suspect pool to the entire historical literature of the magical Iberian Peninsula, the Holy Roman Empire, and the Cursebreaker community. He had, in short, prepared the operation with the attention to detail he had once given to the elimination of the entire Eastern European Interpol office. The night of Year 3's last day of term arrived. The Hogwarts Express bore away 900-odd students. The professors who were leaving for the holiday left. The castle for the next 2 weeks became a quiet stone box containing perhaps 45 people, almost all of them either small first-years from Muggle backgrounds whose families could not afford to travel or older students with personal reasons for remaining. Light walked through the Great Hall on the evening of the 23rd in the small, empty quiet of a building that had become, for 2 weeks, almost entirely his. He looked up at the enchanted ceiling. The stars were sharp tonight. He went down to the dungeon. He passed the portrait. He went into his dormitory, which was empty. Both of his roommates had gone home. He sat on the edge of his bed. He took the death note from the false bottom of his trunk and set it on his knees. He uncapped the fountain pen. He looked at the first blank page. He smiled, the small private smile, the smile he had not allowed himself in front of any face since the night the blue bottle had died on the kitchen linoleum. The smile widened very slightly. "Tomorrow," he said softly to no one and to the bedclothes and to the parchment under his hand and to the Voldemort fragment in his scar, which was dreaming its small dim dreams and was about to discover in 3 nights' time that the world it had counted on had been quietly dismantled around it. "Tomorrow," he repeated, "we begin." Chapter 5, the first mass writing. He woke on Christmas morning at 6. He had not been woken by anything in particular. He had set himself, the night before, the small interior clock he had once trained for use in the year he had begun to live alone in Tokyo. The clock had returned to him in this life with the patient obedience of a faculty long out of practice and pleased to be deployed. He woke when he intended to wake. He opened his eyes in the gray-blue light of the dungeon dormitory and listened for a long, careful moment to the small noises of the castle settling around him. There were no other noises. His roommates were gone. The fire in the common room grate had burned itself out hours ago. The lake outside his window was a slab of black ice with starlight on it. The castle was quiet in the way that only a castle in deep winter with most of its people gone is quiet, quiet to a depth that even the stones noticed. He sat up. He had laid his clothes the night before in the small precise order he had used in his first life on the mornings of important examinations. Robe folded at the foot of the bed, wand in its holster on the bedside table. Trousers folded across the chair. Pen and ink pot and penknife laid out on the desk, beside the death note, which lay closed at the desk's center. He dressed without hurry. He washed in the dormitory's small attached bath, with the cold water rather than the warm. The cold woke the body in the right way. He combed his hair. He examined his face in the mirror briefly with the small clinical attention of a man checking a tool. The face was a 13-year-old's face, pale, narrow, green-eyed, scarred at the brow. It was an unremarkable face. It would do. He sat down at the desk. He pulled the death note toward him. He opened it to the first blank page. He took the small folded list of names from the inside lining of his robe and laid it flat to the right of the notebook. He set the inkpot on the left. He uncapped the fountain pens. He did all of this slowly, with the precise small movements of a priest setting up an altar, not because he was performing for any audience, internal or external, but because the slowness was the work. He had taught himself in his first life that the small precise motions before a writing were as important to the writing as the names themselves. The motions were the breathing. The motions were how the body told the soul that the moment had arrived. He drew a deep, slow breath. He let it out. He wrote. The first name was Bellatrix Drulla Lestring, née Black. He wrote it in the precise, even hand he had practiced on scratch paper for 2 weeks. He visualized her face from the 1979 Daily Prophet photograph. High cheekbones, dark, heavy-lidded eyes, mouth caught mid-laugh, the small wet line of teeth at the right corner where the smile had begun to part the lips. He visualized her also from a more recent Azkaban file photograph he had glimpsed in the sacred 28 volume. The same face after a decade of incarceration, hollowed at the eye sockets, the mouth set straighter, the hair grayer at the temples but still wild. He held both faces in his mind simultaneously, the way one might hold the 2 sides of a coin. Beneath the name he wrote in a slightly smaller hand, cardiac arrest in sleep. December 27th, 3 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time precisely, dies without waking. By the head of the bed or on the pillow, a small folded parchment bearing the single Latin word iustita. He paused. He counted internally to 40. The notebook accepted the entry. There was no visible sign. There was the small interior certainty that he had felt thousands of times before, the certainty of a contract registered. Bellatrix Drulla Lestrange, in her cold stone cell on the North Tower of Azkaban, was now scheduled for transition. He turned to the next line. He wrote RODOLPHUS LESTRNG. Cause and time and parchment identical, 40 seconds. He wrote RABASDAN LESTRNG. Cause and time and parchment identical, 40 seconds. He had decided in his planning to write all 18 with the same time and cause, not from laziness but from signature. The synchronization was the message. Whoever investigated on the morning of the 27th would not be able to dismiss the cluster as 18 unrelated coincidences. The cluster would announce, the way his old work in Tokyo had announced, that a single hand was operating. He wrote ANTONINDOLOHOV. 40 seconds. He wrote Augustus ROOKWOOD, 40 seconds. He had now expended 5 of his 18 names. He paused briefly to flex the fingers of his right hand and to rest his eyes. He looked out the dormitory window. The sky was lightening. The first faint gray of pre-dawn had begun to show along the eastern edge of the lake. He had perhaps 3 more hours before the castle's small skeleton crew of breakfasting students and professors would begin to stir. He had time. He resumed. He wrote LUCIUSABRAXASMALFOY at 6:30. He wrote it with the small particular care he had been planning since the afternoon a year earlier, when Lucius had pressed a card into his palm in Diagon Alley. He visualized Lucius's face at point-blank distance, the pale eyes and the long silver-blonde hair and the precise small movement of the upper lip when Lucius said the word Potter. He wrote the middle name ABRAXAS with particular care, having confirmed it from the sacred 28 volume to a level of certainty that admitted no risk of mistaken identity. There were no other Lucius Abraxas Malfoys in the wizarding world. There would not after tonight be any. Cardiac arrest in sleep. December 27th, 3 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time precisely, parchment identical. He let himself, on the conclusion of Lucius's entry, breathe out a single small slow breath that was nearly a laugh. Lucius Malfoy had spent 10 years convincing the ministry that he had been an imperieused victim of Voldemort's regime, and Lucius Malfoy was now scheduled to die in his own bed beside his own wife, of a cause no one would ever be able to attach to him. The wife would survive. Narcissa was not on the list. Narcissa had married a Death Eater but had not herself been one in any operationally meaningful sense. She would, by Light's calculation, be a more useful witch alive and bereaved than dead, since her grief and her son's grief would, in time, produce political moves that would themselves serve to weaken the remaining Voldemort apparatus. He had spared Draco. He had spared Draco for several reasons, not one of which was sentimental. Draco was a child. Draco was, on the operational record, not a Death Eater. Draco was useful as the surviving heir of a name his father had now vacated. The boy would inherit a great deal of complicated political capital and a great deal of complicated debt and would be too occupied with both for the next several years to constitute a meaningful threat. Killing Draco would have cost a Death Note page on no return. He had not done it, he proceeded. He wrote WALDENMACNAIR 40 seconds. He wrote THODORENOTTSR. He wrote the name with the same small, even hand he had used for the others, and he allowed himself in the space of writing no thought whatever about Theodore not Jr., who would on Boxing Day morning of his 13th year wake to discover that he was now the master of his family. Theodore Jr. was also a child. Theodore Jr. was also not on the list. Light noted in a small detached corner of his attention that he was producing in 3 sleep-age Slytherin boys, Draco Malfoy, Theodore not Vincent Crabbe, the precise widespread psychological dislocation that he had once produced in Tokyo by killing prominent Yakuza fathers and leaving the older sons to inherit empires they had not yet been trained to run. The Yakuza sons had, with predictable consistency, made operational errors in the months after their fathers' deaths. The Slytherin sons would do the same. He had timed his operation in part around the predictability of the response. He wrote VINCENTCRABBESR, 40 seconds. He wrote Gregory GOYLESR, 40 seconds. He wrote AVERY. He had only one name for Avery. He had a face. He had the man's home address in a village on the Welsh border. He wrote the surname alone, the small confirmatory specification beneath. The Death Eater Avery, currently resident at Brinfinnan Cottage, Lanthony, Monmouthshire. He had not previously needed to specify locations in his Death Note operations. In his first life, because his targets in his first life had been registered citizens of a country with a national ID system, he had, in this life, modified his approach to accommodate the wizarding world's looser identity infrastructure. He had verified in the Bluebottle test of his 9th year and in 2 subsequent tests on small animals during the previous summer that the notebook would accept descriptive specifications in place of strict legal names provided the writer had a face. He had a face, the entry would hold. He wrote YAXLEY 40 seconds, similar specification. He wrote SELWYN 40 seconds. He wrote JUJSON 40 seconds. He wrote Gibbon 40 seconds. He wrote THORFINN ROWLE 40 seconds. He wrote Traverse 40 seconds. He had now written 17 names. He flexed his right hand again. He took the small cup of water he had brought up from the breakfast table the previous evening, and he drank slowly, watching the steam from his breath on the cold air of the dormitory. The light outside had improved. The lake was now a flat pewter under a graying sky. He turned to the 18th entry. He wrote Peter Pettigrew. He wrote it carefully. He wrote the middle name as well. He had confirmed it as Henry in one of the anniversary issue articles a year and a half earlier, to ensure that the notebook resolved the entity correctly through what was now almost 12 consecutive years of animagus camouflage. Peter Henry Pettigrew, cardiac arrest in sleep. December 27, 3 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time precisely. Currently resident in the rat form of an animagus, registered or unregistered, presently in the British Isles. Reverts to human form at the moment of cardiac arrest. By the head of the body or wherever it may then be lying, a small folded parchment bearing the single Latin word iustia. He paused on the conclusion of the entry for considerably longer than the 40-second standard wait. He had specified with the last clause that Pettigrew should revert to human form at the moment of death. He had specified the reversion for the precise reason of dispelling, in the public mourning, the legal fiction that had kept Sirius Black in Azkaban for over a decade. A dead rat in a corner of a barn somewhere in southern England would not have served his secondary purposes. A dead man, naked or in scraps of rat-borne clothing, on the floor of a barn or under a hedge with a small parchment iustia beside him and the small scar on his hand where he had once cut off his own finger to fake his death. That body would, when found by the appropriate order, force the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to reopen the Black case, free his godfather, and produce a small but useful additional public mystery that would draw investigative attention away from the 18 cluster proper for at least a week. He had spent some time on the precise wording. The wording was, he was satisfied, correct. He capped the fountain pen, he set it on the desk to the left of the notebook. He sat very still for a long minute. The dormitory was warm enough now that the window had begun to mist over with the small condensation of his breathing. The sky outside the mist was lightening to the pale, unbreaking gray of a Scottish December morning. The lake was beginning to show the first low colors of pre-dawn. He looked at the page of the notebook. 18 names in his small, careful, even hand. Beneath each name, a cause and a time and a parchment specification. The page looked to a casual eye like nothing like the page of a careful student's ordinary notebook, ruled in light gray, marked in dark ink, undecorated. He closed the notebook. He had by his interior watch 20 hours and 17 minutes until the deaths would occur. He had with that completed the largest single act of his second life. He smiled. He let the smile reach his eyes this time, alone in the dormitory with no observer because he had earned it. He had done the work the way he had always known the work should be done, patiently, in the right window, with the right preparation, with no theatrics, with no wasted material. He had completed in 23 minutes a task that had taken him 2.5 years to set up. He had felt while writing the small, steady warmth he had not felt since the spring of 2004 subjective. He stood up from the desk. He returned the death note to the false bottom of his trunk. He returned the pen and the ink pot to their cases. He folded the small list of names and tore it slowly into 8 pieces and burned them in the empty fire grate of the dormitory hearth, watching the small flame consume the last fragment of paper before he extinguished it with the toe of his shoe. He went down to breakfast. The great hall on Christmas morning of his 3rd year contained, in addition to himself, 11 other students and 4 professors. The students were a mixture of first years who had not previously eaten in the hall during a holiday. Light recognized 2 of them as Muggle-borns whose families had elected not to bring them home for the Christmas break, and a few older students Light did not know well. The professors were Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and the small, short, Hagrid-shaped chair occupied by Hagrid, who had returned from some errand and was already drinking from a flagon the size of a hat. Light took his seat at the small end of the long table where the few students and professors had been clustered together in the festive, informal manner of a Christmas dinner. He greeted Dumbledore politely. He greeted McGonagall with the small, respectful nod he had been giving her since the sorting. He greeted Snape with a small, even nod that Snape returned with a small, even nod of his own. He greeted Hagrid with a friendly smile. He sat, he ate. He ate the small, reasonable Christmas morning portion of a 13-year-old boy who had slept well. He drank 1 cup of pumpkin juice and 1 cup of tea. He participated with the small, careful warmth he had developed for use in such moments, in the table's conversation, which ranged from the upcoming Quidditch fixture between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff to the news that Hogsmeade weekend had been moved from the 2nd to the 3rd Saturday of January. He laughed at the appropriate moments at the small jokes Hagrid made. He asked, with the small grave courtesy he had been deploying for 2 years, after Professor McGonagall's holiday plans. He passed the salt cellar to Dumbledore when Dumbledore reached. Dumbledore took the cellar. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment, over the rim of his half-moon spectacles, with the small attentive blue regard of a very old man who had not lived to be a very old man by failing to notice the small things, and Dumbledore said, "You are remarkably composed this morning, Harry." Light, with the small, startled blink of a boy whose attention had been mostly on the porridge, said, "Am I, Professor? I think I just slept well." "Sleep," said Dumbledore after a pause, "is one of the great undervalued gifts of the season. I am glad to hear it." He returned, smiling faintly, to his own porridge. Light internally allowed himself the small private observation that Dumbledore had noticed something. He had not been able to suppress, evidently, the residual physical relaxation of a man who had just completed a long-planned major operation. He would adjust. He would, in future operations, perform a small additional preparatory sequence of small affected tensions and small affected fidgets before joining any public meal to mask the post-operational calm. He filed the lesson. He continued with the porridge. After breakfast, he went, with the other holiday students, to the slow, informal exchange of small presents that the school had organized in the common rooms. He received from Hermione a leather-bound diary engraved with his initials. He received from Ron a hand-knitted Weasley sweater in deep crimson. He received from Hagrid a flute Hagrid had carved himself. He received from Dumbledore by way of an anonymous parcel he immediately recognized as being from no one but Dumbledore his father's old invisibility cloak with a small note that said, "A Christmas long overdue, use it well." He held the cloak in his hands for a long moment. He examined the cloak, he examined the silvery weave. He passed it across his arm and watched his arm vanish from view. He felt briefly the small academic satisfaction of receiving a piece of operational equipment of unusual quality at exactly the moment in his career when he was about to begin needing it. He looked up at the dormitory ceiling in the general direction of the headmaster's tower, and he nodded once by way of acknowledgement. He returned the cloak to its box. He went outside with Hagrid and helped Hagrid distribute Christmas treacle to the school's small flock of Thistrals. He saw the Thistrals for the first time. They had been invisible to him on his first arrival, they were visible to him now. He had killed in 1981 by proxy and in 1981 directly, and in the year of Quirrell, more than enough people to qualify. The Thistrals did not seem to mind being seen. They nuzzled with a small patient fondness into Hagrid's coat. Light let one of the Thistrals lower its great gaunt head to his shoulder. He stroked its mane briefly. The mane was coarser than he had expected. He nodded to the Thistral with the small grave courtesy he reserved for living things he had not yet had to factor into a plan. The Thistral, with the small, unjudging patience of a creature that lived on the dead, accepted the courtesy. He went back to the castle. He worked in the afternoon on his transfiguration essay. He played in the evening the slow, careful chess match that Ron had insisted on by post. Ron had sent him a set of post-bial chess pieces with the rule that they would play a single move a day for the holiday, and he sent his move back with Hedwig, who had returned from her own holiday hunting just in time for the post. He went in the evening to the Slytherin common room and sat by the fire alone with a book he was not reading. He looked into the fire for a long while. He did not think about the 18 exactly. He had decided the previous summer that the discipline of an operator was the discipline of letting an operation, once committed, proceed without further revision. He had committed, the operation would in the next 10 hours conclude. He would learn the result in the morning paper. He thought instead about Madame Bones. He had not yet met Madame Bones. He had only read about her in the anniversary issue and in 2 subsequent Prophet articles. She was, by his reading, the only adult in the British wizarding institutional landscape whom he respected without reservation. She had run the prosecutions after the war with rigorous fairness. She had publicly criticized the imperious defense in cases where the evidence had not supported it. She had been, before the war, the only Auror in the department who had successfully entered, prosecuted, and convicted a member of the Sacred 28 without political reversal. She would, by morning, be his opponent. He looked into the fire and thought about the kind of opponent she would be. He thought also about Elle. He had not allowed himself, in his first 2 years at Hogwarts, to think about Elle for any extended period. The thought of Elle had a particular quality in his memory. It was not a wound exactly, but it had the small residual tenderness of an old break, the kind of place in a body that could still be felt in cold weather. He had killed Elle, he had won. He had also, on some level he had never fully admitted in his first life and was prepared to admit now in the small candor of his second, enjoyed Elle's company in a way he had not enjoyed any other human beings. He had even, in the months after Elle's death, found himself looking at the gray sky through his apartment window and almost missing the small abrasive presence of the man crouched on a chair across from him. He would not in this life miss the presence of his opponent, he had learned. He would respect them as a chess player respected an opponent, and he would defeat them. He thought in the fire that the chess game with whoever the wizarding world's equivalent turned out to be would almost certainly be the most enjoyable thing he had done in either life. He looked forward to it, he closed the book he had not been reading, he went to bed. He fell asleep at 5 minutes to 10, he slept dreamlessly. About 3 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time on the morning of December 27th, in 18 separate locations across the British Isles, 18 separate hearts performed a single quiet inversion of their normal rhythm and stopped. In her cold stone cell on the North Tower of Azkaban prison, Bellatrix Drula Lestrange Black, age 42, lying on her thin pallet under 3 thin blankets, stopped breathing without waking. Her hand fell slowly off the edge of the pallet. On the small ledge above her head, where she had been keeping the few personal items the Dementors permitted her, a small folded parchment now lay that had not lain there at lights out. It read, in a single neat hand, IUSDITIA. In a cell on the same wing, Rodolphus Lestrange's heart stopped at the same instant. In another cell on the same tier, Rabiston Lestrange's. In another, Antonin Dolohov's. In another, Augustus Rookwood's. In a 4-poster bed in a chamber on the 2nd floor of Malfoy Manor, in front of a banked fire and beside a wife who was sleeping the dreamless sleep of a witch who had taken her potion, Lucius Abraxas Malfoy died on his back, with his mouth slightly open and his right hand half-curled near his collar. The small folded parchment lay on the pillow beside his head. Narcissa Malfoy would find it at 7 in the morning when she woke and reached, as she had reached every morning for 16 years, to lay her hand on the warm hollow of his neck. In a cottage in Wiltshire, Walden Macnair died. In a manor in Sussex, Theodore Nottisar died. In a townhouse in London, Vincent Crabbasar died. In a country house in Yorkshire, Gregory Goylesar died. In a cottage in Monmouthshire, Avery died. In a townhouse in Edinburgh, Yaxley died. In another townhouse in London, Selwyn died. In a cottage in Hampshire, Jugson died. In a country house in Surrey, Gibbon died. In a barn in Devon, Thorfinn Roll, who had been sleeping rough since a recent quarrel with his cousin, died on a pile of hay. In a townhouse in Bristol, Travers died. And in a small wooden shed behind a vegetable garden in Ottery St. Catchpole, where a stray rat had been hiding since the morning of December 24th. The rat having abandoned the Weasley household upon the announced arrival of an Auror patrol that morning for routine perimeter inspection, Peter Henry Pettigrew's small rodent body contracted, expanded, contorted, and resolved, in the slow, strange melt of an interrupted animagus transformation, into the body of a small, balding, pudgy human man, lying naked on the shed's dirt floor. His heart, in the human chest now exposed to the December cold, stopped 1 second after the transformation completed. On the dirt beside his stiffening hand, a small folded parchment lay that read, in a single neat hand, IUSDITIA. Across the British Isles, in the silent hours, 18 wizards and 1 rat stopped breathing. In a 4-poster bed in the Slytherin dormitory, Light Yagami slept deeply and well. The Morning Prophet of December 28th was 24 pages long and contained, on its front page, in type larger than the type with which it had announced the end of the previous war, the words, 18 marked wizards dead overnight, magical cause undetermined. Beneath the headline was a smaller subheading, all victims died of simultaneous cardiac failure at 3 a.m. on Boxing Day night. AZKABAN prisoners among the dead, Peter P. TTIGREW found in human form, Sirius Black innocent. Beneath the subheading was a photograph of Madame Amelia Bones in her black robes on the steps of the ministry speaking to a group of reporters. The caption read, DMLEOPENS investigation, all public contact with potential witnesses to be through her office. Light read the headline over his breakfast porridge with the small, mild interest of a 13-year-old who had been startled by news of unusual import. He turned the page. He read the lead article. He read it through twice, the second time with the slightly slower pace one might use to absorb difficult homework. He set the paper down on the table beside his bowl. He poured himself a fresh cup of tea. He looked up. The great hall around him had gone almost silent. The few students at the holiday table were looking at one another with a kind of bewildered hesitation, the way one looks at the floor of a familiar house immediately after an earth tremor, waiting to see whether anyone else has felt the same thing. The professors at the head end of the table had stopped eating. McGonagall had set her teacup down. Snape, very pale, had set down his knife and fork and risen from his seat and walked, without speaking to anyone, out of the hall in the direction of the dungeons. Dumbledore had not risen. Dumbledore was reading the Prophet, his half-moon spectacles drawn well down his nose, and his expression was unreadable. Light in a careful voice, the voice of a 13-year-old who had only just understood what he was reading, said, Professor I, does this mean Sirius Black wasn't? McGonagall's voice when it came was rough. No, Potter, it appears not. Madame Bones will, I assume, be making a formal statement shortly. Your godfather has, apparently, been wrongfully imprisoned for over a decade. Oh, said Light. He let his face do the small, slow opening of a boy who had been given a piece of news of profound personal import. He sat very still for a long, careful moment. He looked down at his plate. He looked up at McGonagall. Will he be coming? Will he? I do not know, Potter. The ministry will be in considerable disarray today. I imagine matters will take some time to sort themselves out. Of course, said Light. Thank you, Professor. He returned to his porridge. Dumbledore at the head of the table raised his eyes from the prophet and looked across at Light. The look lasted perhaps 2 seconds. Light met it for the first second with the dazed, half-distracted expression of a boy who was processing a personal revelation. He allowed his eyes, in the second second, to flicker once, with a small wet sheen of relief and hope. He let his mouth tremble briefly. He looked down. Dumbledore looked away. Light internally allowed himself one small mark in the ledger of small marks he had been keeping. Dumbledore had been watching him for a reaction. Dumbledore had received one. Dumbledore had filed it without conclusion. He resumed his breakfast. By the afternoon, the school was, for a building containing only 45 people, in some uproar. Owls were arriving in disorganized waves all morning, bearing the prophet's 2 follow-up special editions. The first follow-up contained a more complete list of the 18 victims, with photographs. The second contained, in a small inset on page 3, a copy of the parchment slip found beside each body. A small scrap, neatly torn, bearing the single word IUSDITIA in a hand that the wizarding press had not yet identified. Light read the inset paragraph carefully. The prophet had not yet attached the parchment to a tradition. The prophet had described it merely as consistent in form across all 18 sites, and as yet undetermined script and origin. It had quoted Madame Bones as saying that the writing would be examined by the Department of Mysteries Forensic Unit, and that the script appeared to be a deliberate variant on standard Roman characters of a kind not in current ordinary use. It had quoted, at greater length, a cursebreaker from Gringotts who had volunteered the opinion that the deaths were consistent in profile with no known curse, hex, or magical assassination technique recorded in the British registry. Light, on reading the cursebreaker's quote, allowed himself the small, almost amused breath that had served in his first life as the closest approximation he had ever produced to a laugh in public. The cursebreaker was correct. The deaths were not consistent with any known British technique. They were consistent with a technique known only to one wizard in the British Isles, and that wizard was sitting in the Slytherin common room with a cup of tea in his hand reading the prophet at his ease. He set the prophet aside. By supper time, an emergency meeting of the Wisengamot had been convened in London to discuss the security implications of the 18-death event. By midnight, Sirius Black had been declared retroactively innocent by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement on the basis of the recovered Pettigrew corpse, and was, the prophet's late edition reported, in protective order custody pending exoneration paperwork. By the morning of December 29th, the wizarding press was using, for the first time, the term, the Boxing Day Killer. He liked the term. It had the small, clean, popular resonance the press always assigned to its first attempt at a phrase. It would not last. Within a month, the term would be replaced, almost certainly, by something more accurate. The wizarding world would discover, as the Japanese world had discovered in his first life, that no working operator stops at one operation, and the operator would acquire a more permanent name. He did not yet know what the more permanent name would be. He looked forward to seeing what they would invent for him. He did not, in the days following, make any change to his behavior. He continued to play postal chess with Ron. He continued to write polite letters to Hermione. He continued to attend the small, informal Christmas teas Hagrid hosted in his hut for the few holiday students. He continued in the evenings to read in the Slytherin common room or in the library. He continued to sleep well. On the morning of January 4th, the prophet ran an article on the back page reporting that one of the inner circle dead, Lucius Malfoy, had been found by his widow at 7 in the morning of December 27th, and that Mrs. Malfoy had collapsed in her own staircase upon discovering the body. The article noted that Mrs. Malfoy had been treated by St. Mungo's healers and was now at home with her son. The article noted that Draco Malfoy, age 13, was expected to return to Hogwarts on the train at the end of the holiday, accompanied by his mother as far as the platform. Light read the article. He did not feel guilt. He did not feel triumph. He felt the small, steady professional consideration he had once felt in his first life on reading the obituaries of his successful operations, that the case had closed cleanly, that the next phase was now to begin, and that the next phase would require a careful watching of Draco. Draco returned on the train. Draco was paler than Light had ever seen him. Draco did not say a word to anyone during the welcome feast on the evening of his return. Draco sat at the far end of the Slytherin table beside Theodore Nott, who had also returned bereaved, having lost his father in the same cluster, and the two of them ate in a silence so complete that it cast a small zone of muted, respectful quiet around them which the other Slytherins, even the loud ones, did not violate. Light that evening did not approach. He gave them, instead, the small grave nod he had been giving since the sorting, the nod of an acquaintance who acknowledged the situation without intruding on it. The next morning, in the common room before classes, he passed Draco at the small table where Draco was attempting to read his potions textbook and not succeeding. He paused beside the chair. He said quietly, "I am sorry for your loss, Draco. If you ever want to talk, I am available." Draco did not look up. Draco said in a voice that had become, in the last week, an octave lower than it had been the previous term, "Thank you, Potter." That was all. Light continued past. He did not look back. He had calculated, with the small operational caution he applied to even the smallest social maneuver, that the right move with Draco for the next several months was the move of distance with the door propped open. Draco would, in due course, come through the door himself, or he would not, and either outcome was acceptable. Theodore Knott did come through the door in the second week of January on a Tuesday afternoon in the library. He sat down across from Light at the carrel where Light had been working on his charms essay. He said very quietly, "Potter, may I ask you something?" Light looked up. He set his quill down. He nodded. Theodore said, "Do you believe in justice?" The question had been prepared. Theodore had clearly walked across the library, having already constructed the entire question, and the question came out in a single unbroken sentence without the question mark. Light, who had been waiting for this exact conversation with some patience, allowed himself a small, careful moment of consideration before answering. He said eventually, "I believe in a great many things, Theodore. I believe in good and bad. I believe in consequences. I think justice is the word people use for the gap between what someone did and what eventually happens to them. I think the gap is usually larger than people would like it to be." Theodore considered this. Theodore said, "My father was a Death Eater." Light, with the small, even calm of a boy reading the next line of a book he had been expecting, said, "I had assumed so, yes." "He was on the list," said Theodore. "The list of the 18, he died with the others. The Aurors believe he was killed by whoever it is, the killer." "Yes, my mother says it serves him right." "Your mother may be correct." Theodore looked at him then. Theodore had a thin, pale face that looked, in the Hogwarts library, more like his father's face than he probably realized. The resemblance, Light had decided, would soften with age. But at the moment, Theodore had inherited the precise small downturn at the corner of the mouth that the photograph in the sacred 28 volume had given to Theodore Sr. Theodore was looking at Light now with the small, careful attention of a boy who had not, in 2 weeks of grief, yet found anyone willing to speak to him as adults speak. Theodore said slowly, "Do you think, Potter, do you think whoever did this, do you think they are doing that they are justice?" Light said with the small, even calm he had been employing in this conversation, "I think almost certainly yes." "Will they keep doing it?" "I imagine so." "Why?" Light paused. He thought about how to answer. He had not, in his planning, given much thought to the question of how he would explain his own work to a 13-year-old Slytherin boy whose father had been one of the explained. He had assumed, on reflection, that he would never have such a conversation. He said in the end, very simply, "Because the gap between what people deserve and what happens to them is usually larger than it should be, Theodore, and because somebody decided to close some of it." Theodore was silent. Theodore looked briefly like he was going to cry. Theodore did not cry. Theodore took a small, slow breath through his nose and let it out and said in a voice that was almost steady, "I think, Potter, I think I am glad. Is that wrong of me?" "No," said Light with the small, even calm. "It is not wrong of you." "Thank you," said Theodore. Theodore rose from the chair. Theodore walked out of the library. Theodore did not again raise the subject with Light, then or in the months that followed. The conversation had been, for Theodore, a single small private confession that had needed to be made and which had been made in the safest available presence. Light noted on Theodore's departure that he had acquired in the conversation a quiet, permanent ally of a kind he had not previously known how to engineer. He returned to his charms essay. He worked on it for another hour. He went down to dinner. By the third week of January, the wizarding world had organized its response. The Wisengamot had passed an emergency act creating a special task force headed personally by Madame Bones to investigate the 18-death cluster. The task force had been given priority access to all DMLE resources, to the Auror Office, to the Department of Mysteries, and to whatever international magical cooperation Bones could arrange. The Prophet had reported on January 22nd that the task force had concluded the deaths had been caused by a single agent operating either alone or with a small disciplined team, and that the agent was using a method previously unrecorded in the British magical literature. The Prophet had reported on January 24th that the task force had begun a quiet review of all magical immigration into the British Isles over the preceding 10 years. Light noted the review. He noted, with some small operational interest, that no one had yet considered the possibility that the operator was a domestically born British wizard. The wizarding world's reflexive xenophobia was, on this occasion, working in his favor. He filed the observation. He continued to wait. By the end of January, the wizarding press had begun, in the small editorial corners of its inside pages, to publish the first cautious opinion pieces on the subject of whether the 18-death cluster had been, on balance, a moral evil or an unexpected piece of housekeeping. The pieces were carefully balanced. No respectable prophet columnist would yet say in print that the deaths had been deserved. The columnists nonetheless allowed themselves the small implication that the dead had not been precisely martyrs. Two of the columnists noted, in passing, that the wizarding world had effectively just been delivered a single-night reduction in active death, Eater operatives equivalent to 2.5 years of normal ORR prosecution. Light read each piece carefully. He did not write to the prophet under any pseudonym. He had decided in his first life that the cardinal operational sin of an anonymous executor was to seek publicity, and he had resolved in his second life to make no comment, even pseudonymously, on his own work. The press would discuss him. He would let them. By the middle of February, the wizarding press had given him a new name. The name, after a brief flirtation with the Boxing Day Killer and a short-lived attempt at the Justice Wizard, settled into a single Latin phrase which became, by a process Light watched with the small interested patience of a man observing the formation of a snowflake, the name that the British wizarding public, in the privacy of its dinner-table conversations and in the late-night corners of its pubs, would use to refer to him for the rest of his time at Hogwarts. The Prophet's editorial of February 14th, headlined "The New Law," used the name for the first time in a national publication. It used the name with no italics and no quotation marks, in the small assured way one used a word that had already become public property. The name was iustitium. It was a Latin word meaning, in its original Roman legal usage, a suspension of normal justice, the period when the ordinary courts of Rome were closed and emergency tribunals took their place. The Prophet in the editorial observed that the word's modern adoption was both apt and ironic. Apt because the 18-death cluster had been carried out in defiance of ordinary justice, ironic because the operator had clearly considered the ordinary justice to have been already suspended for some decades, and had, in his own view, merely been filling the office no one else had been willing to fill. Light, reading the editorial alone in his bed on the night of February 14th, with the curtains drawn and the small dormitory torch lit beside him, smiled. He liked the name. He liked it more than he had liked KIRA. KIRA had been, in retrospect, an adolescent flourish, a name a teenager had been content to be called. IUSTITIUM had the precise institutional weight he had grown into in this second life. IUSTITIUM was the name of an office, not a man. He could occupy an office. He extinguished the torch. He lay in the dark with his eyes open for a long moment. The Voldemort fragment in his scar was unusually still that night. The fragment had been still, in fact, since the morning of December 27th. Light suspected, on the basis of indirect observation, that the fragment had felt the death of the inner circle as a kind of dim, distant amputation, and was now, in its small, dim way, sulking. He did not mind. A sulking parasite was a quiet parasite. He closed his eyes. He thought before sleep about the next chess move. He had eliminated in a single night the senior structural personnel of his eventual primary target. He had, in the same operation, attracted the attention of the wizarding world's most competent investigator. He would now begin his real game, the chess game, with Madame Bones and with whoever Madame Bones brought in to advise her. He suspected she would, sooner or later, bring in a specialist. The wizarding world had a small but distinguished community of cursebreakers and forensic legilimens, and there would be eventually an L-equivalent figure who would, by analytic instinct, narrow the suspect pool to Hogwarts and from Hogwarts to the small set of students whose biographies admitted the operational profile. He looked forward to meeting that figure. He fell asleep at last in the small, even rhythm of a man whose first move in a new game had cleared half the board. Outside, the Hogwarts grounds were silent under February snow. The lake was solid ice from shore to shore. The Forbidden Forest was a black low wall against the white. Inside, in the Slytherin dungeon, the new occupant of an old wizarding office slept. Chapter 6, Madame Bones' Investigation. L-equivalent appears Madame Amelia Susan Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was, by Light's careful early assessment, the most competent functionary the British Ministry of Magic had produced in the post-war period. He had assembled this assessment, by the end of his fourth year, from a small dossier composed of every published Bones interview, every Bones-credited Wisengamot brief, every Prophet article in which Bones had been quoted, and 3 further pieces of intelligence Hermione Granger had produced for him under the guise of an ORR career research project she had launched at his careful prompting. The dossier was now 37 pages long. It contained, among other things, a photograph of Bones at the close of one of her courtroom appearances, square-jawed, monocled, gray-haired at the temples, with a small thoughtful tightness at the corner of her mouth that suggested a woman who had spent her professional life listening to lawyers and had come to no high opinion of any of them. He liked her in the small, abstract way he had liked very few of his first life's antagonists. He had been more or less obliged to like her. She was, from the moment of his first move, the only adult playing his game at the level he had pitched it to. She made her opening move in the first week of February of his third year. The prophet announced, on the morning of February 1st, that the Bones Task Force would be opening a quiet preliminary inquiry into the question of whether the 18-death cluster had been the work of a juvenile operator. The article quoted Bones briefly, "We are at present open to all hypotheses. We are excluding none." The article noted, in its second paragraph, that this was the first time in the history of the British wizarding investigative tradition that a juvenile operator hypothesis had been publicly entertained for a crime of this scale. Light read the article in the Great Hall over breakfast. He felt on reading the second paragraph the small, precise flicker of pleasure he had not felt since the morning he had first read, on a Tokyo subway, that the police task force investigating Kira had hired a consulting detective. Bones had begun then to think correctly. She would, by his estimate, narrow her hypothesis space to Hogwarts within 6 months. She would identify the operational profile, patient, planning, multiple-year preparation, no prior public flourish within a year. She would identify the small subset of Hogwarts students whose biographies admitted the profile within 2 years. He would, somewhere in those 2 years, find himself on a short list. The shortlist would, depending on the rigor of her exclusion criteria, contain either 4 people or 2. He was confident on the basis of his careful operational profile that he would not be the first person on the shortlist. He was less confident that he would not be the second. He prepared in the spring of his third year his defenses. The first defense was to ensure the appearance of innocence to a level that no investigation could compromise. He had, since the sorting, been performing the role of an unspoiled Slytherin boy who lived with consistent discipline. He now refined the performance. He produced, over the course of the spring, 2 pieces of small public emotional disclosure that were not, in fact, emotional disclosures, but which served to register him in the wizarding press as an open and tender young person. The first was a private conversation he engineered to be overheard, by accident, by Pansy Parkinson on the staircase outside the Slytherin common room, in which he confessed to Theodore not that he had been having nightmares about the death of Sirius Black's friend Pettigrew, because he had read the description of the body and had not been able to stop imagining it. Pansy, who was not a malicious person but who had the gossip's instinct of a girl raised in a small village, repeated the story by lunch the following day to 4 other girls. By the end of the week, the story had reached Rita Skeeter, who reproduced it in a short note in her Witch Weekly column under the headline "The Gentle Heart of the Boy WHO Lived." The second piece was a small published letter Light wrote, with elaborate small boy clumsiness, to the editor of The Prophet, 2 weeks later, in which he expressed his gratitude for Sirius Black's exoneration and his apologies to all those whose hopes had been raised and disappointed by Black's escape. The letter was, by Light's design, slightly too pious. The piety of the letter was its operational function. A 13-year-old who wrote in such tones could not, in any reasonable investigator's assessment, be the same 13-year-old who had calmly killed 18 people in a single night. The Prophet ran the letter on its inside front page. The Witch Weekly column reproduced it the next week with 3 exclamation marks. The third piece, for he had decided by April that 2 pieces were insufficient, was a small Quidditch incident in late April in which he allowed himself, in the course of a difficult match against Ravenclaw, to be unhorsed from his broom at low altitude and to suffer a concussion and a broken arm. He had not, on the surface, intended the fall. He had calculated, however, that an injury of moderate severity would deepen the public image of Harry Potter as a boy who was, like other 13-year-old boys, both physically vulnerable and emotionally available, and would correspondingly reduce the prior probability in the mind of any investigator that he was the operator. He had practiced in the previous week the precise small loss of balance that would lead to the fall. He executed the loss flawlessly. He recovered in the hospital wing over the course of 3 days, during which he received visits from a steady stream of friends, professors, and curious strangers, including one elderly witch from the Wisengamot who had felt obliged to come and see, in person, the boy whose body was now functioning as a piece of national property. He emerged from the hospital wing with his arm in a sling, his hair carefully tousled, and his roll refreshed. The piece, by his estimate, bought him perhaps an additional 3 months of operational quiet. The second defense was to ensure that any investigator drawn to Hogwarts would, while at Hogwarts, find someone else more interesting to investigate first. He worked on this defense throughout the autumn of his fourth year. The autumn of his fourth year contained, by what he recognized as a fortunate coincidence, the Triwizard Tournament, a once-in-a-generation inter-school competition that, by historical pattern, had been almost continuously fatal until it had been cancelled in 1792, and which was now being revived under heavy ministry supervision. The tournament brought to Hogwarts the schools of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, and with them perhaps 400 additional students, 12 additional staff, and a great deal of new social weather. The tournament also brought, by Light's analysis, a perfect natural pool of alternative suspects for any bones investigator who might be inclined to look at Hogwarts. The arriving foreign students included, by his rapid first-week survey, at least 9 individuals whose families had been associated with Continental Dark Arts factions during the recent war. 3 Durmstrang students whose surnames Light recognized from the marginal pages of the sacred 28 volume, and 1 Beauxbatons graduate student instructor whose grandfather had been a Grindelwaldian and who therefore, in the official British casebook, carried a small flag. Light took particular care, that first month, to be quietly cordial to the relevant Durmstrang students at meals. He took particular care also to be observed by various ministry visitors quietly speaking with one of them, a tall, pale fifth-year named Victor Crumb, whose principal distinguishing feature was that he had become in the previous year an internationally famous Quidditch player and was therefore a person whose social shadow would naturally extend behind any wizard who befriended him. Light befriended Victor with the small, grave warmth of a fellow athlete who admired his game. Victor, who had been resigned to a year of being treated as a celebrity by every 12-year-old in the castle, was pleasantly surprised. They played on 2 evenings in October 2 careful chess games. They became, by November, the kind of cross-school acquaintance whom photographers like to catch in the same frame. The tournament was, in addition to its other functions, an enormous social camouflage operation in Light's favor. He had not engineered it, he had merely deployed it. The Triwizard Cup itself was a more interesting question. The ministry had announced, in the welcoming feast, that the tournament was open to participants 17 and older only. Underage participation was to be strictly prevented by the Goblet of Fire's automatic age line. Light, who had no interest in entering the tournament, public competition was the opposite of operational quiet, and the historical tournament casualty rate was non-trivial, accordingly did not enter. He continued his work. On the night of October 31st, when the Goblet of Fire selected the 3 champions, Light watched from the Slytherin table with the small, attentive interest of a polite spectator. He watched as Cedric Diggory was selected for Hogwarts. He watched as Fleur de Lacre was selected for Beauxbatons. He watched as Victor Crumb was selected for Durmstrang. He watched then as the Goblet of Fire, in a small additional unexpected spasm of green flame, produced a 4th name. The 4th name was not his. He had calculated in the moment between the 3rd and 4th flame the precise schedule of the rest of his year on the contingency that the 4th name would be his. He had calculated in the same moment the precise schedule of the rest of his year on the contingency that it would not be. The latter schedule applied. The 4th name belonged to one Cedric Diggory's cousin, an even older Hogwarts student named Cedric Diggory II, a clerical error in the goblet's parchment processing. The room was eventually informed after a tense 15 minutes during which Dumbledore had personally inspected the parchment and confirmed that the 2nd Diggory had submitted his name on the 3rd day, and that the goblet had simply not previously selected anyone with so plausible-sounding a duplicate name. The room had laughed nervously. The 2nd Cedric had declined the unwanted bind. The tournament had proceeded with 3 champions. Light internally had been amused and slightly relieved. He had been operating, since the previous winter, on the assumption that some interested party, Voldemort or a remaining Voldemort loyalist, or an unrelated agent with an interest in Triwizard chaos, would attempt to enter his name into the goblet for purposes of dragging him into the tournament. The fact that no such attempt had been made suggested either that the Voldemort apparatus had been too thoroughly disrupted by the December massacre to mount it, or that the apparatus had decided, on cost-benefit grounds, that the risk of attempting to assassinate the boy who lived through tournament obstacle was now outweighed by the political consequences of doing so. Either inference was useful. The tournament continued. Cedric Diggory won the first task, Victor Crumb won the second, Cedric and Fleur tied for the third. The cup was awarded at a small ceremony in June to Cedric. Light attended the ceremony, clapped at the appropriate moment, and shook Cedric's hand in the receiving line afterward. He had spent his 4th year on the operational ledger doing very little. He had spent it on the camouflage ledger doing everything he had needed to do. By the end of his fourth year, the Bones investigation had progressed. The Prophet had reported in May that the task force had concluded the operator was British-born, was likely under 30 years of age, and was likely operating from within an institutional environment that provided access to public information without raising suspicion. The Prophet had noted that this profile narrowed the suspect pool considerably and that the task force was now reviewing, with the cooperation of the relevant administrations, a list of approximately 200 such individuals. Light, on reading the article, calculated that he was on the list. He calculated that he would, by the end of his fifth year, be on a shorter list of perhaps 30. He calculated that the Bones investigation would, by the end of his sixth year, have arrived at him. He calculated accordingly that he had 2 years. He did not feel rushed. In the second week of September of his fifth year, the Bones investigation acquired its consulting analyst. The Prophet announced the appointment on September 14th. The headline was small: BONES Task Force welcomes consulting specialist. The article was 3 paragraphs long. It noted that the task force had retained the services of a cursebreaker and forensic analyst known professionally as a crusade, who had spent the past 20 years working primarily in the Levant and Northern Africa on cases involving long-cold magical murders, and whose retention had been arranged through the personal sponsorship of Dumbledore. The article did not contain a photograph. The article noted that a crusade was, by long-standing personal preference, not photographed. The article noted, finally, that the name Crusades was a professional alias, a pseudonym taken in deliberate homage to the medieval wizard reputed to have founded Azkaban and selected by the analyst to advertise by the smallest possible signal that he intended to operate outside the ordinary courteous conventions of his profession. Light read the article in his defense against the dark arts classroom before the start of the morning's lesson. He read it slowly. He read it twice. He folded the Prophet and placed it under his charms textbook and turned to the day's reading on shield spells. He noted internally that the name Crusades was an anagram. He noted that the anagram, when worked out, he worked it out in the margin of his shield spell notes. In the precise, small, careful pencil he used for his classroom annotations, produced the cluster of letters, DEEIIKRSZ. The cluster did not unscramble into any common English word. It unscrambled, however, with a small effort into a small number of recognizable surnames. One of them, in particular, caught his attention. It was the surname of a famous Hungarian magical jurist who had, in the late 1970s, been the principal investigator of a series of cardiac arrest deaths among supposed neutrals during the recent Continental Wizarding War. The jurist had been killed, the file said, in 1981 by an explosion of unclear origin. The jurist's body had never been recovered. Light closed his shield spell book. He looked briefly at the chalkboard where Professor Tonks, the new defense professor, a young Auror seconded to the school for a single year, had drawn the wand diagram for the lesson's principal spell. He smiled very faintly. The Bones task force had retained as its consulting analyst a famous wizard who was officially dead. Dumbledore had arranged it. Dumbledore had been holding the man in reserve for some operational contingency since 1981, and Dumbledore had now spent him on this particular contingency. The contingency was Light Yagami. He filed the new variable. He raised his hand. Professor Tonks called on him. He answered the day's question on the correct wand motion for the Pratigo Maxima with the small, grave correctness she had come to expect from her star Slytherin student. He met a Crusades in person on the evening of the 3rd Saturday of October. The meeting was not a private appointment. The meeting was, formally, the welcome reception for the small ministry delegation that Bones had brought to Hogwarts in connection with the task force's official site review. Dumbledore had hosted. The staff were present. A small set of senior students, house prefects, and the head boy and head girl had been invited as a courtesy. Light had not been a prefect. Light had nonetheless been invited, on Dumbledore's specific instruction, in his capacity as a person whose Death Eater-targeted celebrity made him a natural subject of Bones' courtesy. He arrived at the reception in his second-best dress robes, with his hair carefully unkempt in the small, calculated way he had been practicing for 3 years. He nodded to Dumbledore, he nodded to McGonagall, he nodded to Snape. He accepted a goblet of butter beer from a hovering tray. He moved with the small, smooth, slow politeness of a boy doing what he had been invited to do into the small group of guests. Madame Bones was at the far end of the hall in conversation with Snape, who was, Light noted, being more deferential than Snape usually was, which suggested either that Bones had something on Snape's old Death Eater file that Snape did not want raised, or that Snape simply, like Light, respected Bones in a way Snape respected very few people. Light deferred his approach to Bones. He turned instead to the small, thin figure standing by the window. The figure was perhaps 5.5 feet tall. The figure was dressed in plain black robes of an old continental cut. The figure was perhaps 50 years old by the lines at the corners of the eyes, though the hair had been entirely shaved to the scalp in the precise way the late medieval Levant scholars had once shaved as a sign of monastic vow. The eyes were dark gray, the eyes were watching him. Light walked across the room. He stopped at a comfortable conversational distance from the small, thin figure. He inclined his head in the small, grave way he had been practicing. He said in a voice pitched to the small, private, courteous level appropriate for an introduction, "Forgive me, sir, I do not believe we have met. I am Harry Potter." Echrisdes looked at him. Echrisdes did not extend a hand. Echrisdes said in a low, even voice with a soft Eastern European inflection beneath the precise English, "Yes, we have not met, Mr. Potter. I am Echrisdes. I will be working in Hogsmeade for some months. I am pleased to be at last in your house." "Welcome, sir. Thank you." A pause. Echrisdes said, "Tell me, Mr. Potter, do you have at 15 any particular professional ambition?" Light thought briefly. He selected his answer with the small, careful efficiency he had practiced for moments when the wrong answer would matter and the right answer would not. He said, "I think at this point I would like to read for the law, sir. Magical law specifically. I admire Madame Bones's career considerably. If she would have me, I would be grateful to work in the DMLE someday." Echrisdes's eyes did not flicker. Echrisdes's eyes had, in fact, not flickered through the entire exchange. Echrisdes said with the small, even inflection of a man making a polite acknowledgement, "An admirable ambition. Justice is a calling that requires considerable patience. I trust you have it." "I hope so, sir. I am sure you do." Another pause. Echrisdes said, "Mr. Potter, may I ask you a question?" "Of course, sir. What do you make of the 18-death cluster of December 1993? Light, with the small, even composure of a 15-year-old considering a question of public interest, said, "I think it was a great tragedy, sir. Although I am aware many of the victims were Death Eaters, I do not think any single wizard should have the authority to administer death without trial. We have courts for a reason." "Indeed we do," said Echrisdes. "Indeed we do, Mr. Potter." A third pause. Echrisdes did not look away. His dark gray eyes held Light's eyes with the small, precise attention of a man inspecting a delicate forgery. Light held the eyes. He held them with the small, even composure of a 15-year-old boy who had been told by his head of house that it was rude not to meet the eyes of a senior visitor. The seconds passed. Light internally registered three things. First, that Echrisdes was the most precisely intelligent person he had met in this second life. Second, that Echrisdes was, by his accent and by the small angle of his shoulders, almost certainly the Hungarian jurist whose name had been an anagram. Third, that Echrisdes was suspicious of him. He did not break the look. After perhaps 4 seconds, Echrisdes blinked, a small, slow, polite blink of the kind one offered as a deliberate gesture of closing a small conversation, and turned slightly toward the window. "Thank you for the conversation, Mr. Potter," said Echrisdes. "We shall no doubt speak again." "I look forward to it, sir," said Light. He nodded once. He drifted away from the window, butter beer in hand, with the small, unhurried, casual movement of a boy who had been pleased to introduce himself and was now obliged to go and find his friends. He found his friends. He spoke to Snape. He spoke to Bones, briefly, the small, careful introduction of a student to a visiting official, in which he repeated his ambition to read for the law, and Bones responded with the small, gracious encouragement of a senior woman to a promising boy. He spoke to Dumbledore, who said nothing of any importance and whose eyes were as opaque as they had been for 4 years. He drank his butterbeer. He attended the small dinner that followed. He returned at 11 to the Slytherin dungeon. He sat on his bed in the dark with the curtains drawn for a long while, with the small private smile he had not worn since the morning of December 27th. He had met his opponent. The next round of the game had begun. The chess game with Echrisdes lasted in the end almost 2 years. Echrisdes did not appear again at the school for 2 months. He had based himself, the prophet had reported, in a small private rooms in Hogsmeade, 3 rooms over the Hog's Head, taken from Aberforth Dumbledore on a discreet long lease, and he conducted his work from there. He came up to the castle approximately once a fortnight. For meetings with Dumbledore in the headmaster's tower, he did not, during these meetings, request to interview students. He requested instead on the second visit to be permitted to attend as a silent observer a small selection of classes at various year levels in order to acquaint himself with the school's pedagogical climate. Dumbledore had granted the request. Light made certain to find himself in 3 of the classes Echrisdes attended. He behaved in each of those classes exactly as he behaved when Echrisdes was not present. He answered when called on. He took careful notes. He did not show off. He did not, under any circumstance, attempt to perform innocence. The performance of innocence was, by a margin, the most dangerous error he could commit. An observer of Echrisdes's caliber would see the performance and infer the necessity for it. He simply was the boy he had been for 4 years. He observed Echrisdes from beneath his eyelashes when he could. He observed in the small, unhurried way of his own observational tradecraft the precise small movements Acrisides made when watching others. Acrisides did not write. Acrisides did not speak. Acrisides sat at the back of the classroom in the same precise posture every time, both feet flat on the floor, both hands folded in his lap, back slightly stooped, and the dark gray eyes moved in small, even passes across the room. The eyes spent by Light's measurement very approximately equal time on each student. The eyes spent very slightly less time on Light. Light noted the slight asymmetry. He read it correctly. Acrisides was being careful not to look at him too long. This meant Acrisides had already noticed him in particular and was now choosing, with the precise discipline of an experienced investigator, not to display the noticing. He filed the observation. He continued his classes. In November of his 5th year, Acrisides made his first formal move. Dumbledore announced, in a small note delivered to Light's breakfast plate one Wednesday morning, that Mr. Acrisides had requested a brief informal interview with a small number of senior Slytherin students as part of his ongoing review of the 18 death matter. Light was on the list. The interviews would be held in a small drawing room on the 2nd floor on the following Friday afternoon. Each interview would be approximately 20 minutes. Light read the note. He accepted the invitation with the small grave attendance he had been offering to all such requests. He noted that the list had been short, 6 names, and that all 6 were students whose families had been on the 18 death roster or whose families had been Death Eater adjacent. The cover for the interview was plainly his investigation of the operational pool with reasonable interest in the 18 death cluster. The true reason was Light. The other 5 were camouflage, the way the Goblets tournament had been Light's camouflage for the foreign students. He arrived at the drawing room at the appointed time. The other students had been interviewed in alphabetical order. He was last. He waited in the corridor with Theodore Knott, who had been interviewed third and who emerged from the drawing room shaking his head slightly. Theodore said in a low voice as he passed, He is very quiet, Potter, be careful." "Thank you, Theodore." The door opened. Acrisides stood in the doorway. Acrisides inclined his head. Light walked in. The drawing room had been arranged, with the small, precise economy Light had begun to associate with Acrisides. For the interview, 2 chairs facing one another across a small, low table. The table held a teapot and 2 cups. The teapot was full. The cups were empty. There was, in the corner of the room, a small notebook on a 3rd chair, an open notebook, blank, lying face down on the chair's seat. Light noticed the notebook with the precise small interior calm he had once used to notice the small, unimportant details of a Yakuza interrogation room. The notebook was a piece of psychological dressing. It was meant to suggest, by its presence, the analyst's intention to take notes. It was meant to invite, by being face down, the small subliminal hope in the subject that the notes would not, in this case, be taken. The notebook was therefore, by definition, going to be used. Light did not look at the notebook a second time. He sat where Acrisides indicated. He accepted when offered a cup of tea. He drank when invited a small careful sip. Acrisides sat across from him. Acrisides poured his own cup. Acrisides said in the small even voice from the reception, "Mr. Potter, thank you for coming. Thank you for inviting me, sir. I would like to ask you some questions about the 18 death cluster of December 1993 in your capacity as a senior student of this school. I would like to emphasize before we begin that you are not under any formal investigation. This conversation is informal. I am gathering background. I am free to retain or to discard the contents of this conversation according to my professional judgment. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir. You may decline to answer any question." "Thank you, sir. You may end this conversation at any time." "Yes, sir. You will be welcomed back to your dormitory by your head of house at the close of this conversation regardless of its contents." "I understand, sir." "Excellent. Then let us begin." Acrisides paused. Acrisides drank his tea in a single small careful sip. Acrisides set the cup down. Acrisides said, "On the night of December 26 to 27, 1993, where were you?" "I was in the Slytherin dormitory of this school, sir. I had remained at the castle for the holiday." "Did anyone observe you in the dormitory between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. that morning?" "Not that I am aware of, sir. My roommates had gone home for the holiday. I was alone in the dormitory." "You slept through the night?" "Yes, sir." "You did not leave the dormitory?" "No, sir." "Are there any portraits in the corridor outside the dormitory that might have observed your absence had you left?" "There are several, sir." "I believe Professor McGonagall asked the portraits some weeks after the event whether they had observed any unusual movement in the dungeon corridors that night. I do not believe she informed me of any answer they gave." "They reported no movement, Mr. Potter." "I see, sir." "You found out about the 18 death cluster at breakfast the following morning in the Great Hall by reading the Daily Prophet?" "Yes, sir." "You reacted at the time with surprise?" "Yes, sir. I had not expected the news." You then learned that your godfather, Sirius Black, had been retroactively exonerated of the crimes for which he had been imprisoned. Yes, sir, you expressed at the breakfast table considerable hope at this news. I did, sir. You then spent the remaining week of the holiday quietly in the Slytherin dungeon and at small school activities. Yes, sir. On the night of January 3rd to 4th, 1994, where were you? The question was a curve. Light, who had been waiting for one such, did not flinch. The night of January 3rd was the night before Lucius Malfoy's funeral, which had been held privately at Malfoy Manor with very limited attendance. Light had been at school. Light had been in the Slytherin dormitory. He answered, in the Slytherin dormitory, sir. The term had not yet resumed and most students had not yet returned from holiday. I was reading. What were you reading? Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, sir. I had ordered a copy from Flourish and Blotts in November. You ordered it through which delivery service? The school owl post, sir. I believe the order would be in the school post log. It is, Mr. Potter. We checked. Light did not blink. He took a small, careful sip of his tea. The interview proceeded for another 12 minutes. Acrisides asked Light, in the precise, unhurried way Light had begun to expect. A sequence of questions of which approximately a third bore directly on the 18th cluster, approximately a third bore on Light's known acquaintances, on his correspondence, on his small daily movements through the castle, and approximately a third were, by Light's assessment, deliberate pieces of dead air designed to fatigue him into a small inconsistency. Light answered each question with the small, precise calm he had brought to the room. He produced no inconsistencies. He produced no demonstrations of innocence. He produced instead the small, even unhurried responses of a 15-year-old who had been raised to answer adults' questions clearly and who had no operational reason to be agitated. At the end of the 12th minute, Acrisides poured himself a second cup of tea very slowly. Acrisides drank it very slowly. Acrisides set the cup down. Acrisides looked at Light for a long, quiet 10 seconds. Acrisides said, Mr. Potter. You are very poised for a person of your age. Thank you, sir. It is not entirely a compliment. I know, sir. Do you? Yes, sir. Calm under questioning is a property that has, in your professional experience, sometimes been displayed by people who have an interest in concealing the truth. You are remarking on the fact that I am as calm as such a person might be. You are not yet certain whether my calm derives from the absence of anything to conceal or from the effective concealment of something I have. You will be alert to small evidences that would distinguish the two cases. Acrisides, for the first time in either of Light's interactions with him, smiled. The smile was a small, thin smile. It did not reach the dark gray eyes. It was, however, a smile. Acrisides said, Yes, that is correct. I can only assure you, sir, that I am not concealing anything relevant to your investigation. I understand that I cannot convince you of that by simple assurance. I hope that in due course my behavior over a long period will be its own evidence. That is what I am here to assess, Mr. Potter. I understand, sir. Thank you for your time. Thank you for yours, sir. Light rose. He inclined his head. He took his leave. He walked with the small, unhurried, casual movement of a boy who had been pleased to assist the visiting analyst, out of the drawing room and down the corridor and down the stairs into the dungeon. He sat on his bed with the curtains drawn for 30 seconds. He allowed himself then the small, precise smile he had been suppressing for 19 minutes. Acrisides was, by his estimate, 60% confident that Harry Potter was the operator. Acrisides would, by the end of the term, be 80%, by the end of the year 95%. By the end of the next year, Acrisides would be certain, would have constructed an evidentiary basis and would be moving for action. Light had perhaps 18 months. He calculated in his bed in the dungeon with the curtains drawn, the precise schedule on which he would, in those 18 months, write the name Acrisides in the death note. He spent the rest of his 5th year in patient, cordial, respectful conflict with the analyst from the Hog's Head. He did not in that year write Acrisides' name. He had not yet acquired Acrisides' true name. The man operated under an alias whose Latin letters Light had unscrambled but whose actual modern legal identity Light had not yet confirmed. He could not write the alias in the death note. The death note did not accept aliases. He had spent the better part of his first life learning this fact and had no reason to assume it had been waived for his second. He worked, accordingly, on the problem of Acrisides' name. He worked on it through 3 channels. The first was Hermione Granger, who had become, by her 6th year, a sharp, focused, brilliant young witch with access to every public record in the castle library and a precise willingness to assist Light with any research project he was prepared to ask her about. Light asked her, in the 2nd week of November, to help him research, for purposes of a paper he was preparing on cross-border magical legal reciprocity, the careers of a small number of mid-20th century Hungarian magical jurists, including one whose anagrammed name he wrote on a slip of paper for her. Hermione, who was Hermione, produced over the next 8 weeks a small dossier on 3 jurists matching the parameters, of which one, by the small precise method of cross-referencing surviving wartime obituaries against the historical anagram, appeared by Hermione's own deductive calculation to have either faked his death in 1981 or to have died under unusual circumstances. The jurist's full legal name was Istvan Demeter Zerkovacs. Hermione presented the dossier to light on the second Sunday in January, with a small interested footnote remarking that the jurist was, almost certainly, the model for the consulting analyst at Christie's on the basis of the homophone alone. Light with the small grave correctness he reserved for moments of acknowledging a piece of unusually sharp research, thanked her. He filed the dossier in the false bottom of his trunk. He waited for confirmation through a second channel. The second channel was Snape. Light had not previously asked Snape for information. He did not now ask Snape for information. He simply, over the course of 3 potions classes in February, allowed himself to mention, in the small pretext of a conversation about a difficult ingredient, that he had been reading a paper by a continental jurist named Zerkovacs. Snape did not respond. Snape, however, on the third such mention, looked at Light for a small precise second longer than Snape usually looked at any student. The second was the confirmation. Snape knew the name. Snape knew it because Snape had been in the recent war an active participant in the assassination of Continental opposition figures, and Zerkovacs had been one of the figures, and Snape had not made the kill. The kill had been faked. Zerkovacs had survived. Snape had, at some point after the war, been informed of the survival. The third channel was Acrisides himself. Light had been calling Acrisides Sir for 6 months. He began in late March to occasionally, once a week or so, in moments when no third party was within earshot, make small deliberate slips. He would address the analyst as Mr. Acrisides the first time and then 2 sentences in as Mr. Zerkovacs, and then catch himself, apologize for the misstatement, and resume. He produced these slips in the precise tone of a boy who had been reading too widely. He produced 4 such slips between March and May. Acrisides, by the 4th slip, no longer corrected him. He had, by the 3rd week of May, his confirmation. The man behind the alias was Istvan Demeter Zerkovacs. He could now at any time write the name in the death note. He chose to delay for the small operational reason that he wished to enjoy the chess match a little longer, and for the large operational reason that he did not yet know what other intelligence Acrisides might be useful for. Alive Acrisides watching him was a window into Dumbledore's evolving understanding of him. A dead Acrisides was a closed window. He preferred for now to leave the window open. The chess match continued through the autumn of Light's 6th year. By October, Acrisides had begun, in addition to the schoolroom observation, a small program of long evening walks on the grounds during which he was, by easily detectable arrangement, available to chance encounter with senior students. Light arranged to encounter him on 3 such walks across the autumn. He let Acrisides lead the conversations. He answered Acrisides' questions. He asked, in turn, the small, respectful, intellectual questions of a 16-year-old who admired the analyst's career. He let Acrisides observe the patterns of his speech, the precise small turns of his syntax, the small private smile he was now permitting himself once per conversation in deliberate, calculated rationing. By the 3rd walk, Light could tell from the small precise increase in Acrisides' pace of breathing during certain questions that the analyst was now operating at very high confidence. Acrisides had narrowed internally to one suspect. The suspect was Light. Acrisides was now seeking the small additional piece of evidence that would, in his analytic framework, justify the move to action. The action would be a request to Bones for a formal interview under Veritaserum. Light had been calculating for 6 months the precise schedule of his response. The response had 3 parts. Part 1, he had been preparing since the previous summer a small inventory of counter-magic for Veritaserum, of which the most reliable was a complex breathing technique recorded in one of the more obscure restricted section volumes. He had practiced the technique to a high degree of competence. Part 2, he had been engineering throughout the autumn a series of small camouflage incidents, public friendships with Order of the Phoenix adjacent adults, a small ostentatious volunteer effort at St. Mungo's during a Hogsmeade weekend that would, in any reasonable Veritaserum interrogation, provide him with abundant true answers to questions that did not directly bear on the death note. Part 3, he would, before any formal interview took place, write Acrisides' name in the death note. The 3rd part was the decisive part. He had set the date for the writing as the morning of the day Acrisides filed his formal recommendation to Bones, a date he would learn, through Hermione's small, careful weekly review of the Prophet's legal affairs column, within 24 hours of the filing. The date arrived in the 2nd week of November of his 6th year. The Prophet, on Tuesday morning the 14th, ran a small inside-page paragraph noting that the Bones Task Force was preparing to submit a formal recommendation to the DMLE for the conduct of a small number of selected Veritaserum interviews of persons of interest, and that the recommendation would be filed by the end of the week. Light read the paragraph at breakfast. He went after breakfast to his dormitory. He removed the death note from the false bottom of his trunk. He sat at the desk. He uncapped the fountain pen. He wrote in the small, precise, even hand he had used for the 18 ISTVAN Demeter ZRKOVACS. He visualized beneath the name the face he had observed across 9 months of evening walks and 3 drawing-room interviews. The small, thin, precise face of the man who had been working through a problem for the entirety of his late professional career and who had in the last 6 months come very close to solving it. Beneath the name he wrote, cardiac arrest. The morning of Friday, November 17th, between 9 and 10 a.m. Before signing or filing any document at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, dies before completing his recommendation. Body found at his rooms above the hogshead, no prior warning, no final words, no final document. He capped the pen, he waited the 40 seconds, he closed the notebook, he returned the notebook to the false bottom of the trunk, he stood up, he brushed his robes, he looked at his face briefly in the small dormitory mirror. He composed his features into the small, alert, friendly expression of a 6th-year Slytherin boy who had a free period and was about to go to the library. He walked out of the dormitory. Istvan Demeter Zerkovacs died on the morning of Friday, November 17th at 23 minutes past 9 at the desk in his rented rooms above the hogshead in the act of folding a small piece of parchment into an envelope for Post. The fold was almost completed. The seal had not been pressed. He fell forward, his forehead struck the desk. The desk's small brass inkwell tipped. Black ink spread across the parchment and across the envelope and across the wood. His right hand, which had been holding a quill, opened slowly. The quill rolled to the edge of the desk and dropped to the floor. He had been in the last minute of his life, 2 seconds away from writing the single word Harry at the head of the recommendation he intended to file at the ministry by lunchtime. He had been 3 minutes away from setting his seal. He had been 40 seconds in the precise inverse arithmetic of the notebook in the Slytherin dormitory from being too late. The barmaid found the body at 10:30 when she brought up the morning's coffee. Madame Bones received the news by flu at 11. Madame Bones did not move from her desk for 3 minutes. Madame Bones then summoned, by official memorandum, her 2 senior aurors, and the 3 of them assembled in her office the small, careful joint conclusion that whatever had killed 18 wizards on the night of December 26 to 27th of 1993 had now killed her consulting analyst on a Friday morning in November of 1995, and that the killing was the killing of the same hand, and that the hand was now visibly aware that it was being investigated, and that the investigation was therefore in considerably more difficulty than it had been the previous day. Madame Bones sat at her desk for a long minute after her aurors had left. She did not weep. She did not curse. She had, in her 30 years in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, lost a great many investigators to the people she had been investigating, and she had learned that grief was a luxury her office did not afford her. She looked at her hands on the desk. She drew a breath. She wrote on the small piece of parchment in front of her in her own neat hand, "The operator is at Hogwarts. The operator is a student. The operator now knows we suspect him. The operator has the means to kill at distance. Proceed with absolute caution." She folded the parchment. She placed it in a small locked drawer. She returned to her work. At Hogwarts in the Slytherin common room, a 6th-year boy was finishing a transfiguration essay. He set down his quill. He stretched his fingers. He noticed on the small table beside the fire that someone had left a copy of the Morning Prophet, which would not yet contain the news. He smiled very faintly at the fire. He had, by his revised calendar, 6 months until the end game. He had won the second of the 3 games. He had 1 game left. He intended very much to win it. Chapter 7, The Voldemort Endgame. Voldemort, by the spring of Light's 6th year, had been reduced to working alone. This was, in the strict sense, the precise outcome Light had been engineering for 2.5 years. The 18 Death Cluster had removed the senior personnel of the Death Eater operational apparatus. The deaths of the Lestranges had cost Voldemort his most loyal lieutenant. The death of Lucius Malfoy had cost him his most reliable political laundry. The deaths of Crabbe SR and Goyle SR and Not SR had cost him his most experienced field operatives. The death of Pettigrew had cost him the small, wretched, useful body that had been, since the previous summer, the only set of hands functioning at his immediate disposal. The wizarding world had spent 18 months filling the operational vacuum with its own confused interpretations. The Prophet had cycled through 3 theories. The first had been that the 18 had been killed by Voldemort himself in a moment of paranoid culling. The second had been that the 18 had been killed by a vigilante operating in the Ministry's blind spot. The third, which had emerged after Acristides's death in November and had quietly hardened into consensus through the winter, had been that the 18 Anachrisdes had been killed by a single operator of unknown identity who appeared to be capable of killing at distance with no detectable spell signature, who appeared to be tracking the Bones investigation in detail, and who had now apparently turned to defending the operation against discovery. The wizarding press had given this operator by March a single permanent name. The name had not been Eostidium. The name had become, by a process of slow popular reduction, simply the Hand. Light, when he had first read the name in print, had nodded slightly at his newspaper. The name was correct. He was, in the operational metaphor of his second life, a hand. He had not been a god in this life. He had not declared himself one. He had been, from the morning of his 9th year, an instrument that signed names. Voldemort had read the same name. Voldemort had not, by the working assumption of Light's analysis, made the connection to the boy in the Slytherin's 6th year. Voldemort had spent the previous 18 months trying to rebuild from the smaller residue of his network and trying to plan a public reemergence that would force the Ministry to take him seriously. And Voldemort had been operating in this period on the small fixed assumption that the 18 had been killed by Dumbledore as part of some elaborate Order of the Phoenix counterstrike that had been deniably executed by a third party. The assumption was wrong. The assumption was, however, the kind of error Voldemort would make. Voldemort, in his first life and presumably in this one, had always overestimated Dumbledore. Voldemort had decided accordingly that the only way to recover his momentum was a public confrontation. He would, in some appropriately theatrical setting, reveal himself to be alive in full restored form, conduct a single visible duel with Dumbledore in front of as many witnesses as possible, kill Dumbledore, and use the public spectacle to recruit a new generation of followers from among the wizarding world's residual sympathizers. He could not, in his diminished state, mount a long campaign. He could mount a single show. He had, by the start of Light's 6th year, identified the show. The show would be the planned reopening of Hogwarts to its annual public Beltane Festival, an event the school had restored in the post-war years as part of the headmaster's small program of community outreach, held in the Great Hall and the front lawns on the evening of May 1st, and attended by tradition by perhaps 300 guests from the local wizarding villages and the Hogsmeade community. Voldemort had elected the Beltane Festival as the venue for his reemergence. He would, at the festival, manifest in the Great Hall in full restored body. He had, Light's careful intelligence had revealed by April, succeeded in the previous summer in carrying out the bone-flesh-blood ritual using Pettigrew's small reserved finger and a teaspoon of Light's own blood smuggled out of a Hogsmeade weekend incident the previous year, and he would issue a public challenge to Dumbledore and to the school. He would, in the same act, attempt to seize Light and reveal Light's connection to him in the most public possible way, in order to discredit the Order of the Phoenix and to demonstrate his own continuing potency. Light had reconstructed the plan over the course of the spring through a small set of channels. The most useful had been the small remaining Voldemort fragment in his own scar, which had begun since November to dream more loudly than it had ever previously dreamed. Light had begun to receive, in the half-sleep mornings, small uninvited glimpses of long stone rooms, of pale figures bent over altars, of a high cold voice speaking to itself in a language Light had identified with some research as parcel tongue. He had also been listening, throughout the year, to the small, careful conversations of Theodore Knott, who had become, by his own slow private conversion, Light's most reliable source of internal Death Eater residual intelligence. On the basis of small letters Theodore's mother had been receiving from her surviving sacred 28 contacts. He had also, in February, slipped a small extendable ear, a Weasley product easily procured, into a pocket of Severus Snape's robes during a potions practical, and had retrieved the ear 2 days later with 3 hours of recorded conversation between Snape and Dumbledore on the question of Voldemort's likely operational tempo. He had, by Easter of his 6th year, the full plan. Voldemort would arrive at Beltane, Voldemort would challenge Dumbledore, Voldemort would attempt to seize Light. Light, with the small private satisfaction of a chess player presented with the precise position he had been steering toward for 3 years, allowed himself to be quietly amused. He spent April preparing. His preparation had 4 components. The first was the systematic destruction of the remaining Horcruxes. He had, by his entry into 6th year, identified 5 anchors in addition to the diary and the scar fragment. A ring belonging to the Gaunt family hidden in a small derelict cottage in Little Hangleton, a locket of Salazar Slytherins secreted in a sea cave on the Cornish coast, a cup belonging to Helga Hufflepuff held in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, a diadem belonging to Rowena Ravenclaw concealed in the Room of Requirement in Hogwarts, and the great serpent Nagini, which Voldemort had retained as a living anchor throughout the period since his pre-emergent state. The diary had been the first, the scar fragment was the 7th, the other 5 had to be located, retrieved, and destroyed before Light could write Voldemort's name with metaphysical effect. He had retrieved the ring in March by means of a single quiet weekend trip to Little Hangleton on the pretext of a Hogsmeade weekend extended via the invisibility cloak and an extended fluke connection through the Hog's Head. He had destroyed it with the basilisk fang he had retained from his second year. He had retrieved the locket in early April, by means of a more complex operation involving a borrowed thistral and a small careful set of countercurses. He had destroyed it with the same fang. He had retrieved the cup in mid-April by the simplest of methods. He had asked Bill Weasley, Ron's older brother, the Gringotts Cursebreaker, with whom Light had cultivated a small useful correspondence, to do him the small favor of inspecting the historical Lestrange vault on Light's behalf, on the cover story that he was researching the Lestrange family for a school project on the Sacred 28. Bill, sentimental about the boy who lived, who was also a friend of his brother's, had complied without question. The cup had come out of the vault in Bill's bag and into Light's pocket. The cup had ended up on the basilisk fang in Light's dormitory by the end of the week. He had retrieved the diadem on a quiet evening in mid-April in the Room of Requirement, the existence of which he had identified the previous year through a small careful study of the Marauder's map he had eventually inherited from Fred and George. The diadem had been on a high shelf among a great quantity of forgotten student possessions. The basilisk fang had taken care of it. He had not yet killed Nagini. Nagini was with Voldemort. Nagini would die at Beltane in the same operation as Voldemort. He had not yet destroyed the scar fragment in his own forehead. He had considered the problem extensively. He had concluded by April that the scar fragment would die on its own when the main Voldemort consciousness died, and when no other Horcruxes remained to anchor it, that is, after Beltane, after the writing. He would survive the dying of the fragment because the fragment was small and dispossessed and not connected to his own primary soul architecture. He had concluded this on the basis of a single passage in one of the restricted section volumes he had paid for with Hermione's help over the course of the year, and he had verified the conclusion against 3 separate continental sources. He was, by his own estimate, 97% confident. He accepted the 3% risk. The second component of his preparation was the elimination, on the morning of Beltane itself, of any remaining loose ends in his immediate social environment. He had spent the year carefully managing a small set of friendships that on Beltane he intended to convert into a stage. Hermione would be at the festival because Hermione was now a 6th-year prefect and would be on duty. Ron would be at the festival because Ron's parents would be among the local invitees. Sirius, recovered, exonerated, by this point a small, thin but functional man living in the renovated Black House in London, would be at the festival because Sirius had been added the previous month to Dumbledore's invitee list as the godfather of the school's most famous student. Snape would be there because Snape was a professor. McGonagall would be there. Bones would be there. She had begun in the previous autumn attending Hogwarts public events in person on the small operational pretext that the school's most famous student was now an ongoing person of interest. Madame Pomfrey would be there. Hagrid would be there. All of his witnesses would be in place. The third component was the elimination of his own remaining traces. He had spent April quietly committing every page of the Death Note that he had written into memory and burning the slip of paper on which he had drafted Voldemort's planned entry. He had not yet written Voldemort's entry in the Death Note. He had reserved a single page for it, ruled at the head with the small, careful triple line he had used on the 18. The fourth component was the small, careful drafting, on a separate sheet of paper, of the precise wording of the Death Note entry he would make in front of Voldemort at the moment of confrontation. He had worked on the wording for 3 weeks. He had refined it with the small, precise discipline of a man who had once spent 22 hours on a single Tokyo entry down to one paragraph of 57 words. He had memorized the paragraph. He could now write it from memory in approximately 20 seconds, leaving enough time within the Death Note's 6-minute 40-second window for the cause of death detail to take effect. He was ready. He waited. The Beltane Festival of 1996 fell on a Wednesday. The day was warm. The Hogwarts grounds had been laid out in the manner of all Beltane festivals of the post-war period. Long tables in the Great Hall set with cold meats and ale, lanterns strung between the front towers, a small ceremonial bonfire built and lit at sunset in the center of the lawn. The guests had begun arriving at 6. By 8 the lawn was crowded with 326 people. Hogsmeade residents in their summer robes, ministry officials in formal black, parents of current students, alumni, several dozen members of the local press, a contingent from the Wisengamot, Madame Bones and her 2 senior aurors in plainclothes, the entire Hogwarts faculty, and the entire Hogwarts student body. Light wore his school robes. He had brushed them carefully. He had combed his hair in the small, unkempt way the wizarding press preferred for its Boy Who Lived photographs. He had attached, beneath the lining of his robe at the left breast, the Death Note, sized to fit the breast pocket of an ordinary student's robe, The notebook had, with the small obliging plasticity it had displayed since the day he had conjured it, accommodated his earlier request for a smaller form factor by shrinking, over the spring, into a notebook half the size of his school journal. He had attached, beneath the right sleeve, in a small wand holster he had transfigured for the purpose, his fountain pen in its case capped ready. He moved through the lawn in the small, unhurried, casual way of a popular sixth year. He spoke to Hermione, he spoke to Ron. He spoke briefly to Sirius, who had aged 5 years in the previous 3 but who had laughed for the first time in Light's hearing at a joke about Mrs. Weasley's pies. He spoke to Madame Bones with the small deferential courtesy of a student greeting a senior official, and Bones with the small even attentive watching of a woman who had learned to assume he was the operator and had nonetheless decided not to act on the assumption without further evidence, returned the courtesy. He took from a passing tray a small cup of cider. He did not drink it. He nursed it through the next 2 hours. He took from a passing tray a small biscuit. He did not eat it, he held it. He waited for Voldemort. Voldemort arrived at 19 minutes past 9 in the evening. He arrived in the precise theatrical fashion Light had calculated he would. He arrived through the ceremonial bonfire on the lawn. The bonfire, which had been burning steadily for an hour in the small, even way of a properly built wizarding fire, suddenly leapt to perhaps 4 times its normal height and resolved at its center into the figure of a tall, pale, white, snake-faced man in long black robes, with a wand in his right hand and a great serpent coiled around his shoulders. The crowd, for a single second, did not understand what they were seeing. The crowd then understood all at once, with the small, low collective intake of 326 wizarding breaths. Voldemort, in the precise, low, cold voice Light had been hearing in his dreams for 6 months, said, "Hogwarts, I am returned. Where is Albus Dumbledore?" Dumbledore stepped forward immediately. Dumbledore had been waiting, on the edge of the lawn, in his deep midnight blue robes, with his hands folded in front of him and his small half-moon spectacles on his nose, and he had been wearing the small, still composed expression of a man who had been preparing for this moment for 16 years. He walked with the unhurried, slow patience of a man who had not been afraid since his 18th year, into the small, clear space the crowd was instinctively making around the bonfire. Dumbledore said in a voice that carried without raising, "Tom, you have made an unwise choice." Voldemort, who had been Tom Riddle and who had been Lord Voldemort and who was now in the high cold restored body, both at once hissed. The duel began. Light watched. He watched for 6 minutes. He watched in the small, careful, precise way of a man whose attention had been refined in 2 lives to a single edge. He watched Dumbledore's wand in the long, sweeping circular movements of the older master's style. He watched Voldemort's wand in the short, brutal arcs of the younger master's style. He watched the air between the 2 of them fill with light, green light, red light, white light, the strange, dense orange light that Dumbledore favored for his transfiguration-based defensive spells. He watched the small space around the bonfire scorch and char. He watched, in the small far distance, Bones and her Aurors holding the crowd back at a safe distance, no one willing to interfere in a duel between 2 masters of this caliber. He watched Snape, on the edge of the cleared space, holding his wand low in the precise, reserved posture of a man who would intervene if and only if necessary. He watched Sirius beside Snape, with his hands at his sides and his mouth slightly open with the small private grief of a man who was watching, for the first time in his life, the man whose mark his cousin Bellatrix had carried on her arm. He watched the duel for 6 minutes. He had calculated that the duel would last 7. At the start of the 7th minute he made his move. He stepped very quietly 2 paces forward from his position at the edge of the crowd. He moved through the small space behind the front line of spectators, where the press of bodies had thinned by the natural tendency of crowds to draw back from a duel. He came to a position perhaps 15 paces behind Dumbledore and approximately to Dumbledore's left, in a small triangular gap that the bodies of 2 large wizards from Hogsmeade had inadvertently created. The gap had a clear sightline to Voldemort. Voldemort, occupied with Dumbledore, did not see him. Light reached with his right hand into the inside breast pocket of his robe and drew out the Death Note. He opened it to the page he had reserved. He drew with his left hand from the small wand holster on his right sleeve the fountain pen. He uncapped it with his teeth. He held the pen poised over the page. He waited. The 7th minute proceeded. Voldemort had Dumbledore on the back foot. Dumbledore was breathing harder than he had been 5 minutes earlier. Voldemort, smelling the small fatigue of his older opponent, was beginning to close. Dumbledore, with the small skill that had kept him on his feet for 90 years, was finding new defenses. The new defenses were holding. They would not hold forever. At precisely the start of the 8th minute, Light, with the small, precise, unhurried hand he had used on the 18, on Acrisides, on Vernon, on the blue bottle, wrote, Tom Marvolo Riddle, who currently confronts Albus Dumbledore upon the front lawn of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on the evening of May 1st, 1996, suffers cardiac failure at 11:43 p.m. precisely immediately upon stating his own name aloud before he is able to complete his next incantation. He dies in mid-spell. He does not survive. He completed the entry. He capped the pen. He returned the pen to the small wand holster. He did not close the notebook. He held it open at his side in his right hand at the position from which his thumb could turn the page without visible movement. He looked up. The duel continued. By Light's internal watch, the time was 11:37. He had 6 minutes. He stepped very quietly 3 paces forward through the small thinning crowd until he was standing in the small open space immediately behind Dumbledore in the clear sightline. He raised his free left hand. He spoke in the steady carrying voice of a 16-year-old who had been waiting in his way for 16 years. Tom, the single syllable carried. Voldemort, in the small, unmistakable, instinctive way of a man whose attention had been broken, turned his head. Voldemort saw Light. Voldemort's face, for 1/2 second, did not understand what it was looking at. Voldemort had been hunting since his return the boy who carried his scar. Voldemort had not previously seen the boy in the body the boy now occupied, the slim, straight-backed 16-year-old in Slytherin robes, with the precise, small, private smile that no one in Voldemort's experience had ever worn. The boy did not look afraid. The boy did not look like a schoolboy. The boy looked for the small half-second of Voldemort's incomprehension, like someone Voldemort had perhaps known a great deal earlier in his own first life in a Hogwarts mirror. Voldemort, in the small instinctive flush of a man who had been recognized by his own type, said in his high, cold voice, "You, me," said Light. He held Voldemort's gaze. He spoke again quietly in a voice that carried only to the wizard in front of him and to the older wizard whose breathing he could hear at his back. "Say your name." Voldemort, with the small private contempt of a man who had been ordered by a child, said, "I am Lord, your real name, Tom." Voldemort, with the small flash of fury of a man whose private wound had been touched, said, "I am Lord Voldemort, you insolent, your real name, say it, Tom." Tom Marvolo Riddle, say it, Voldemort hissed. The duel had paused. Dumbledore behind Light had lowered his wand fractionally. The older man had recognized, with the small, precise rapidity of a man who had known Tom Riddle since Riddle had been 11, that the boy in front of him was now doing something Dumbledore did not understand but did not, by some instinct, wish to interrupt. Voldemort, whose vanity had always been his single deepest vein, was being asked by a child to disown himself in front of 326 witnesses. Voldemort refused. Voldemort raised his wand. Voldemort began the incantation he had been preparing for the older wizard, redirected now at the boy. "Avada, say your name, Tom, say your real name." Voldemort, in the precise small flash of provoked ego that was, in the end, the structural error of his entire life, paused his incantation. Voldemort drew himself up. Voldemort, in his high, cold voice, said, "I am Tom Marvolo Riddle and I am about to kill." The clock somewhere in the castle struck the first chime of 11:43. Voldemort's right hand, holding his wand, faltered. His face in the firelight lost color in the small inverse way that pale faces lose color, going from white to gray to the small chalk yellow of a person whose interior arrangements have ceased. His mouth opened. His mouth tried to complete a syllable. The syllable did not arrive. His left hand, which had been raised in the small finishing gesture of the incantation, hung in the air, fingers half-curled. Voldemort, who had been Tom Marvolo Riddle, who had murdered the boy's parents, who had spent 50 years constructing the technology of his own immortality, who had returned from a single thin survival on the night of October 31st, 1981, who had assembled a body from bone, flesh, blood, and a single careful drop of blood smuggled from the boy himself, suffered the small, precise cardiac inversion that had killed 18 of his lieutenants and 1 consulting analyst and 1 ordinary unhappy fat suburban man and 1 bluebottle on a windowsill. He fell. He fell slowly at first, his knees folding, and then more quickly in the small final collapse of a body whose musculature had been suddenly deprived of any signal to maintain itself. His wand fell from his hand and rolled on the scorched grass. The serpent around his shoulders, suddenly unanchored, slid free and turned its head in the small, dim confusion of a creature whose master had vanished, and was then, in the small, swift instant of the next instant, struck by a single quick blade from the right hand of Albus Dumbledore, who had been waiting at Light's back without speaking and who, with the precise economy of a man who had carried the small folded sword from the sorting hat under his robe through the entire evening on the small careful suspicion that he might need it, decapitated Nagini in a single motion. The serpent's head fell. The body of Tom Marvolo Riddle struck the grass and did not move. The lawn was silent. The Voldemort fragment in Light's scar in the small final way of a parasite whose host organism had at last died, gave a single dim flicker and went out. He felt it go. He felt briefly the small clean absence in his forehead where for 15 years there had been a small dim insistent presence, and he found that he was for the first time in this life entirely alone in his own head. He did not weep at the absence. He had not expected to. He noted it. He filed it. He closed the death note very quietly and slipped it back into the inside breast pocket of his robe. The crowd, for a long suspended moment, did not move. The crowd then moved, all at once, in the small dispersing wave of 326 people whose nervous systems had been holding for several minutes and had been suddenly released. Some of them screamed. Some of them ran toward the body. Some of them ran toward Dumbledore. Some of them ran away. The press contingent, the small set of prophet photographers and one Witch Weekly reporter, exploded into a brief flash of camera light against the firelit lawn. Light did not move. Light stood in the small, careful position he had occupied behind Dumbledore, with his right hand at his side and his left hand half-curled by his hip, and his expression composed in the precise, small, open, vague confusion of a 16-year-old who had just watched, at very close range, the death of the man who had killed his parents. Dumbledore turned to him. Dumbledore looked at him for a long, quiet second. Dumbledore said very softly in the voice he had not used for any other person in Light's hearing, "Harry." Light met his eyes. Light produced on cue the small, slight tremble of a 16-year-old's mouth that had not been used to producing the appropriate response, and was producing it now with the small, belated correctness of a boy who had been raised in a Muggle household and had not yet acquired the wizarding emotional vocabulary. He said, "Professor, he is dead, Harry." How? Dumbledore's eyes in the firelight were very tired and very bright. Dumbledore had, in the small calculations of his 90-year career, almost certainly arrived in the previous 30 seconds at the correct answer to that question. Dumbledore was now in the small private decision of a man who had made many such decisions, choosing whether to share the answer. Dumbledore did not share the answer. Dumbledore said very gently, "Sometimes, Harry, even the largest wizards have a heart that is not built to bear the weight of what they have done." Light, with the small, careful, open expression, nodded slowly. Dumbledore placed his hand briefly on Light's shoulder. The hand was warm. The hand was old. Dumbledore said, "Go and stand with Sirius. The Aurors will need to speak to all of us." "Yes, sir." Light walked with the small, unsteady gait he had practiced for use in this exact contingency across the scorched grass to where Sirius was standing. Sirius opened his arms. Light stepped with the small, grateful gesture of a boy embracing his godfather into the embrace. He let Sirius hold him. He let the moment last the precise small length the moment required. When he stepped back, Sirius was crying. Light, with the small, careful softness of a boy comforting an adult, said, "It's all right, Sirius." "He's gone, it's all right." Sirius nodded. Sirius did not speak. Madame Bones reached him at 20 past midnight. She had spent the previous hour managing the lawn, organizing the Aurors, securing the body, dispersing the crowd, sealing the area for forensic examination. She came to him in the great hall where the surviving students and the surviving guests had been moved for tea, and for the small, quiet shock management Madame Pomfrey was organizing in the corner. Bones sat down across from Light at the corner of the Slytherin table. She looked at him. She looked at him for a long, quiet 10 seconds, in the small, precise way a Christie's had looked at him on the night of the first interview, the way she had been looking at him for 2 years. She said in her quiet, level voice, "Mr. Potter, may I speak with you privately?" "Of course, Madame Bones." She rose, he rose. He followed her to a small alcove off the great hall in which the noise of the room behind them dampened to a small, distant hush. She closed the door of the alcove with a small movement of her wand. She did not sit. She said in the same quiet, level voice, "Mr. Potter, I have in the past 90 minutes completed in my own head the analytic work I have been conducting for 2 years. I have, in those 90 minutes, become certain of the conclusion I had previously held at high probability. I am not, at present, in a position to act on that conclusion. I will, in a different position, be in a position to act on it. I would like to know whether you intend to make any further moves against persons within the boundaries of this country in the foreseeable future." Light, with the small, even, open expression he had been holding for the duration of the night, considered the question. He had not anticipated that it would be asked tonight. He had anticipated it would be asked at some point in the next 2 years. He had accordingly prepared his answer in advance. He said in a voice pitched only to her and to the small distance between them, "Madame Bones, with respect, I do not believe I have made any moves against persons within the boundaries of this country at any time. I think you may be operating on a misunderstanding. I am not. I take your word for that, Madame Bones." She looked at him, he looked at her. He said after a pause, "If hypothetically a person of approximately my age and circumstance had made certain moves over the past 3 years, I imagine that person would, if asked, say that he had completed the work he came to do. I imagine such a person would also say that he understood that any further moves of that kind would significantly compromise the small remaining piece of his life and would, in due course, force the person to leave the country in which he had grown up. I imagine such a person would not accordingly wish to make such moves. Hypothetically, Madame Bones. Bones, with the small, precise dryness of a woman who had spent 30 years in the law, said, "And hypothetically, Mr. Potter, what would such a person do if circumstances arose in his life that, by his judgment, required further action?" Light considered. He said quietly, he would, I think, consult someone he respected, Madame Bones, before acting. A pause. Bones said, "I see." Another pause. Bones said, "I am not at this time in a position to charge you, Mr. Potter, even hypothetically. The evidence available to me would not support charges. I have no intention of attempting charges that cannot be supported. I am, however, going to be watching you, Mr. Potter, for the rest of my career, and the Office of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement will be watching you, Mr. Potter, after my career has ended until the day you die." "I understand, Madame Bones. I am separately grateful to you for the death of Lord Voldemort tonight. The wizarding world is, on net, a safer place than it was at sunset. I will not allow that gratitude to interfere with my office's professional vigilance. I would not expect you to, Madame Bones." She looked at him a long moment more. She said at last, "You are very poised, Mr. Potter, as I have observed before." "Yes, Madame Bones." She unsealed the alcove door. She stepped through. She turned in the doorway and she looked back at him in the small, final way of a senior official acknowledging an adversary. She said, "Go to bed, Mr. Potter. There will be much to discuss in the morning." "Yes, Madame Bones." She left. Light remained alone in the alcove for a small, careful minute. He breathed out very slowly. He had, in the small, unhurried way of his second life, met his second L. He had met her and survived her in the same evening. He had also conceded to her in the precise, small, private contract of the alcove that he would not write again. The concession was real. He had been planning, in the small inner part of himself he did not often examine, to retire after Voldemort in any case. The concession had cost him nothing. He had, accordingly, given it freely. He had achieved what he had come to this life to achieve. He had killed Voldemort. He had killed the men Voldemort had murdered his parents alongside. He had cleared his godfather's name. He had survived the analyst. He had survived the head of the DMLE. He had done it all by the age of 16. He had done it without ever being suspected by anyone in the wizarding world of any wrongdoing. He was, by any reasonable accounting, free. He walked, with the small, unhurried, casual movement of a sixth-year boy returning to his dormitory, out of the alcove and across the great hall and out into the entrance hall and down the corridor to the dungeon staircase. He passed Snape on the way down. Snape, who had been quietly watching from the corner of the great hall and who had presumably observed Light's small alcove conversation with Bones, inclined his head in the small, precise, wordless way Snape now used for him. Light returned the nod. He went down to the dungeon. He went into his dormitory. He sat alone on the edge of his bed. He drew the death note from the inside pocket of his robe. He held it in both hands for a long, quiet minute. He did not open it. He thought about Ryuk. He thought about Elle. He thought about Misei. He thought about his sister Seiyu. He thought about his father. He thought about the long apartment in Tokyo with the desk by the window. He thought, for the first time in this life, with something that was almost grief but was not grief, was perhaps the small, distant cousin of grief that men of his disposition allowed themselves when no one was watching, about the warehouse stairs. He had in his first life died believing he had lost. He had in his second life won. He set the death note on the bedside table. He took from the desk drawer a small box of long matches that he had been keeping since the previous Christmas. He struck a match. He held it to the lower corner of the death note. The notebook caught very easily. It burned the way old paper burns, with a small, steady yellow flame and a small, precise hiss. The cover curled at the edges. The rules on the first page browned and crisped and were gone. The 18 names of December 1993 browned and crisped and were gone. The entry for Vernon Dursley, written in pencil and erased so carefully so long ago, was gone with the page that had held it. The entry for Istvan Demeter Zerkovacs was gone. The entry for Tom Marvolo Riddle, written less than 3 hours earlier in the precise, small, even hand he had used for them all, was gone. The notebook burned for perhaps 4 minutes. When it was done, there was a small heap of fine, pale ash on the bedside table. Light, with the small, precise, unhurried movement of a man finishing a long-anticipated piece of housework, swept the ash carefully into his palm and walked to the small dormitory bathroom and tipped the ash into the toilet and flushed. He returned to his bed. He undressed. He folded his robes. He climbed under the covers. He lay on his back in the dark, looking up at the green canopy of the 4-poster bed he had slept in for almost 6 years. He had, by his interior watch, just become an ordinary wizarding teenager. He thought about that. He thought about Sirius. He thought about Hermione. He thought about Ron. He thought about the small possible shape of the rest of this life. The NEWT exams, the slow drift through the early post-war years of a country he had personally cleared of its most dangerous occupants, the small possible career in magical law to which he had publicly committed under Christie's questioning and which he had no operational reason not to actually pursue. He thought about whether he might, somewhere in the next decade, allow himself to like someone. The thought was unfamiliar. He filed it for later examination. He closed his eyes. He slept. In the morning, after he had been woken by Hermione hugging him in the entrance hall and by Ron pounding him on the back and by Madame Pomfrey insisting on examining his scar, which was now, she noted with a small surprised frown, faded almost to the color of the surrounding skin in the small slow healing way of an old wound at last allowed to close. Light walked back up to the Great Hall for the morning's small impromptu memorial breakfast Dumbledore had arranged for the staff and for the surviving guests. McGonagall caught him in the doorway. She looked at him a long moment. She said in the small, slightly unsteady voice he had not previously heard her use, "Harry, how?" He looked up at her. He produced on his face the small, careful, private smile that no one in his second life had yet seen on his face. The smile that was both Light's and Harry's, and that was, in this moment, more Harry's than it had been at any previous point in his second life, because Harry in this moment was, for the first time, free of the small, dim parasite that had ridden in his forehead for 15 years and free of the small, careful, patient plan that had occupied every conscious hour of his last 7 years and free, by the smallest of margins, to be a boy in a doorway speaking to a professor. He said quietly, "Tom Riddle's heart could not bear the weight of his crimes, Professor. Sometimes the universe is just." McGonagall, after a long, quiet second, nodded slowly. She gestured him through. He entered the Great Hall. He sat at the Slytherin table in his usual seat beside Theodore Nott, who looked at him without speaking and then, in the small first time in 3.5 years, put his hand briefly on Light's shoulder. Light sat. He poured himself tea. He took a small piece of toast. He buttered it. He ate it slowly. At the head table, Dumbledore was watching him with the small, tired, bright blue regard of a man who had been watching him for 16 years and who had finally, in the small, careful privacy of his own conclusions, decided that he understood what he had been watching. Dumbledore did not approach. Dumbledore would, Light suspected, never approach. The two of them had arrived, in the small, careful, unspoken way of two careful men, at a permanent equilibrium. Dumbledore knew, Light knew that Dumbledore knew, Light knew that Dumbledore would not act on his knowing, and Dumbledore knew that Light would not give him a reason to. The equilibrium would hold. It would hold for as long as both men were alive. Light raised his teacup very slightly in Dumbledore's direction. Dumbledore returned the gesture. The breakfast proceeded. Outside on the lawn where Voldemort had died, the school's small set of groundskeepers were carefully gathering the last of the scorched grass into wheelbarrows. The bonfire had burned out in the small hours. The sky above the towers of Hogwarts was the soft pale blue of a Scottish May morning that had not yet decided to rain. Light, in his seat at the Slytherin table, finished his toast. He thought, in the small, private, interior voice he had used to himself for as long as he had been able to think. "I have done it again. I have become justice. And this time no L will catch me, just as planned." He took, with the small, even pleasure of a man whose appetite had returned, another piece of toast. He buttered it. He ate it slowly. The morning continued. The wizarding world, beyond the windows of the Great Hall, was beginning to wake up to its first day in 15 years without the shadow of Lord Voldemort, and beginning to read, in the small breathless typeface of a Prophet special edition that the owls were even now dropping onto kitchen tables across the British Isles, the small grateful headline, "The Dark Lord is dead." In the Great Hall, eating his second piece of toast with the small mild satisfaction of a 6th-year boy, the hand that had killed him watched the morning come.